none other than Blank, Maxman, and Lace. Blank, this is your first time actually getting to do a opener with us here.
हेलो रुक जाओ हम अपने स्टाइल में पहले स्टार्ट करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद इन लोगों की सुनेंगे, ठीक है। पहले हम हमारी चीजें कर लेंगे अपने हिसाब से, आफ्टर दैट वी विल लिसन देम। पहले हम हमारा कर लेते। ओके ओके ओके।
Some awards. We'll get some predictions later on from all of us. And if you are putting your predictions,
भाई आज आने वाला है बहुत ज्यादा मजा, मैं आप लोगों को बता रहा हूँ क्लियर, आज आने वाला है बहुत मजा, क्योंकि आज गाइस हम सभी यहाँ पर जुड़ने वाले हैं और बहुत ज्यादा करने वाले गाइस EWC का मजा, जो कि गाइस यहाँ पर सर्वाइवल डे है। तो सर्वाइवल डे पे देखते हैं गाइस कौन कैसा परफॉर्म करता है। हमारा टोटली सपोर्ट है गाइस गॉड लाइक के लिए, तो गॉड लाइक के लिए जितने भी लोग आप लोग देख रहे हो कमेंट करके जरूर बताना, ठीक है। गॉड लाइक के लिए कितने लोग आप लोगों का सपोर्ट है, ये प्यार तो गाइस आप लोगों का मुझे पहले से पता है, पर स्टिल मैं आप लोगों को बोलूंगा, आप लोग कमेंट में गाइस बने रहो, कमेंट करते रहो। हु इज सपोर्टिंग टुडे गॉड लाइक? भाई इंडिया से हो, सारे गॉड लाइक को सपोर्ट कर रही है, तो चीज मुझे अच्छे से कायदे से पता है, बट फिर भी मैं आप लोगों को बोलूंगा, कहाँ से हो, क्या कर रहे हो, किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, सब चीज आप लोग कमेंट करते रहो, ठीक है। किसके तरफ आप लोगों का झुकाव ज्यादा है, किसके लिए आप लोग स्ट्रीम का देख रहे हो मेरी, किसके लिए आप EWC को मजे कर रहे हो, सारी चीजें आप लोग कमेंट करके बता देना, ठीक है। बाकी बहुत ज्यादा मजा आने वाला है, ये चीज का गाइस गारंटी आपका भाई लेता है, ये चीज का गारंटी आपका भाई लेता है। आज मजा जरूर आएगा, हर किसी को आने वाला है, वो भी दबा के आने वाला है, हर किसी को आने वाला है, वो भी दबा के आने वाला है। ठीक है, बहुत ज्यादा मजा आएगा भाई, बहुत ज्यादा। यो EWC 2026 ओके, हाँ भाई स्टार्ट हो गया, डोंट वरी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ भाई आज के स्ट्रीम पे ज्यादा से ज्यादा भाई गॉड लाइक के लिए सपोर्ट होगा, तो हमारा ही नहीं पूरी हमारी जनता का, हमारे सारे ही फैंस का, जितने भी लोग गॉड लाइक को सपोर्ट करते हैं, ठीक है। चलो सीधा स्टार्ट करते हैं।
Themselves into those top 6 spots to be able to move through into that grand final. And then we move over, of course, to Yangon Galacticos here, PMWC champions, the defending champions at the moment as well. Kind of finding themselves middle of the pack when it comes to the group stage as a whole, but this team themselves is looking for the back-to-back to start things off, so they've got to survive the survival stage.
And speaking of champions,
survival stage, bro, it's
Force,
not
the
easy.
defending PMMI champions, coming
It's
into
never
this
be
one,
easy.
looking to try and get past this survival
इतना तो
stage.
श्योर है
They
ये कभी
display
इजी
some
नहीं होने
real
वाला।
tactical
अगर
brilliance
किसी को लग रहा है
over in
इजी
their
है ना,
games,
भाई
the
कभी
players
इजी नहीं
during
होता
their
ये।
group, and hopefully
Survival
keep an eye on
stage
their
और
star
वो भी
player,
easy।
Junbin, to
नो
find that
बच्ची।
strength as we take a wander over the fence to look at another team who is going to hopefully rely on their star player too, Ulf, with Eren, who has been an absolute firecracker out the gate during his ascension with the rest of this team. Another team from Turkey joining into the finals directly would be phenomenal. And hopefully these guys are going to be able to join Ida and S2G over with a direct qualification spot with the survival stage clincher.
Two more brilliant contenders.
भाई मुझे नहीं पता आज क्या है, बट हमने आज 2-3 चीजों को एक साथ स्टार्ट किया है, 2-3 चीजों में 2-3 सेगमेंट में चेक कर रहे हैं।
game, 29 eliminations as well as the placement points for
ठीक है,
first
हम
place.
2-3 चीजों को एक साथ चेक कर रहे हैं,
game
तो मैं उम्मीद
was
करता हूँ बहुत बढ़िया ही है।
but still not able to make top 5, so finding themselves in that survival stage. Moving on to GOAT team for just a little bit as well. We had 2 chicken dinners for them in the group stage.
ठीक है, we are hoping it should be great
top 5
and बहुत बढ़िया
to get through into that final. That means there's a little inconsistency here and there. However, they're going to be 2 challenges to try and make that top 5 and make it through into the grand final.
Tiamba were a little bit timid during their group stages, so I don't want to scare them here, which is why I'm trying to be quiet.
Whispering for
EWC
right, okay, so
कभी
you're
easy नहीं
you're
होता है,
about
bro।
Tiamba.
पूरी दुनिया का
from
नजर
their
है आप
region
पे,
is
पूरी
also
दुनिया
in the
का,
same boat,
पूरी
right?
दुनिया
A lot
आपको
of
यहाँ पे
pundits and
देख रही है,
experts
आप
think that they are
पूरी
going to be the
दुनिया के
ones to
सामने
potentially
खेल
challenge
रहे
for
हो,
that
तो
title at the top, but they
it's
do also find themselves in the
It's बड़ा
survival
वाला
stage.
team।
And all in all, John, that now means that we might have the strongest survival stage lobby in PUBG Mobile of all time here at PMWC. So that does it for the STC Rewind.
It's
You
big
don't
deal,
want to miss it.
guys, big deal।
As week 5 comes to a close and we prepare to dive into week 6, it's time for another club championship update.
Let's
First,
start.
a little
Let's see.
recap on the
देखते हैं
last
भाई
bit of
बहुत
action
मजा आने वाला है
that
बाकी
we missed out on, and that of course is
इतना
the
तो sure
crowning
है.
of another EWC champion in Call of Duty. It was now the 2-time back-to-back champions in Optic Gaming. They were able to claim the win over Heretics in a tense back and forth, but at the end of it all, they were not able to be taken down. This was a massive win for Optic Gaming. But as we prepare to dive into week 6, it's time to talk about what we've got going on our stage, because today is day 1 of the survival stage. Now, when it comes to the CC side of things and what storylines we're going to be focusing on, it's all about AGAL. After a second place and a first place finish last week, there is a lot of pressure on this team's shoulders to get some more points on the board for the AGAL club. Those 2 top finishes did put them at the top of the leaderboard above the likes of Falcons. And another top performance here would really solidify that position, especially with our 3 new titles coming in this week and Falcons having some top teams across all of them. It could be a massive week for AGAL if they're able to push through this survival stage and make it through to our PUBG Mobile finals. Of course, we still have so many days of competition left, and as things progress through all of our competitions, we'll make sure to keep you updated with all of them.
Team आप पे चढ़ जाएगी.
Thank you, Glitter, for that club championship update, especially with everything that's going on, and also to Kalaris and John to giving us that breakdown of what's been going on. But you know what? Let's just jump into it. Let's talk about the Sony story of the day, which is going to be the sponge points are pretty much gone blank. Those top teams that were in the group stages are not going to be here. One of the teams that we are going to be looking at, though, is going to be none other than AGAL.
Yeah, no more Vitality here anymore. We do have AGAL. This is a really strong team. Very, very strong team. Great team overall. Flower H is probably one of the most popular players right now in PEL. And I don't believe that they should have really dropped out from a top 5. I think they should have come into this one swinging. I feel like group stage, they really did muck that up, if I'm honest. But I believe that they can get it done here. I think AGAL has some really strong players on side. Just feels like at the moment for our Chinese teams, PMI wasn't that scrimming ground we were hoping for.
Yeah. I'm going to steal that because I also agree. And looking at them, PMI was quite interesting. They improved a lot back in PMI. But you're talking about Flower H. I'm actually a big fan of Maple, especially in Neox. Had some really good clutches. Eventually, we did see Falak win that 1v1 at the very end. But Maple is a big carry of this team. 3 times PEL champion, by the way. So definitely a guy to not be underestimated. I think all gamers now, they have a good scope of the land. They have a good understanding of how this lobby worked back in their respective group. Now in survival stage, top 6, it's in the cards. All gamers, I would love to see them make it in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, they even had a more influential day on their second lot of group stages. They were able to have that flower dominance, which we were just sort of talking about, and more eliminations compared to like Furia and GOAT. So not by too much, but they were actually making up those eliminations and obviously getting a chicken dinner in match 10.
Let's see what AGL is going to be doing, because we see, you talked about Maple. I'm hoping we're going to see Maple show up here, especially in the first rondo. But one team a lot of us are expecting to show up, especially in survival stage, is going to be none other than Alpha 7. I know Kalara's got a chance to talk to Revo.
Hello, here with Revo again here, but this time around we've got the survival stage. Day number 1 here, as they look to try and compete to get those top spots and to get through into that final. So first questions first, I want to get your opinion about what was going on in the group stage and now applying that here to the survival stage, right? How did you see the competition as a whole, and has there been any kind of talks about adaptations that you want to make as Alpha 7 coming into the survival?
I think on group stage we made like many mistakes about like execution. So that was our problem. I think we fixed it. I hope so. So now we are ready for survival stage, and to be honest, I like to play like things like that because it's our last chance for many things, and maybe they have some pressure. So I'm ready for everything, and let's make it.
Do you think that your team thrives under pressure better compared to some of the other teams?
I think so, because like it's around like 5 or 6 years on global stages. Like we play, I think PMWC last chance one time. So I think, yeah, we know how to play it. So let's try our best. Let's do everything is needed to qualify.
I like that. That's good perspective. So when you think bigger picture here for a moment as well, does it feel to you like the rest of the world caught up with Alpha 7 as opposed to Alpha 7 slipping a little bit? Because the competition in PUBG Mobile right now seems extremely fierce. It feels very, very powerful at the moment. So what's your perspective on that?
I think like the scene right now about PUBG is like everyone wants to fight. They don't want to hide. They don't want to keep like get position points. They prefer to kill, and I think we need to do that. We need to find kills. We need to find scenes to fight, because like if you get like I don't know, like 15 kills and like 8th place, you are good because you did like a win and like 5 kills or something like that. Sorry, yeah.
So I guess for this survival stage in particular, it feels like whenever we've had tournaments, this seems like the most powerful lobby in a survival stage ever. Is that fair to say? Do you think that that's true? And are you concerned about the survival stage or any of the teams in particular in the survival stage?
I think it's true, but like as I said, like many teams gonna feel the pressure because of like our last chance or something like that, and they're gonna think about it. And I don't think we have that pressure, but we're gonna try our best. I don't know what's gonna happen because like PUBG is not like 100% like sure what you're gonna do.
I have to give
everything can happen, so we're gonna try our best. Like I said.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Revo. Any final words for the fans?
Keep supporting us and let's go Alpha 7. Let's go Brazil, and is that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Revo. Thank you, Colares, for that amazing interview. But with Alpha 7, they need to show up, and they need to show up from the get-go.
Yeah, they do, and I really like that question from Colares. Do you think Alpha 7 is sort of slipping behind the pack and the rest of them are sort of skyrocketing? And when you have a look coming out of the group stages, they were at a 3.25 elimination average, and their contenders, Nongshim and also E-Arena, were sitting on 4.5 and E-Arena, obviously from that fantastic starting game, was 5.3. So
I am here, you are there.
Between
so
some
what
of the
happened,
teams
bro?
that they need to verse today in the survival stage. So
बोलो हम तो सुन ही रहे हैं, मैं तो सुन ही रहा आप लोगों को. बोलो भाई, बाकी EWC को मजा करो, देखो भाई आप लोगों का ये पूरा मैपिंग वगैरह हो रहा है. स्टार्ट होगा, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. अभी तो बातचीत चल रही है, प्लेयर्स इंटरव्यू चल रहे हैं, प्लेयर्स के सारे इंटरव्यूज के बाद ही होगा. इंटरव्यू देखो तब तक.
The battleground has changed at this point. I had a really fantastic conversation with Aru.
Players interview
you were there as well, Seven. We were discussing essentially like how is your
players के interview मजे करो, सब कुछ करो, तब तक start हो जाएगा.
He was saying essentially that what we want to do going forward is be a bit more aggressive. I mean, the Ronda they won, if they hadn't taken an aggressive approach up towards the northern side, they might have lost a flash there. But I think every single team is realizing we can't be passive in these lobbies.
Okay, hello.
We have to take it. And you've got minimal amount of time to make this happen now in the survival stage, Max.
I mean, really looking at Alpha 7, there's so much potential on that roster, right? Guizao and Obscure, I feel like they've really, truly been
भाई बोलो भाई, आगे बोलो भाई बोलो भाई.
Coming up here into this one. But I think in particular what I want to see from Alpha 7 is of course trying to be aggressive, as you were talking about here, Blank, but I would say the biggest issue I have is when they don't have the zone, they really struggle to get into the play zone itself, into those mid to late game circles. The scouting is just not there sometimes, so I just want to see them try and have a better time entering the play zone because that's really been their biggest struggle.
I'll take one of them. But yeah, I think it's a great point to bring up because I think Alpha 7 definitely feels on the back foot when they're not in control of their own game. I think for instance, 7.
Yep.
Their game on North George, oh my God, once they had that building, they were looking fantastic there because they were able to play their own game.
They dropped there.
Exactly.
They do drop there.
They drop.
That's the crazy thing with this team too, is when they're able to set themselves up, they're a team that can actually take full advantage of the situation and just back it up with full eliminations. Earlier, Max, you were talking about the roster, and I'm glad you kind of brought that up because there is going to be a big change today for the roster. Obscure, when we got a chance to see, and if you actually can, Tamaj, pull up the player stats once again.
भाई आज का वॉच पार्टी बहुत सेक्सी होने वाला है. मैं लिख के देता हूं आप लोगों को. मैं लिख के देता हूं आज का वॉच पार्टी आप लोग भी एंजॉय करोगे.
He is going to be sitting out. They're going to be bringing in a brand new player. Mots, we actually got a chance to see him play 4 games in their last day of group stages. He's going to be coming in, and
because आज जो होने वाला है वो सबसे ज्यादा
It's going to be
लगेगा.
interesting to see because he doesn't have that group stage experience. So how is that new player going to change your whole team dynamic, Blank? It's going to be interesting.
The 4th player Alpha 7 meet grind continues.
And
Squash 2.0, Pedrino 3.0,
McGrellin
4.0. Who's the next one on the line? But right now, an extra player, it's really hard to analyze. Yeah, it does sometimes help, but like it's hard. hard to analyze
यहाँ पे
realistically
देख लेता
because we just don't know how that
यहाँ
synergy is going to work
पे आ
out.
गया।
I don't expect the IGLing to change whatsoever. I think that's Carrior just going to go with the same playstyle. But with that extra player, will it work as well or will it get worse? Genuinely, that's a big question mark. No idea how Alpha 7 is going to do with that change.
Yeah, listen, usually with Alpha 7, we kind of joke around about that fourth player because they do end up switching rosters where things aren't going right. With this one, something that we have seen it happen in the past too with Alpha 7 new players is they get a little bit too over-aggressive. They tend to overextend because they want to show up because the pressure is there for them, considering that Alpha 7 has won PMWC and PMGC. That pressure might end up getting to him, and he might have to compensate for that too for the new player.
Yeah, but the thing is that like I like that they're making these aggressive plays, but they aren't actually, like Max just pointed on, scouting to be able to make these aggressive plays. So if they can just have that ability to sort of make sure that they've cleared their back because they are sort of focusing more on that edge, except for that match 10 where they dropped there and they stayed there. If they can be able to play that scouting power a little bit more, I do think even having a new player on this roster, it's going to be a lot better. You know, sometimes you're just going to add a little bit of new flavor into the mix and great things can happen.
Yeah, I'm usually very against those kind of switches, but with the way that this squad is currently playing, with the way that they've been playing 2026, which if I actually wanted to say the word, I would end up getting fired, so I'm not going to say it. I'm glad that we are going to be getting a change out of them. And actually, Blank, give the microphone to Max, because one team that I know Max wants to talk about is none other than non-Shim Red Force. And Max, this was a squad that we thought the way that they were going to be already in the finals. It didn't end up happening.
Take the mic back. No, non-Shim Red Force, they showed on their first opening day of their group so much promise, so much potential. They were towards the top ranks for the longest time, right, Blank? But then I feel like the biggest issue for them going into the second day of their group is they started being like, we just want to remain in the top 5, and they decided to play a little bit more passive. One game in particular that I go back to is the Ida Chicken Dinner in the field, right, just outside of Longwood, and they couldn't crash Ida's compound in the mid-game. They decided instead to go in like some dips in the field, very passive, not committing to big plays. That's what makes non-Shim Red Force in my opinion, so I hope they go back to form if they want to make it in that top 6.
Well, you come to these international tournaments, right, and this is the problem, is that a lot of people trying to change up their play style. I think non-Shim Red Force within their own region, they can really excel with that, but you're sort of not sure when to play aggro, when to pull it back a little bit. Versus Ida, that was tough, but it really reminds me of Game 3 from them on Erangel. I think it was day 1, I believe, that they won. That was a fantastic game. It was a really good game.
Hello. Direct turn on browse feature. Why मैं browse feature के ही
and that's fine, but I still think they were quite proactive in that situation. But it really does just speak to the way they want to play out. It is too slow. We need
अरे कितना पका रहे हैं इन लोग यार, आज बहुत पका रहे हैं इन लोग. सीधा स्टार्ट करना चाहिए तो पकाना स्टार्ट कर दिया आज इन लोग.
You're welcome. I've got that. You know, he was like, give me that good juju and I've got it for you, because they were 24 points ahead of us.
करो यार, इतना मत
and like
पकाओ.
just a little bit under E Arena, they actually have the ability to do so. So don't stress, Max. I got you. I got you, buddy.
Hey Max, Yumbin has actually been putting up the numbers. He's the man that has been performing the best out of the squad so far. Hopefully that's going to continue on here in survival stage. For all these teams, they have been able to
पकाना बहुत आ रहा है आज, ठीक है, पता नहीं क्यों, पर आज इन लोग पका बहुत रहे हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा, इतना ज़्यादा कि पूछो मत. सिंपल सादा इनको स्टार्ट करके हटाना चाहिए, तो पचर कर रहे हैं आज इधर सारे. पता नहीं करना चाहिए, इन लोग ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं आज. मैं कहाँ पे क्या टाइप कर रहा हूँ, मैं भुला गया. लॉक प्रीव्यू 28 सेकंड बाकी है. 28 सेकंड रिमेनिंग ब्रो. 28 सेकंड रिमेनिंग. स्ट्रीम डिले है बट नॉट मच है, लेकिन ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, मैनेजेबल है. पूरा भी नहीं है, मैनेजेबल है, मैनेज हो जाएगा. It's manageable, bro.
16 teams live to fight another day, but now there are no safety nets, there are no second chances. Now you have to bring your A game or your key will be sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, some came close making it in the finals, other came close to elimination, but today is survival stage, so the points are reset, and basically, Bonnie, anything can happen.
One mistake could send months of preparation out the window. However, one moment of brilliance could keep the dream alive.
Yeah, indeed, Bunny. I can see them. They are ready. So it is time to welcome our team on the stage. Starting with GK Esports.
Dopeness.
ठीक है, इट्स इजी बढ़िया बढ़िया सारे प्लेयर्स एंट्री मार रहे तगड़ी तरीके से। ग्रैंड एंट्री होने वाली है। हेलो ब्रदर बोल के ब्रदर गायब हो गए। ब्रदर ऐसा कैसे चलेगा ब्रदर? हेलो बोला तो रुकने का भी ब्रदर, भागने का नहीं ब्रदर। हेलो बोल के पब्लिक भाग जा रही। तो लोग देख रहे होंगे। हाय ब्रो सजेशन वीडियो 5% सही है। चैनल पेज 5% 20। हेलो हाय बताओ भाई कैसे हो EWC में किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? जल्दी कमेंट करके बताना। ठीक है 1-1 इनका अलग ही साइन है। इन लोग का साइन अलग ही है भाई। अच्छे बच्चे भाई, बहुत छोटे बच्चे इस बार, बहुत छोटी बच्चों की टीम है। टीम बहुत छोटे बच्चों की है। मेरे को सब छोटे बच्चे दिख रहे, पता नहीं क्यों मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है। इतने छोटे छोटे बच्चे को कैसे ले लिया भाई ऑर्ग में? आई नो कि ठीक है भाई स्पोर्ट में होता है, बट इन लोग ज्यादा छोटे हैं। हम तो हमारे प्राइम टाइम पे भाई जा ही नहीं पाए। ये कोरिया से होंगे पक्का, कोरियन है। गोरे चिट्टे लोग हैं, कोरियन है पक्का। भाई इंडिया की टीम नहीं आई क्या अभी तक? इंडिया को इन लोग अभी भी लास्ट में रखे क्या? वेयर इज इंडिया टीम? ओके भाई अपनी इंडिया की टीम नहीं आई अभी तक।
Deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
The group stage is behind us. Now a new fight begins. Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
भाई ये जो चार आगे खड़े हैं ना, इनका ऑरा अलग लेवल का होगा। ये जो आगे चार खड़े ना, इन लोग का ऑरा भयंकर लेवल पे, इनको कुछ बोल नहीं सकते। इन लोग का ऑरा भाई बहुत ही भयंकर है।
그룹 스테이지에서 충분히 몸을 풀었고 이제 우리가 살아남기 위해 어떻게 하는지 모두에게 보여주겠습니다.
Não tem mais chances de errar. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor no survival stage para passar para a final.
Go team!
Biz grup bu etapda ko'rsatdik nimaga qodirligimizni. Ikki marta topdira olib.
भाई ऑरा है भाई, बंदों का ऑरा है, बहुत अच्छा ऑरा जमा के भी रखा है।
พวกเรารู้ดีครับว่ามีอะไรเป็นเดิมพัน
ये रहना
ถ้าพวกเราอยากจะเข้าสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลพวกเราจะต้องทำตอนนี้ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
It is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC.
Na repescagem ficaram muitos times fortes, times que eu respeito muito. Só que a gente está trabalhando muito, treinando muito para passar para.
ऑरा तो है, मानना पड़ेगा, ऑरा होल्ड करते भाई इन लोग। दे आर होल्डिंग ऑरा भाई। बोलने वाला ऑरा अलग होता है, दिखने वाला ऑरा अलग होता है, और जो इन लोग यहाँ पे दिखा रहे भाई, ये सबसे अलग ऑरा है। हर कोई देखेगा, हर कोई समझ में आएगा भाई, हर किसी को।
ก็ในแผนที่นันโดพวกเราก็ทำให้ทุกคนเห็นนะครับส่วนแผนที่อื่นๆพวกผมก็จะทำให้ทุกคนเห็นครับเพราะพวกผมก็ทำได้ในทุกแผนที่ครับผม
Thailand makes a stand here at EWC.
우리는 몇몇 팀을 얕봤지만 다시는 같은 실수를 하지 않을 것입니다.
On the side of Nongshim Red Force.
बंदे ऑरा होल्ड कर रहे हैं भाई।
Desejar boa sorte. Se eles estão aqui é porque merecem, igual que a gente. E é isso.
저희를 교전으로 상대하실 때 긴장하셔야 될 겁니다.
Let's find out who has what it takes.
You know what? Talking about the group of death, is it Group A? Is it Group B? I think it's the survival stage because, oh my goodness, that is stacked as hell.
Welcome to the survival stage. We are getting straight on into it. 10 teams have already booked their tickets directly to those grand finals.
भाई survival stage नहीं aura stage, इसको aura stage बोलते हैं.
How are we going to do that, Jackie?
Over the course of the next 2 days, John, we're going to start to whittle down the list, see who's able to, of course, keep themselves fighting, make it through to our finals, and who does go home. Like we said on the stage, right, no more safety nets, no more backup plans. You either do it or you go.
बंदे लोगों ने ऑरा कैरी किया उस लेवल का ब्रो. ये जो दिख रहा है ना, ये बहुत भयंकर है. बाकी सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो गाइस अगर आप लोगों ने नहीं किया तो. ठीक है.
Get a little bit more momentum back from those group stages where they were pushed back down behind that bubble. I mean, E-Arena coming on through with such a great opener and then really petering off over the course of their games, as well as defending champions. Yangon Galacticos still not quite finding their feet within the lobby. Maybe things will change without the presence of those teams at the top, and they could have a chance to get a back-to-back PMWC title, because of course from their previous one, they have their champion Ancient Charm set.
Make sure मर्चेंट भी मिल रहा है. अगर आप लोग देख रहे हो तो आप लोग को पता होगा.
Redeem your perk vouchers so that you can
बाकी लोग प्रमोशन वगैरह भी दबा के कर रहे हैं हर चीज का.
Have a great time looking that good.
Yeah, it is a beautiful outfit to have as well. It's amazing.
ये लोग प्रमोशन भी बहुत दबा के बैंकर लेवल पे कर रहे हैं.
Started the group stage, right? We're going to see it live in the flesh with the rendition of the outfit they had. It looked great. Cultural heritage is well tied into it, so a lot of storylines there with what they've achieved. But that's the fact. That's now in the past, right? Like you say, it's to do it again. It's going to be worst case scenario if you come back here.
क्या लगता है आज कौन जीतेगा भाई?
Yes, you still have a chance, but they want to push for finals at a bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of teams who are looking to do that. Alpha 7 probably the most notable of those names in and amongst it. They're the only team in the world, the only organization that has got the full three-peat of titles, the PMGO, PMWC, and PMGC. The fact that they went out so early in the PMGO earlier this year is pretty devastating. So hopefully Alpha 7 will be able to find one of those 6 spots, and we'll see those drums as well in the finals.
Oh, yeah, you will. You'll be hearing it for the viewers at home, absolutely. Bring a lot of support behind them. We saw obviously the big game that they took back in their group stage to at least give themselves a nice influx of points to guarantee survival stage, not be down in the risky areas. I'd say mechanically they've looked good, John. It's just not been an easy run for them whatsoever. There's been not much luck on their side in terms of the circles we've had, the games they've had played. They really had to fight tooth or nail to get in. Now obviously it's a matter of...
Hi.
Yeah, keep on
भाई अभी मैच स्टार्ट नहीं
going.
भाई. It takes some time.
From Brazil.
थोड़ा सा टाइम लग रहा है, हो जाएगा.
Don't worry. Make their mark. All of those keys lined up around the crusher. You see the team logos sat upon them, right on the precipice of getting crushed, going into the fated jaws of demise. Can't dance your way out of that one.
It's taking time, bro.
Samba to avoid the crusher.
Rondo.
That seems like it's enough for us. We'll start to get our engines revving. And
oh my god, bro. ये बंदा बहुत हार्ड खेलता है ये. इसको मैंने देखा है भाई. ये बहुत फास्ट बंदा है.
Take this in their stride, instantly go into Rondo headstrong, see if they can just sort of bully the lobby early.
Well, I mean, we saw that happen before, and it wasn't quite enough, right? Obviously, the E-Arena chicken dinner being so massive, you do need to keep going beyond it. Sure, you can get these early hot drop scenarios. I'm expecting most teams will do. Be jumping straight in onto Neox Factory and trying to get stuck in and amongst it. Grab as many points early as you can with those recall towers.
Team नाम भी hard है bro, easy नहीं है.
Exclusively on our esports rotation, but I'm also interested in.
Start हो गया भाई, बहुत ही तगड़ा start हो गया, मजा आएगा. बहुत तगड़ा हो गया, start हो गया.
Top 6 is maybe not as difficult as it has been in those group stages, right? When you remove the top 10 teams from the lobby, it opens up a lot of opportunity for teams that were maybe suppressed by the presence of those truly really strong and on-form teams, because there are obviously strong teams that weren't on form, that didn't make it. But there's no longer that suppressive force. It's not as constricted. So hopefully we'll see teams start to find their feet, start to be able to breathe a little bit, get some life back into the blood.
I've turned you up in my ears already.
Hard लग रहा है.
7 fans starting to get a little bit excited. I know how today's going to go. They're going to really bring that energy early, see if they can get the squad locked in and bring in their best. I think you touched on some nice points there, man. Where maybe it's going to be at a different.
I'm really saying it's not easy, bro. हम जितना सोचते होता है इसे नहीं होता. खेलने वाले बंदों को पता होता है भाई.
But for the others that remain, This is your chance to get back into it. We've got the playing path on screen now. We'll see what our circle's looking like and begin to dissect this one.
Yeah, Yulin will be the hot drop target with the playing path out on the west side instead
हम
of
बैक
Neox
स्क्रीन पे
Factory.
देख रहे हैं
It's a
हमें
little
सब
bit
इजी
too
दिख
far
रहा
afield to really
है
get
but it's
stuck
not
in.
easy
So, straight on
जो
board
खेल रहा है वो
with
वही
AGAL,
बंदा जानता
Arena,
है
who have got
जो
their
वहाँ पे
outpost in
एग्जैक्ट इस टाइम पे
Stadium.
प्रेजेंट है
Looking like they're not going to have the better end of the stick on this first engagement. Tony K going down. XZZ wants to find another with a pump action. Jump wide with a micro Uzi though. And a Tommy gun to back it up. 2 for 2. And Maple now has a solo position.
fight हो गई है बैंकर
has to try and hold his nerve.
उतरते बैंकर फाइट हो
From the
गई
arena,
है
but they are both very low, Jackie.
Yeah, they really are. A lot of damage done to either side here, obviously, hoping to see if you can pick pieces together. If they can close out on this and get the next
उतरते हो
two
चुकी है एक
elims
नंबर
off
की
the back
बैंकर
of it,
फाइट
huge
Oh
for
my
AGAL.
god
That's a nice
बहुत ही
react.
बढ़िया बहुत ही बढ़िया
Maple swift with the SMG up close. Schweppes trying to tuck in and get himself
Recall.
top back up on the old HP as well.
Okay.
Maple's got the one nade, John.
He pulled the pin earlier, and that was what prompted the push
Recall.
forward. Joker
Oh.
unlikely to be getting back.
भाई
up
लोग
here,
उधरते
swaps
फाइट
out
क्यों
for
ले रहे हैं मेरे को समझ
Sniper
नहीं आ
in
रहा
close range. I
हाँ
mean,
ठीक है टीम
Sniper's
वाइप आउट
as good
करना है
as
तो
shotgun,
इतना
he
भी
hit the
फास्ट
shot,
मत कर दो
but will he be
इस
able to
तरीके
do
से
it?
फाइट हो रही है भाई मैं तो
Running low on
देखते
ammo,
मर जाऊँ
desperately searching for
मैं
these
हवे में
weapons
गोली
now.
खुद को मार लूंगा भाई
Still, just the smoke here. And I think
इस तरीके से यहाँ पे फाइट हुई है ना मैं तो आधा सा गोली अपने हवे में मार लूँ खुद को कि भाई नीचे जाने से अच्छा हवे में निपट जाओ इन लोगों को वो चीज का डर क्यों नहीं होता मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई
Maple baiting it on a pre-fire towards the window.
इनको वो चीज का डर ही नहीं है बिल्कुल भी नहीं है बिंदास उतर रहे बिंदास घुस रहे बिंदास पीट रहे
are scrapping amongst each other. Rapid looting from Schweppes needs the ammunition to fight with. They get
बहुत ही
visual on one
भयंकर लेवल पे इन
another.
लोग की फाइट हो रही है
Maple's
इस
gonna be swung
समय
to the left right now. He's been poisoning himself nicely, but the angle's not going to work. And Schweppes does get it done.
Hey, Schweppes is the only player in this
बेहतरीन है
tournament
भाई
with a chance to
बेहतरीन
get a triple PMWC title, and there he was showing a little bit of that power of old. We'll see if he can bring Arena to the forefront because they are up on 3 elims, but there is so much on the tables already. Look how many players have scored one. Tiamba wants to try and take him down. They heard this one. They move on through, and Tiamba want to take that 3 elim title as well. We now have 6 teams with 3 elims.
Yeah, we missed out on the GOAT fight off the back of the drop. That was up against KRX.
I have
believe,
even
and they did
checked
great
my
work on that, finding
stream.
themselves the 3 elims and leaving it
कैसी
down to
चीजें
1
दिख रही
player
है
to
स्ट्रीम
attempt
पे
to
थोड़ा
recover
मुझे
them. With fingers about GOAT
इसका
team,
अच्छा नहीं
John,
लगा
usually in our regular
इसको थोड़ा
rotation,
बढ़ा
it
लेते
feels like
हैं
they're
ठीक है
super good at playing
अब
it
शायद
slow with
परफेक्ट होगा
the long rotates around the
एंड
outer
स्क्रीन
edges.
को
Rondo, they love
थोड़ा
the
सा
scrap. They've got the
ऊपर
talent for
थोड़ा
it.
सा
We see one knock here onto Fuchs, but Ketch can't flush it.
अब सही
They
है
will
ठीक
have
है
to
कोई
lock
दिक्कत
into
नहीं
this
मैंने
one.
ज्यादा बड़ा भी
Force
नहीं
up
कर दिया
close
ना
to Burst
ठीक
with
है
Scarface over the
बेहतरीन है
top,
बेहतरीन
downs
बेहतरीन
him.
बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन है भाई
Two on the
उतरते
spot
फाइट
as
हो
well
रही है
for
यहाँ पे
Ulf.
उतरते ही
They do have Kelsey off in the distance, so would be fine. Well, not fine, but it would be
Next
okay
level
if
की fighting
Scarface
हो रही है,
had gone down in that
bro.
scenario. But to hold his nerve is brilliant. Means he can get in and maybe get a couple more points. Look for the confirm onto Fuchs, man, but it's not going to work. Not on the first peak. Killer Joe has to hit the back, but without a helmet, those headshots are going to ring mightily in the ears if they're able to land. Dropping the smoke, keeping the power. Has still got another smoke
मुझे
behind
लगा
him. Some
नेड है
more meds,
ओह
but it's not going to matter. Killer Joe puts him down. So Ulf recall further up to the north with the circle.
बेहतरीन
throwing
बेहतरीन
out that
बेहतरीन
way
बहुत
too.
बढ़िया कर रहा भाई ये
We're on
बंदा
board with Alpha 7 now.
फाइट ले लिया फाइट ले लिया
A7 coming in swift. Good damage done onto QZZ here, trying to keep
भाई
Tiamba
3 बंदे
down.
जाएगा ये जाएगा
Uncomfortable on the
गया
peak.
मैं जानता था भाई
Awkward
जाएगा
pixel angle. Can't
1v3
quite
कैसे
thread
कर
the
लेगा
needle
भाई
with it. Milu
1v3
wrapping
थोड़ी
over
कर
to
सकता है
assist. The squeeze out does get aggro. Good moves on the peak, but that was swift.
Straight past that windowsill and in with the shotgun shells. Alpha 7 get dismantled by Milu. What a pullout for Tiamba, able to just swing past that entire fight. Alpha 7 do
Milu.
have that outpost
Milu,
and
Milu.
can go for the recall.
Milu नाम
Teams are
भाई
starting to outstrip
टीम
each
वाइप आउट
other
अभी
on
तक तो एक
these
भी नहीं
elim
हुई है
counts,
सब
but Tiamba
लास्ट
on 6 elims.
WL
Goat
में
team
बचा
as
एक
well,
बंदा
getting those 6
वाइप
on
आउट तो
board
नहीं
is a
कर पाया
great
कोई
start
भी
for them. Looking to start
वाइप आउट
transitioning
की
now
बात करें तो
into the
वाइप आउट कोई
mid-game.
नहीं कर
Get
पाया
up north because the circle is quite dramatic up there.
Recalled.
A lot of it is cut
Recalled.
off by that river, and the crossings are not as easy as on other maps.
Yeah, that was the thing. We didn't quite
Recall.
catch it.
सभी
right.
ने
Obviously,
recall
going for
कर
the
लिया
very southern sort of playing path we
सारी
had,
टीम
so a
रिकॉल हो
hard
गई है
northern shift on the circle. A lot of
कोई
teams
भी अभी
have a
हवे
big
में
rotate here.
मतलब डेड नहीं है
We'll see if it comes
सारे
back to
रिटर्न
bite
आ
some of
गए
that squad, so we prefer to be set up a little bit earlier.
सब एक एक करके रिकॉल कर लिए खुद की टीम
Furia
को
looking to get out of Yulin towards
रिकॉल
that north side.
सब
PK
रिकॉल
have
सब
already sent out and that away from
सारी
it as
फाइट
well.
नॉर्मलाइज हो गई पहले की
Goodness
तरह
me. Everyone is still alive, and that is very lucky, Jackie. That is incredibly lucky. And if you guys guys want to be lucky at home, you can hit that lucky spin. Make sure you're jumping into the game for your chance to draw that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. It's looking nice, it's looking shiny, it's looking fresh.
Is indeed. It's like a Barney Banks outfit. You'd catch him wearing that one.
I've seen him. He definitely would. Maybe we could get it sorted for the finals. I bet we can. I bet we can.
Maybe. Would reinforce the leg seams, make sure that he's nice and comfortable out on the stage. But we'll see, John. We'll come back to that one at another time.
My God. Okay.
RRQ
okay.
on the move as well there.
Okay, बेहतरीन
Good sort of
good going bro, actually good going. Fight नहीं हो रही अभी तक, ये बढ़िया है. Fight किसी भी टीम में नहीं हो रही, सारे टीम के लोग alive है पूरी तरीके से.
That is the name of the game for all the squads we've got in survival stage, but I think that resonates with them as well.
Yeah, for RRQ, I mean, they do have a standout performance in terms of Lepar, definitely on point when it comes to getting in those clutch situations, making it work, and to an extent, he's the reason why RRQ were able to get in towards these survival stages. But they do need to be more cohesive, more together and fluid in those fights.
Fight हुआ शायद, एक का हुआ, एक बंदा डाका
है. Looks like, we might see an Elim that may well stick as Geeke do.
गीक का एक बंदा गया है भाई. गीक का एक बंदा गया है, कैसे गया पता नहीं, बट गीक का एक बंदा जा चुका है.
So it could be a little bit difficult to get to one of those recall towers.
So भाई वो अपनी
even
गलती
though
से
they are
गया.
still fairly available. I mean, you've got Ryan that is completely unoccupied. You've got Kunxia up on
वो
that
अपने
northeast
गलती से
side
गया होगा bro.
as well. So there are accessible positions, but those will start to get more closed in as teams move in. I mean, we've got Yangon Galacticos, who are on board with right now, moving past Meiran, with Goat Team on their west and Alula are quite far to their south. Ahead of them, though, it's the Wolves, who have managed to get up to Heme Town, up on that northeast side, fairly swiftly and without too much trouble.
Some replays here of the early fights. Obviously, Yangon getting a far better start. 3 Elims there. Nice to see for the squad.
Oh my God, bettering, बहुत ही bettering. It's going great, really going great. Browse कीजिए, okay, no problem.
All the other squads you're playing against, all eyes on you.
कुछ नहीं है ना, ठीक है, browse,
If you
okay,
can't
okay.
do your organisation justice and for yourself as well, those memories of last year probably flashing before your eyes, John. You're back at the hotel. You know they need to show up here in survival.
Next circle goes quite far west here. I mean, this is a good opportunity for Arena to get into a solid spot. They're already on the north side of this river. The crossings, as I said, can be a little bit more treacherous than on a lot of other maps when you have similar divides over water. So hopefully they can start to establish. Do they keep this 2-2 or do they regroup over towards a more centralized and coherent position? I feel like they still have a little bit of time
wipe out हुआ and यहाँ पे फाइट हो गया और पूरी गाड़ी को यहाँ पे डैमेज करते हुए गाड़ी पूरी गिरा दिया और यहाँ पे पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पे प्लेयर को निपटा दिया है भाई, पूरी तरीके से निपटा दिया. बिल्कुल भी प्लेयर को नहीं छोड़ा, किसी भी एंगल में नहीं छोड़ा उसको बच के जाने के लिए. पूरी तरीके से प्लेयर को खत्म किया भाई, पूरी तरीके से किल कंफर्म करते हुए भाई प्लेयर को खत्म किया बंदे ने.
And as I said before, the recall towers are still open, but from this point on, it's going to get harder and harder to access them, Jackie, because the blue zone will start to cut off quite a lot of them. The rotates won't be there, and teams.
Zone has already started, bro. Don't say that zone is coming to start. Zone has already started.
Use that availability makes it far harder to weigh up the decision making if it's worth attempting to go for it. So we'll see if that plays too much of a vital role for these squads. As
there is all teams still alive, which is
had a bit of an
big thing, bro.
Start off the drop as well. Went down to the one solo that was offset for the recall. That worked out to get them back up, but only one Elim point to their name at this point.
No one is
they
there.
They are able to safely get Say Cloud back into the action, though, on their wrap. So they're going to be all right with that. Is he going to be caught by the Wolves, though? Dropping back in right now, they're both going to have to advance, obviously, outside of blue. Not going to be doing too much damage right now, John. So maybe they can avoid each other.
I don't think that Wolves would commit to go for the player on the parachute. They should know that there is a team to their south. Sure, that would be an indicator that someone has just recalled there.
Still amazing, bro. Going good, going good. It's really going good, bro. It's really going good.
But it's a full 3 squad already on the ground. Committing to that fight for Wolves in their position right now,
it's really going
I think
good.
Is a little bit too much of a risk. And they weren't really in position to get the player on the way down already. But Yangon Galacticos have other ideas. They have just crossed swords and taken a knock over to the Wolves.
Oh my God! बहुत ही बेहतरीन भाई. बहुत ही बेहतरीन. ये हो रहा ना कुछ कमाल की चीज देखने मिल रही है अभी. फाइट बीट हो ही नहीं रहा, बस गाड़ी में घूमे जा रहे हो. इसमें थोड़ी मजा आएगा जीजा. इसमें मजा नहीं आने वाला. गाड़ी में मत घूमो भाई, फाइट लो. 1v1 घुसो, कुछ दिखाओ. एक दूसरे को जाके पीट पाड़ दो, तब ज्यादा मजा आएगा भाई. ऐसे मजा नहीं आने वाला. मुझे क्या, जनता को मजा नहीं आ रहा भाई. जनता खुद बोल रही है. इन लोग सिर्फ गाड़ी में घूमे जा रहे, यहाँ वहाँ. इससे कोई सेंस नहीं बनने करने वाला.
maybe look to control that recall tower on the north side.
No sense, not make sense, bro. Not make sense.
Nice actually with how they've been playing it. Cloud was able to safely get himself a vehicle as well, join the rest of the squad. You can see where they're repositioned.
Nice किसने बोला भाई? Nice तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं. Nice तो बोलो ही नहीं. Nice वगैरह मत बोलो भाई. It's not nice. We still need more.
They could catch them.
Okay, the circle's on the north side as well, so pretty important to get a position up on that north edge. As I said before, E-Arena now in a very commanding position, and maybe Rondo's their map, who knows. They haven't managed to get a huge number of elims early on, but then again, they didn't when they were in their stadium chicken dinner either. They have already got 4 as well, which, as I said, not huge, but still pretty significant. Ryan, having that recall tower in and available for the next about 4 minutes or so is also going to be quite important for the teams on the north side, as Yangon Galacticos trying to corral the wolves against them. But the north side is going to get more and more packed, so Yangon Galacticos taking a bit of a risk here to try and make that fight work, to try and hold this one out. They are losing time, losing tempo to get towards the zone.
Yeah, investing a lot into this now.
फाइट लो मजा आएगा भाई. यहाँ पे 2 आए एक ही टीम के लोग हैं. इसके पीछे बंदे रहने वाले और शायद यहाँ पे फाइट हो सकता है. बंदे इन लोगों के पीछे शायद इन दोनों के बीच में फाइट हो. फाइट तो यहाँ पे हो रही है. वो नेट आ रहा, नेट बाजी हो रहा, नेट दबा के गिरा दिया. गिरा दिया. दे.
No, and it's very difficult now to get to a recall tower. There is one to their northwest. They might try and break for it, but Nongshim, I think, have read into that and have moved 2 of their players out
पूरे गाड़ी से
towards it
घूम
as
रहे.
well.
मैप में पूरी गाड़ी है.
It feels like a
कोई भी
3-play
टीम इस
on.
समय पैदल दौड़ रही है या चल नहीं रही है. सारी टीम यहाँ पे गाड़ी में चल रही है.
Have got 2 of their players right behind this ridgeline as well. The backstop 2 for Ulf, Ketch and Kelsey have yet to cross by stadium.
E7,
but it seems
Alpha
like with
7.
Nongshim Red Force on the
Alpha
move,
7.
they can just get gone. Wolves do manage to move all the way over on the north side of Yangon Galacticos. And Goat team are now going to bear the brunt of the aggression from the defending champions.
Yeah, didn't expect this one. They were quite far back towards KRX's position, but they've wrapped up towards the northern side, got stuck into Yangon. Already been able to knock out 1 player from the squad, leaving them with a triple threat. Yangon
it's really good, bro. It's really going good.
Out tied in first place between 3 other squads, and Tiamba and Goat, the squad they're head-to-head with here in the fight. So cleaning up on this one would be huge for them.
Ooh, looking to do a little bit more damage, but they'll be content with the first knock, and they do have their backs to the blue, so need to be careful. The zone is going to hurt pretty significantly here, especially as stage 4 starts to come on through. It's going to be unresable, so you have to get on the road. Al-Ula taking shots from an off angle. They're a team that hasn't crossed the river yet, hasn't made their way through, but is going to try and put pressure on the back lines. For Yangon, they're going to have to play on as 3 now with that knock coming through. I was looking at where Tiamba as well were playing, given, as you said, they were in that top 3. They are in a really sticky spot on the south side for Tiamba. I think their fight through is going to be maybe the hardest at the moment in the lobby. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to make it work as Yangon Galacticos get out of there, get into the next zone, and they wait for this next circle.
Yeah, Goat bailed on the fight. You can see them pulling back down towards the south side. Dopeness caught line of sight from the ridge as well onto Yangon, and it's Al-Ula that are coming up around the back. That's the shift on the zone, though, pulling away, going back down south. Oof. All right, mate. Fair bit of water as well, cutting off a lot of the play space you've actually got the longer this one goes, John.
Yeah, I was looking at Tiamba, as I said before, and I feel like this is seemingly what I kind of thinking they should be doing here. Moving over to the south coast, may be able to swim across later on, but a lot of teams that have already committed to the north side are going to be fighting for the hills around that E-Arena Ulf position where Goat have just moved on into. This is going to be the focus for so many teams. So I feel like Tiamba, they're looking to play for a 3rd place, but they have taken a knock on the back there.
Chamba, who's Chamba, bro? Chamba.
Waiting for someone else to step forward to say, I've got the shot before they go for that spray. But Tiamba, if they could find cover on that south coastline,
Chamba मार भी भाई. Chamba तेरे इतना नाम ले रहे हैं लोग.
A lot of movement as well.
याद कर रहे थे इनको मार के दिखा भी भाई. कुछ करके भी दिखा Chamba भाई. बार-बार जब देखो तब तेरा नाम जपे जा रही है पूरी टीम. Do something for them, bro, please. You have to do something for them.
To make it uncomfortable for these squads. Goat might be tested by the wraparound from Al-Ula as well, John. This is heating up now.
Yeah, a lot of teams crunching in. AGAL on the north side will have to face off against Dopeness, as you said. Yangon just beyond them, and they are now within name.
Replay. भाई ये फाइट बहुत अच्छा नहीं हुआ ना चंबा का. इतना मत दिखाओ, इतना अच्छा फाइट नहीं हुआ है भाई. अच्छा फाइट तो देखने वाला होता है भाई.
That's going to slow them down a little bit on the replay. I missed that one, but there we go. Sometimes it happens.
बमबाजी हो रही है हिंदुस्तान का और उसका क्या बोलने का बमबाजी हो रही है भाई सेक्सी है भाई बमबाजी कर रहे दोनों टीम अपने में बमबाजी उड़ा रहे वो उसको बम मार रहा है ये इसको बम मार रहा है बमबाजी कर रहे बस दोनों बैंकर बम मार नेट मार हमारा
nade over the top. Trying to get the distance.
भाई ये सीन देख के बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है बमबाजी वाला.
They can't really take fights on two fronts, and Lufa able to expose one angle against AGAL, and now he moves forwards with a shotgun in hand. XZZ wants to find an answer, doesn't get the full knock, has the shotgun, but he's on a sliver of HP now, and another nade might just be all is needed. The healing desperately important for them. Across the road is Romeo now on his last legs, and AGAL are suffering.
Dopeness have pushed up hard from the backside as well and got into a good position to command respect, and what they've realized is now two very weak squads. So if they can steal away points, it'd be magnificent for them.
Oh my god, चलो किसी को तो कुछ चीजें पसंद आ रही है भाई.
Left alive in a horrific
ये चीज है कि
position to attempt to
मजेदार.
defend. Fury are going out, joining.
ये चीज होगी अब
721
मजेदार
GS,
तो.
so two squads now gone.
बहुत ही
They are out
मजेदार.
of air already. We're down to 14. Those recall towers shut off, meaning no players can jump back into the fight. More deployable cover. Don't look, Wolves. Don't look. It's fine. It's not on top of you. You'll be okay.
Stone Rock गिर रहे भाई.
To the west side there. They had a tricky approach, and they're showing the scars of it as well. Playing now on as two players alive.
Rocks गिरा दिए भाई ऊपर से.
This east side.
बड़े-बड़े rocks
गिर
गए.
About the next 30 seconds, maybe.
इतने बड़े-बड़े rocks गिर रहे भाई देख के पड़ जावे किसी की भी.
East edge, but with this circle, it's gonna have to get trickier again. This has been so nasty for the teams out in the east to be able to make their way through. They have been on the brunt of
बहुत
these
बड़े-बड़े rock गिरे भाई बहुत बड़े-बड़े rocks. It's not small. इतने बड़े-बड़े rocks हैं ना देखो भाई.
Have a look down towards the road. Meanwhile, amongst all this, we've seen another play coming out from Goat. Killer Joe loves these early scraps. We've seen him be a bit of an explosive entry for the team. If he can open up a potential play onto his squad, he'll go for it every time. 4 elims just tied to him. They did lose out on Foops, man. There's a nice back and forth between Foops and Killer Joe and how they play off each other, but you've still got a ton of talent left alive on this roster.
Bigger rock, bro. Bigger rock.
Coach on as well.
It's not smaller. It's bigger
If
rock.
they can start it off with a nice bit of energy, feed the hot hand, they play with that throughout the whole day.
I mean, it would be a great start for them. A team that was in the contest to jump up in a top 5, a direct qualification spot. They want to prove to everyone at home, to their fans, to themselves maybe even as well, that they do deserve one of those spots, and here's the place to do it. Another knock over the top from a nade from Goat, doing damage, suffering across a lot of different teams right now with nades flying back and forth. A close proximity engagement is not favorable. Irina were under pressure from Dopeness, but they handled it. Seems like they're doing okay. Mormon does get flushed away though, and hang on a minute, Irina may not be able to handle the pressure because Goat and AGAL looking to rock up all at the same time. 4 teams now on spot, and Dopeness up on high, taking shots, laying down the lead.
Oh mate, sweating bullets on the push in. Panic stations, and they just can't compose themselves to slay the Goat. Thankfully, Kenji with the sacrificial nade bounces it out the window and hits that one on top of Moxie to leave them down with only a duo in position to attempt to fight here. Awkward collection of players all amongst each other.
Tony K, nade, cooking. Doesn't quite know where these players are, and I don't blame him. The amount of chaos that just happened. 2 teams descending immediately just after another one crashed on through. On the southwest side, in the meantime, Alpha 7 do go down to Geekay. That southwest side is clean. Spicker moving on out. Spiker around the corner. And Goat will be able to hold him for 1. Moxie down, but will be resible.
Dangerous scenes though, E-Arena. They can smother blood in the water, they'll commit on the peak, spam into the smoke. They had a rough idea of the angle.
Spam तो दबा के हो रहा है भाई, कुछ भी बोलो spam दबा के हो रहा है.
Amongst all this,
spam का कोई लिमिट नहीं है, spam दबा के हो रहा है यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा वो भी. Not little bit, it's too much spam.
Quick.
Spam में कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. Spam तो भाई दोनों टीम ही कर रही है, दोनों तरीके से.
Time again, it's just Eren remaining, the star player on the roster. I don't think you can call him young blood anymore. Tiamba did manage to get across the river in the meantime as well, Jackie, and they're on 8 elims. They've got 3 players alive. They're not looking too shabby right now. And they have an oversight onto this fight. If they can spot Alola on this roll-up, Eren may be able to take one or two of them down, and they may be able to shred the backlines, but it's getting away from them. The pace of Alola just a little bit too much for them.
I think that pace is the operative term as well, right? We've seen them be quite passive in situations where they have had advantages before back in the group stage, and that was a problem for them. So the fact here they're willing to actually take some of these encounters a bit more headstrong, it's good to see. Zone crunching in there again
It's
as well.
something amazing, bro. It's something amazing. बहुत ज़्यादा amazing. Something नहीं, ये बहुत ज़्यादा amazing हो गया भाई.
They're on the north side with their two players remaining as Yangon Galacticos finally go down. The early powerhouses of the Elim feed starting to wane now. Yangon Galacticos go not quite going to stay the course. But Tiamba have a big opportunity here on that south side if they can push past Eren, get control of the hilltops. But it's Alola, their major competitor on that southeast side.
Tiamba starting their swimtation as well inside of the water. Ooh, they get vision on Eren's backpack here, so you're going to know. I remember from Olves, he's just going to peek up on the coast. That's a freebie. It's easy, John.
Yeah, Gike looking for the shots from the high ground, but not quite going to land in time. And now the rest of Tiamba can look to suppress the position from the backlines, allow the push forwards. But Milu
Amazing fight. यहाँ पे वाइपर टीम हो चुकी है 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6 टीम बाकी still alive. 6 teams still alive.
Big response made it so uncomfortable for Gike here as well, so they can safely get out of the water now and look to try and splash back on this. QZZ amped up today.
Z.
A linchpin position. Both of his teammates down in the drink. He needed to be able to hit those shots, and he did. Alola with the little assist to keep the players safe. But Tiamba now on the south side. Once Gike have to move, which they do, their position is going to get a lot stronger.
Should I hope like
quite timorous because of the position of Gike.
कौन सी टीम जीतेगी? प्रेडिक्शन करने में मजा आएगा भाई. कोई प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा है क्या कौन सी टीम जीतेगी? चलो प्रेडिक्ट करो मेरे साथ में. किसको प्रेडिक्ट करना बढ़िया आता है भाई. मुझे नहीं पता इधर प्रेडिक्ट करना कौन जानता है, बट अगर कोई प्रेडिक्ट करना जानता है तो भाई प्रेडिक्ट करो. कौन है यहाँ पे बेटर प्रेडिक्टर? प्रेडिक्टेबल वो जिसका ज्यादा बढ़िया हो वो कमेंट करो भाई.
Just trying to put themselves right on the edge of this zone and maybe try and wait out the bleed down. But there comes the Wolves with a cheeky thread on an angle across the zone there, right through the valley. And Kevin now has a little bit of trouble. Gike are low. They don't really have the sightlines. This is an opportunity for Tiamba to actually move forwards and maybe look for the res, but it's still such a risk. I don't think they're going to go for it here, Jackie.
Okay. भाई साहब जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो, भाई साहब किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो कमेंट करके बताओ. कौन जीतेगा तुम्हारे हिसाब से? किसके लिए तुम्हारे दिल दुआ फेफड़े सब दे रहे हैं? मुझे ये भी बता देना, ठीक है? आपकी दुआएं किसके लिए हैं? फेफड़े किसके लिए दुआएं दे रहे हैं? दिल किसके लिए दुआएं दे रहा है? दिमाग किसके लिए दुआएं दे रहा है? कौन सी टीम को आप जिताना चाह रहे हो? सारी चीजें आप लोग कमेंट करके जरूर बताना. हम भी जानना चाहते हैं कि आप लोग आज किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. हम क्या, मैं सिर्फ जानना चाहता हूँ, मेरे अलावा कोई और नहीं है.
will bleed out, so Tiamba playing with 2. That's pretty nasty.
जल्दी कमेंट करके जल्दी बताना. जितना जल्दी कमेंट करके उतना जल्दी पता चलेगा मुझे. ठीक है, तो जितना जल्दी बता सकते हो उतना जल्दी कमेंट करके बता देना. हेलो ब्रदर, कैसे हो? बहुत बढ़िया हो ब्रदर. तुम बताओ ब्रदर, आगे बताओ ब्रदर बोल के चले गए ब्रदर. ऐसा थोड़ी होता है ब्रदर. एक्सटर्नल मैंने तो लिंक शेयर ही नहीं किया एक्सटर्नल से. ठीक है भाई, पब्लिक लिंक विंग शेयर कर रही है. 3 लिंक शेयर है. बहुत बढ़िया भाई, बहुत बढ़िया. ओपी.
Saw the reposition from Turning K, setting up the vehicle, so they'll take the scrap too. And that's a 3-man squad there. Like you say, not a bad position to be in as well with the shift on the zone. And they clean up.
सही है.
To Joker. So E Arena down and out, not the Rondo master.
No problem, brother.
No, but 11 points is still.
I like it.
They will be able to put up a good start to proceedings. Guaranteed they're on the front page. The question is who's going to join us.
हेलो. हाँ भाई आगे बोलो. इन दोनों के फाइट देख के पता चल रहा है भाई कौन जीतेगा कौन नहीं जीतेगा. इनके फाइट देख के सारी चीजें जज करने में मजा आएगा. अभी हम कुछ नहीं बोल सकते.
They are really still just waiting on Gike to have to move, and that is the first indicator that they are going for it. They should know that there's only 2 players over there. And Tiamba can start to move forwards now, and I need them to be able to do that, right? Something that we were criticizing them for was being a little bit shy. And so now, stepping forwards at the right
by
time,
top
that's
4
what they need to be
players,
doing in a race like that.
top 4 teams, let's see who will win. Top 4 teams.
Have to descend on one side
NS का एक बंदा है, टाइम का 2 बंदा है, 3 बंदा है, NS का 3 बंदा है, अल्ट्रा का 4 बंदे हैं, इसके भी 2 बंदे हैं। मेरे हिसाब से जीतने वाली टीम होगी ULA।
Down from Nonshin Red Force, it's keeping them very weak, making it uncomfortable for the hard commit on the wrap, but eventually they've got to push up. Going to be somewhat exposed here as well. If they're aligned in their crosshairs, they could punish. Thankfully, the map geo providing just enough cover.
NS के बंदे हैं, बंदे तगड़े हैं, बच के रहना।
Change that mindset going to come alive, because if they don't
बंदे
start to
बहुत
get a bit of a
तगड़े
periphery
हैं।
scan on the go here, you could have a Lula wrap in around the back, possibly put pressure onto them. Just remove them from the equation before they even try and make a move for themselves.
Aye.
They really can't move until Ragnarok does either, which is the nasty thing for them. It is causing a lot of problems. They can redistro ammo for Tiamba, and Alula not going to push too far forwards. They know that the angles from Nongshim are still going to be in action, and they can't afford to overpeak to get a little bit too bold, because they have got their numbers advantage and they don't want to let it go to waste. But an opener onto Tiamba could open up their south rotate, and with the circle pushing towards them, that's going to help out nicely. But Nongshim look to strike to open the door, but they're crossing of the road and bring Alula back down to 3 with them.
Bated breath for a lot of our players right now, knowing how close they are to potentially kicking off the survival stage with a big point injection if they can take this chicken dinner. Add potentially a few more immolations to it as well. Milu and QZZ still scared about what could be coming out if there's angles watching their way. Nonshin have had a good understanding of the wrap that we saw from Alula as well. So the minute they pop out from behind that rock, there's not really much cover on the rundown.
Some really nice elim counts for a lot of our teams moving forwards. Tiamba getting that res could prove to be crucial. The knock sent towards Alula, allowing them a little bit more mobility. The lack of sightlines from Alula, not quite controlling. They just lost another one, R3B on the back. Really not going to be resable either. This is going to be a very difficult dash, and Nongshim will read into this. They're moving out already to try and control the ground around them and get across the road into some sense of security. But it is so few and far between.
भाई जीतने वाला है.
In inches right now, Jackie. There is no grander dimension on these really close quarter scenarios. Step one way too far, one step either side, and it's a completely different story. But that is a big pickup on the Nongshim to bring them down to 2 to stop their third player regrouping onto the south.
Every team starting to lose a lot of the battle of attrition here as we get in towards the fine margins of this game, like you say. Oh, Kike is well spotted out. Yasser with the reposition. The eyes lighting up for Tiamba, but knowing now the pressure's going to be put on them from Alula on the hillside.
Okay. टॉप 3 दोनों के 2-2 तीनों के 2-2 बचे भाई, तीनों के 2-2 बचे. फाइट बहुत तगड़ा होने वाला है एनएस के बीच में और टाइटन के बीच में. और यहाँ पे बमबारी बहुत ही लैश लेवल की हो रही है. बम पे बम गिरे जा रहे हैं एनएस के ऊपर. गाइस यहाँ पर बम आने वाला था, लेकिन गाइस यहाँ पर ये बंदा बच चुका है. बहुत ही नेक्स्ट लेवल सब इसकी नसीब है, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पर ये वाइप आउट हो चुकी है भाई. एक ही बंदा बचा है यहाँ पर और ये अल्ट्रा पूरे वाइप आउट हो चुके हैं. गाइस यहाँ पर 1v2 होने वाला है. बहुत ही बेहतरीन सीन देखने मिलने वाला है. एनएस का एक बंदा, टाइटन का 2 बंदे. एनएस के सामने एक बंदे पे स्मोक डालते हुए नेड वगैरह मार रहा है भाई साहब. भाई के ऊपर नेड पड़ रहा है, भाई के ऊपर फायर भी हो रहा है. एनएस का अकेला एक बंदा है गाइस, क्या ये जीत पाएगा? बट मेरे हिसाब से टाइटन यहाँ पर आज का ये मैच जीतते हुए और ये टाइटन के पास ही जाने वाले खाता. भाई अगर मार सकते तो मार दो भाई. स्मोक के अंदर ये बॉम्ब गिरा और यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से वाइप आउट. ये टाइटन जीत चुकी है आज का ये राउंड. बहुत ही बढ़िया.
That is how you change your story. Tiamba with a huge opener. They played from that south side. They read that they couldn't get across that river nice and early. They played on the south coast, a little bit of a bet hedger, but they did manage to get across the river. They transitioned at the right time. They moved at the right time, and that is the change I wanted to see. The question will be, can they keep it going for 11 more matches and keep that pace
really
going?
played well, really played well. इतना ही बोलेंगे, really played well. जिसने भी जो भी जीता बहुत अच्छा मैच हुआ भाई, बहुत अच्छा मैच हुआ. Fair enough गेम था, गेम बहुत ही fair enough है. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक टीम के साइड हुआ, वन वे नहीं हुआ है, fair गेम था. जिसने भी खेला है भाई बहुत बढ़िया खेला है, बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से. बहुत तगड़ा मैच था भाई. मैं हिल गया देख के. जो खेल रहा होगा उसका क्या हाल होता होगा भाई. यहाँ पर हम देख के हिल जाते हैं. जो खेलता है वो तो भाई सामने बैठ के खेल रहे हैं. हम देख के हिल रहे, खेलने वाला बंदा भाई सामने बैठ के खेल रहा है. तो बात तो बहुत बड़ी होती है देखा जाए तो.
Lovely arc on the nade. Keeping things nice and tight with it. Didn't even need to peek through. That earlier knock from Alula onto one of the Nongshim Red Force players as well, immediately before going out. That really was an assist in those final moments. But Tiamba, they kept their heads down when they needed to. We knew they could do that, but they also stepped up when they needed to. So I'm thrilled that they're able to take this first one.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see, right? Because we were saying before, they looked good, at least in terms of how they were approaching some of these games, but I think it was falling off in the sense that they just weren't able to commit necessarily with more of a cutthroat nature, where sometimes you've got to evaluate the risk and really just go for it. Obviously there it looks a little bit scary as well with the rotate. We lost Eagle as he went down to the zone, but they'd still recover. They get it done. It's all Tiamba in game one, but let's see how it looks in the rest of today.
ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्ट्रेशन से अपनी पहचान बनाइए और कंपटीशन को दूर भगाइए. ऑनलाइन लीगल इंडिया के साथ ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गया है सुपर फास्ट, इजी एंड बजट फ्रेंडली. अब और लेट मत.
I'm here down at the stage for Day number 1 of Survival Stage with Smile, the handsome man from Yangon Galacticos, to talk about some of the stuff coming into the Survival Stage as a whole. And that is my first question, actually. Based on your group stage performance and what you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the Survival Stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into Survival?
In the group stage, we couldn't perform well. We couldn't shoot a lot with confidence. So for the Survival stage, we will do our best. Yeah, we will play with a lot of confidence, more aggressive. For the strategy, at the same, for we play with same strategy, and we learn other opponent practice different situations, so we could adapt during the match. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And actually, I wanted to talk bigger picture here for a second, because obviously you guys are the returning champions, and it would be awesome to see you guys get like the back-to-back here in Paris, even though it's a different location. So how did that PMWC win change your life? Obviously for you guys, I remember like looking at the pictures of the parade, you guys got invited to a load of things. So what was it like from the team's perspective?
Honestly, a lot has changed since we won the award last year. It gave us a lot more confidence and recognition. but at the same time, it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we realized that staying at the top is even harder than getting there. But overall, I'm so grateful for everything that came from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the survival stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, James, for that interview there with Yangon Galacticos. But it's all about Tiambas. We're joined by Hot Jukes, Maxman, Neptura, and the 7WG here back with you guys for PMWC at EWC 26. Tiamba, Max, they're finally showing up.
QZZ o'clock, let's go. No, I'm really happy to see Tiamba because, not gonna lie, back in their respective group, I was a little bit disappointed because back at PMMI, oh my goodness, they were bringing the heat. I mean, you and me both, Hot Jukes. We were like, this is the QZZ show. And yeah, group stage was a little bit topsy-turvy, but this Rondo, by the way, keep in mind, they got 6 eliminations in the hot drop in Yulin, and then they dropped Tinlong Garden. The circle could not have been any further away from their loot location, and yet they still come out on top and get a win. That is an impressive rotation coming out from all of Tiamba.
Yeah, it's about damn time, baby. We see Tiamba do what we expected them to do all tournament long. Yeah, had a really rough group stage, but they come into this one, 13 eliminations, 2,300 damage, and we expected QZZ to be kind of like on top of that, but it was Milu here that was able to really clutch it up for a squad. And honestly, after a rough group stage, to start off so strong, I think it's gonna finally put them in the form we all expected.
Same with Alula as well, putting up a good amount of eliminations for that squad.
Yeah, it was really nice to see Alula come in. I mean, me and Max, we were all talking about it, be like, ooh, at the end there, you know, they had a really good position. They should have utilized it a lot more because they were having that momentum throughout the mid stage. They were looking really good. They came in, they took over the position from Ulf. They were moving in, great momentum, and then all of a sudden they kind of just were like, this is the high ground, we're going to keep it even though the zone pushes us away from it. Yeah. We're just going to sit still and let everybody else not only see us and get rid of us one by one, but actually get situated and have that time to make those decisions for that endgame.
Ooh la la, a little bit too passive. No, I mean, clearly they took way too long. I think they would have been great to see Al-Ula after their push on Ulf. By the way, that push, Niptura, was fantastic. Yeah. Getting rid of all of Ulf in like literally the span of 20 to 30 seconds. Very quick fight. But then they just let Tiamba coexist with them on the lower side next to the water. I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Alula. I would have loved to see them rock up on their position as they fight Geek. That would have been a great third party. But you know what? It's still a 16-point rondo. So Alula Club, sure, it's not the chicken dinner, but it's still an amazing start in the survival stage.
Great kickstart for that team. It wasn't a 29 elimination this time out of E Arena Neptura, but they do end up getting at least 8.
They do. That was a really nice push from them as well. We saw them do some crazy things. Actually, they were on the east side of the zone, right? So there was a lot of teams over there. So for them to get as many eliminations as they did, I mean, it was just constant fighting from beginning to end for them. You know, them as well as Yangon. I really liked what we saw from Yangon in the beginning of this game. I think it was still a very strong rondo for them, even though they didn't really go very late into the game. I still liked the presence that has seemed to be making a return for them. I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah, we're seeing some changes from this squads too. It seems like they put that extra day off and to work with the VOD review. One team that I think ended up doing that perfectly was Nongshim, especially with their rotations.
Finally, just committing to a play. Sure, it was not an aggressive play. I think they didn't really have to go for an aggressive play this game. But it's just they see Geek in a really good position in the play zone next to that lake in the center of the zone. And I see Geek actively rocking up onto Alpha's position southwest of that circle. Like, wait, that position is free. Let's not waste a single second and just capitalize on that opportunity and snatch that spot for ourselves. And that gets them so deep in that game, podium minimum, second place off the back of that Niptura. That is what I wanted to see from NSR.
It is exactly what I wanted to see as well, because we saw in their second day of their group stage, right? They lost that momentum. They lost they were finding the opportunities, but they were just being so slow to actually do anything about them. And that has definitely changed in this game. We saw them actually take those opportunities pretty instantaneously. And that is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. We know they can do it, and they've done it again. And it is going to be Tiamba being the match MVP, and Milu who, yeah, you were saying, Jukes, he's doing some great stuff.
Let's go, Milu. I mean, I think this is a good example of, you know what, sometimes even if you are a top squad, you don't really come off the way you really want to sometimes, right? But you know what, a day off, I think we saw these squads refresh themselves, really start playing true to form here, and this is what we needed to see. We needed to see this. Even there towards the end, Ula had the top ground, but at the same time, Nongshim Red Force and Tianba were like, we want to win this game. Let's focus all our energy up top, take them out first, and then we'll see who ends up winning first or second place. And that is how you get it done. So good to finally see these squads make it happen. It's only been one game. Come on. Let's see some more of that in Erangel. More of that, please.
One game, but we're already getting a little bit more flashes from some of the squads of just consistent inconsistency, and I'm thinking about Alpha 7 because their squad was only able to get 2 eliminations. They need to make sure they pick it up here. One quick little shout out is GOAT team was able to perform so well in that one, being aggressive, exactly what we expect out of GOAT, but let's see what teams are going to be bringing it in game 2.
Thanks for setting us up there, Seven. Great desk as always. Very exciting to get the insight, the narratives, and build ourselves back in before another game here. As the survival stage, tension much higher. Changing over now from Rondo to something a little bit more consistent, John. Excited to see what really is going to be, hopefully, a stepping stone for our teams throughout the remainder of the day.
Absolutely. I was excited to see Hotjukes' boots. Those
they look good, right?
Looking pretty fresh, man. You know, representing Texas.
You know what they say, everything outside of Texas is smaller in size.
Absolutely, they definitely do. That's what I've heard anyway. The plane path looking pretty big though, from the middle of the map on the south side. Looking to lean a little bit westward, but nice and kind. Opens up most of the map for access, and no one should be getting into any hot drop trouble. But it is a slightly reshuffled lobby, remember. We didn't really talk about drop spots on Rondo because it tends to just be let's all hot drop and then see what happens. But here on Erangel, it's a little bit more prescribed, it's a little bit more thought out and measured. So hopefully our teams have figured out where they want to go, and there won't be too much conflict over zones. But already 3 teams out over Millie, as well as, well, maybe 4 teams out over military as RRQ drop out a little bit later on. Everybody else, I think, is looking to head further north and get to the mainland. RRQ may be looking for that bridge split on the west, bridge split on the west side.
Yeah, it's more standard, obviously, what we'd expect there from Yangon. They've gone for this quite a few times in Erangel, very comfortable to have those military starts. Similar sort of opening as well for GOAT, so no surprises there. You imagine they can split off and wrap away, like you touched on. Rest of the squad's trying to get distance with those parachutes. They've done their training, John. They're A5 guaranteed gliders, so they can get to the mainland.
They've got the distance.
Finally, I started new match, new round, second round,
Not a good idea.
Started.
Goodness me, we were having some pretty nasty circles, very gnarly stuff coming through over in the group stages. Looks like we're going to continue that trend.
Finally,
that sort of area.
bro. भाई मैं जो सोचता हूँ ना वैसा होता नहीं है ऑलवेज. मैंने देखा है. मैं सोचा था अब तक भाई शेप दिया होगा. 9 के बाद 13, 9 के बाद से अभी तक कोई आया ही नहीं. ठीक है भाई, बहुत गलत है, बहुत गलत है, बहुत ज्यादा गलत है. देख लिया मैंने. It's totally wrong, bro. It's totally wrong.
We join the POV of dopeness.
Auto suggestion, browse feature.
Pretty nice game from them. So obviously Shirley, DK from actually accumulating point after point would be the dream.
Hello.
Hopefully add those points to your tally in response as well. But right now they are north and south split on Pachinki. So not super close to danger. Definitely it's disengageable here, depending on the vehicle counts that each team has. And I feel like in Pachinki, you cannot get stuck in too far here, especially with a circle like this. You have to look to disengage in these scenarios. The thing that sort of plays on the reverse side of that is that you are competing for the drop spot in the future matches. And a lot of teams find value in saying, you know what, we're not giving up our drop spot. We're just gonna, we're telling you we'll sacrifice our game in order to maintain this top spot, this drop spot for the next, well, they've still got 5 Erangels after this to play. I could call that into question. I'm not a professional coach, so maybe there's some reads in there, maybe there's some maths to do, but I feel like it's still very, very dangerous, especially on Pochinki, and especially on a plane path like this, where a lot of the map was just super accessible.
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose it goes down to that individual decision making if they want to fight or not, or really what they're aiming for. I imagine for the viewers at home, you're going to be aiming to get yourself some beautiful skins as well. John, we've got a great event going on right now in game. I know you've been hyped for this one.
Absolutely, the Uzumaki Naruto event. Make sure you're grabbing those character sets, looking fresh with the skins, as well as that Ninetales org, looking pretty. Doesn't look like any of our players have the org though, which is unfortunate. And neither team really going to be able to take on the supply truck either, given that they're in a bit of a standoff. Makes things a little bit nastier to play from Pochinki.
हेलो कांस्टेंट नहीं है भाई, बस कोई लॉयल्टी कांस्टेंट नहीं है किसी की यहाँ पे, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है ब्रो, बिल्कुल भी.
Nade line up through the window. Oh, it's a nice chip, John. Could have been beautiful.
Does manage to catch a little spray on the step across there, but not going to quite get the knock. And it's again just retreating, being a little bit safe. Like you said, deck of cards type play, reshuffle yourselves somewhat, but that is a nice little reshuffle from Ragnarok on the sidelines, able to get the side swipe, and Geek have got their opener. Now, do they try and take this one fast, or are they going to slow themselves down again? Looks like they want to try and capitalize a second knock, and there is no way that they're getting those two players back up. Surely not, as Geek descend from multiple angles. One is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
No, it's really nice from Kevin. Beautiful predict with the nade. Pops perfectly. Reply back over, easy for Bad Boy cleaning up. So 1 by 1, Dopener suffering heavy losses on this. It was Makita that took a few pot shots over to the Geek roster to start off, and they went, you know what, you want to fight, let's take it.
Let's get it done. 2 players now left for Dopeness. Ulf did manage to rotate over the north side of Pochinki, and because this fight is taking place, it means that the teams in Pochinki, or if there had only been one, the team in Pochinki, has not moved out to the west side. For Ulf, this is pretty good news, because it means they have access to a lot of zone that they may not have done before, as well as a third-party angle. Leaving Eren up on the top of the hill, they could start to slow it down even more, and they're going to have so much information about what has been going on in this area. Eren doesn't even want to stick around for the flush. He gives up his position, and they're just going to back it off. And Ulf are going to be the ones to take down the supply truck from Pochinki. This is huge for Ulf.
Yeah, this is really nice. Cutting out a lot of that mid-game looting time, getting themselves hopefully some high-tier loot to play with off the back of it. Good comms on it, set themselves up, dump a few magazines simultaneously into the truck and grab your benefits from it. Alongside possibly forcing the hand of these two teams a little bit more as well with the damage done from that high-rise angle. Oh, Kenji, good for one. The double up coming potentially as well as he spams. Safe G trying to peek back into it, shot into the thigh, stays alive. Makita on the wraparound, has that molly through the window.
Oh, he tears the player step a little bit too late. May have been able to swing faster, but it's going to work out. Holding the ground floor now, and Geek get a little bit too bold with it. Eren from the off angle rattled them a little bit, and they are starting to shake, starting to show vulnerability. Another big nade from Saf G though puts them in the advantage once more. One player now standing for Dopeness.
Kenji has the Bizon to play with. What can he do? Not too much there. Spams over on the side, but not enough to keep them in it as the nade from Ragnarok blows him away, and Dopeness off the drop. Exit stage left with 2 elims. But that is a detriment to Geek, John. Even if they reset, it's only a duo.
Yeah, they do win the fight, sure. There was that third party coming through from Ulf as they wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now going to take up that mantle, but this is what you have to be afraid of on these hot drops. They no longer have prio when it comes to getting out to the west. And on a hard shift like this, they have lost too much time for me to really be considering them deeply into the rest of this match. Everybody else much, much faster, and we are going to focus our attention now on teams making that break out west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well, near Ferry Pier, around Quarry. Yangon Galacticos, very much the back of the queue.
See if Yangon can keep some good energy rolling for that roster over the course of today's playdate. A lot of eyes on them Our two reigning champions in the lobby, of course, being Yangon Galacticos, and then behind that, Alpha 7 from the year prior, back in 2024's EWC.
Circle. Oh, no way!
John, what are we doing?
What is going on? Goodness me, a massive Western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful here as well. It's such a quagmire of a position. It just sticks you down. You can't really move freely around it. So for Ulf, they may be able to take the ridgeline, but getting down future may be difficult. I don't think too many teams are going to be able to play around Quarry, and this is going to get nasty. The positions out on the west are difficult to hold, and for Arena, they need to regroup. For Wolves, they need to try and stay alive, and 7-2-1 are going to try and crash on in. Everybody on the south edge being funneled around that Quarry location. Oh, Jackie, this is going to get
Hi, bye, hi. Hello, brother.
There's something in the air.
Hello, brother.
I don't know what happened this year, John, but the circles we've had have resulted in some ridiculous games the whole way through, from start to finish. It's never easy. Feels like we're playing with 50% land in every single game. Half of it's always taken up by the water. Hey ho, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down.
Hello, brother. Hello.
Into a safe location in the zone. The longer they leave this one.
Yangon Galacticos just about making it past Quarry. Ulf actually went straight past Quarry, and they're now very central on this zone, Jackie. They're looking to play out to the west side of the road, towards that coastline, nestling themselves in and looking to maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos happy to post up around those Quarry warehouses for the time being. Maybe move on a little bit further because you've got AGAL moving in behind them. Furia, in the meantime, trying to get out of Primorsk, playing in from that south edge. I like this this move coming through from Igor. Moving one of their players around the headland gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan for the scout out on the west.
Hello.
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, this accelerates.
Team wipe out होनी चाहिए बस भाई, और कुछ नहीं चाहिए, और किसी को कुछ नहीं चाहिए, मुझे तो और कुछ नहीं चाहिए भाई। टीम निपटाओ फटाफट, खटाखट टीम निपटाओ बस, कैसे भी करो टीम निपटाओ।
Have to take a few shots onto Fury as they catch line of sight on the road. This is going to be both teams' POV. Elevated angle, Killer Joe getting swarmed on as well. The AGAL Killer Bees on the move as they head down towards the road, looking to cut round Goat and get themselves into a better position. Doesn't get any easier though. The Wolves just up ahead.
Yeah, and Ulf as well, looking to try and stymie that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of a road, looking to maybe control the shack. Baron's already in occupation.
बहुत ही बेहतरीन फाइट है भाई, बहुत ही बेहतरीन।
Far too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGAL a chance. Catch now in danger as AGAL continue their pursuit to move on forward.
बहुत ही बेहतरीन फाइट है भाई, आयरन फाइट देखने मिल रही है। इतनी बढ़िया फाइट कहाँ देखने मिलती है,
this far, Jackie. Next circle, is it going to be similarly brutal? It goes coastal side, maybe less brutal, but even so, it's nasty.
Smoke.
Still punishing stuff. Cutting out that landmass. Team standing on each other. Shoulder to shoulder.
यहाँ पे क्या फाइट होगा क्या? यहाँ पे फाइट हो सकता है, लिंक रोड पे फाइट होगा।
Barely tucked in behind the ticket booth, found themselves
मारेंगे इसको डाउन
करेंगे। To catch their breath.
मेरे हिसाब से इसको गिरा देंगे।
As well. They're here, they're catching line of sight of this. Few pod shots being fired towards their general direction. Only really 3 squads that are even outside of the zone right now. And Non-Shin Red Force down to Primorsk.
बच गया भाई, फ्लावर्स बच गया भाई, तू बच गया।
Down from the north side.
तू बच गया ब्रो, बहुत लक से बचा है ब्रो, तू जाते जाते बचा है। इसको पता नहीं है बंदा बहुत लक से बच गया ब्रो। Thanks to God bro.
Ulf trying to move into the foothills around it, but AGAL are peppering them. Apparently Aaron is in nade range there. That's a long
Thanks to God you get
looks to try and find some more, but he's already crawling away, crawling back to the rest of the roster.
Hello.
This is great, but they need to start leveraging it for elims. I think that's Aaron down and out. I think it may well be, but Furia and Non-Shin Red Force in the meantime, all on the south side, coming to loggerheads, and nobody's looking happy with this. Furia on 2 players and Non-Shin left on just 1, Jackie.
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more man from Non-Shin, leaving it down to a solo. Fury
फाइटिंग बचेंगे बच जा गाड़ी डैमेज ब्रो
bullet after bullet being injected towards the vehicle. He just keeps driving.
It's almost injected. Almost injured bro. गाड़ी almost injured. फूटेगी. Vehicle is not in health and ये यहाँ पे गया खत्म.
Okay, a little bit wild, but not really too many options left for him. If he'd have stopped maybe a touch earlier, he could have had the hop out, grab some of those shots, but wasn't quite there with it, not quite slick enough. And AGL
दो टीम यहाँ पे अभी तक वाइप आउट हो चुकी है पूरी तरीके से.
Danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
दो टीम वाइप आउट कर दी गई है.
Elimination delivery on that one. Drove in, double checked the code, gave it to him.
दो टीम का एलिमिनेशन वाइप आउट के साथ हो चुका है.
Read on things. Alula back into the fight as well. Geeke taking the head-on approach towards Yangon with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down. That's our third and fourth position team off the back of our opening game of Rondo, already out of the running. So opportunities for some lapping to occur.
Geeke obviously the team that won Pachinki, but kind of lost as well in that first hot drop. We'll be keeping an eye on if that continues to happen for those two teams. And if Geeke continue to win it, if it does. But either way, they will slow themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of this zone, and rightly so. It keeps the coastline in here, and again, RRQ's position on that western side, on that hill, gets stronger and stronger, as well as the compound for E-Arena on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that area of the map.
Could be a game-changing play. Establish a nice area of control for yourselves, force them out. Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2. Foobs man with the quick repairs. He's certified for this one. Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now.
भाई PUBG मोबाइल में गाड़ी रिपेयर भी होती है, मैंने आज देखा.
KRX as well, bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
भाई तब तो इसका हेल्थ भी अपडेट होता होगा. इसका हेल्थ भी अपडेट हो जाता होगा अब तगड़ा.
With 3 players alive on the beachhead. Binny, he's going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water. You need breath, you need health bar.
है भाई एक है.
Go your way.
भाई पानी में बंदा है.
Leaving only 1 player now left standing for them. Over on the northeast side near the backstop for GOAT. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, looks like maybe they want to try and take care of GOAT team first, or at least scout it out. They're wrapped back around fairly quickly, though, as the last player from Kiwoom, DRX, goes down.
Yeah, Foobsman finds that one. We saw the other player, of course, denying it out to the blue, not wanting to give the points over to Furia, so that is where their story ends in game 2. Killer Joe, off-angle peek from the sideline. The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease. Silence replies, though. Shuts down Foobs, leaves him on his last legs. Good nade play from Moxie. Shushes Silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal. Trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. A trio of Furia players with 1 man in the vehicle scouting. Chief on the push back over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
Yeah, the off angle from E-Arena is chiming in as well, and another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from GOAT team. And now it's just Ayala on the forefront.
बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है भाई.
On the back line, it's Igor who needs to come up big here against GOAT team, but they can't push forwards because of that E-Arena off angle, which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for GOAT team. The advantage, though, is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone, because the blue zone is upon them, and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the takedown on GOAT team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say, and they've gone straight into the awaiting arms of Tianba. Terrifying Tianba today. They've changed their fate.
भाई ऐसे टाइम पे ऊपर साइड पे मत चढ़ाओ ना तुम गाड़ी. बात खत्म कर दो. तुम ऐसे टाइम पे गाड़ी ऊपर साइड क्यों चढ़ा रहे हो?
Now they're encroaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super well for everyone. Tiamba able to stay alive on the inside, but losing one on the out, and Liu gets some retribution. AGAL now playing on two in the center of the circle as it shrinks right on top of them. Holding this position would be great, but there's so many angles now staring you down.
Oh, nades are good as well. Primes that one, gets it right on target. Goodbye AGAL. They go down to the nitro they've been given to breakfast. And this is where it gets far more scary as well. Alula, low on HP with a bit of a split on the setup. Yangon Galacticos pushing in as a roster. Coming in together, struggling on contact with one player buckling under the pressure, and Wolves, they smell the opportunity to steal some of these elims. Nade arced over, Elementrix dives out, Romeo will fall, can't withstand that.
Oh, but there is an answer from
Zone start होने वाला है, zone message आ गया bro,
zone potentially to be able to. No, I don't think they can get this res with the blue zone coming on in now. Doesn't quite have the time to get the crawl back. Would be a miracle to get that back to 2. So Faralula may be drawing short here. In the meantime, the Wolves have got GOAT team pushing in behind them. Wolves felt that they were third-partying it, but they've been fourth-partied necessary. Can't quite do what he needed to. As Force goes in with the shotgun trade. Elementrix, though, still on the swivel for Wolves. Doing work. But Killer Joe left to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage, though, and has to dip back.
Killer Joe thrives in these sort of encounters, Sean. That's where he does his best work. He's able to really nail that one with the UMP. Get the quick pick up, looking for the revive on Force as well, so they can fight on as a duo. Turney K.
Oh, he's got it.
He's got the angle, John.
Goat के 2 बंदे
Doesn't
बचे.
quite get the peak fully there, though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the res to come through from GOAT team. Tony K could still play spoiler to it. He sees them 2 on the broadside now. He's going to know exactly where they are, and he can step forwards for it. Force, I think, might know as well. Killer Joe into the buggy. He's rolling forward. They're going to have to play against this, but Tony K gets back, and the arena don't want to overcommit.
भाई buggy में भाग लेकिन क्यों रहे?
Jumps back in the vehicle, puts the pedal to the metal and pieces out for now, whilst Force continues to hit heavy, quick, not fast enough for Alula's escape plan. As only one man remains, Claws cruising over into the awaiting arms of Ulf. They've seen him coming, and if he keeps going, it'll be RRQ that will have this one set up on a platter. Back exposed, easy tags, that's the takedown.
Should have gone that way a little bit earlier. RRQ retreating to the beach side, have given up control over a lot of this hill. It was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is, of course, Furious position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. But that opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle, because they've been quite quiet.
GOAT के बंदे भी बहुत तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं. GOAT
they get a lot more control.
2 बंदे ही हैं, लेकिन वो 2 बंदे भाई आग मचा रहे हैं.
RRQ, or rather in front of them now.
गोट के 2 ही बंदे हैं, लेकिन 2 बंदे भाई फुल आग लगा के रख दिए, फुल एकदम.
Still standing as a trio after losing silence quite some time ago from that engagement over the top. It was Foops that took him out. Nade onto the vehicles. RRQ not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with the zone shifting in as well, crunching further up towards the mainland.
I mean, that's where I wanted RRQ to be looking to play. They kind of probably did want to play that already, but you can see that Furia would have had some pretty solid angles on this. Irina may as well be able to chime in, depending on exactly where you're playing it. But Irina going to have to move, Furia going to have to move.
Bye.
And the crunch in on the east side, I think, it's going to be pretty tricky. Irina looks like they were willing to go for those wraparounds, go quite wide with things, so potential for them to actually move into this west side engagement, but they may just look to push up towards Kiamba and towards Go, as RRQ look to regroup further north and fence off the area from Alpha 7. Nuth, the sub coming in for Alpha 7, will be the player to hold, but he's on the vehicle spot, looking to control it, doesn't quite tag with the first shot over there. It's the top of the hill coming on to play.
They focus all their fire on him. He's able to withstand the pressure and get back up from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7 starts to thrive off the noise being made by the fans in the arena. RRQ detonating the vehicle to shut down the super sub for the side. What can the rest of the roster get up to here? Bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon by Ulf.
Oh my God.
As they go in heavy with the shotguns. Ravo just drives into the middle of it all. Let's go crazy, John.
How on earth does he dodge all of those rounds on the outside? Korea with the seat swap looks for more, but Alpha 7 fall at the final hurdle. Rebel looked immaterial crossing
Okay, बहुत ही बेहतरीन हो रहा है.
Now Furia can roll on in, happy as Larry to go for the fight. Arena wants to try and crunch in behind this too, and they are doing just that.
बमबाड़ी तो बहुत तगड़ा कर रहा भाई ये.
Good damage.
बोट के दो बंदे ही लेकिन बमबाड़ी बहुत तगड़ा होती है.
Now we're seeing that aggression come out, cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back.
गए तो 3D वाला पिक्चर देखने, 3D वाला चश्मा उड़ा दिया भाई. That came really true.
Down they go. Furia looking to piece themselves back together. Arena maybe a little bit too slow.
Okay, OP.
Ulf as well. Look at a challenge.
OP, bro.
Over on the northern side, obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. Arena on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side, they have got control. They've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is
Oh my god. Hi. And also guys, जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया, सब्सक्राइब कर दो जो भी
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. You can see all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat once again as well. But they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in game 2, out of the contest here. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injection to point out of this for Tianba as well, thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start.
Hello. Bolo.
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tianba. They are going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through. Shrink's pretty dead center. I don't think there's too much to worry about for the Arena, for Tianba, and for Furia. But for GOAT team, I think this is going to be their big test, right? They are just playing on this one tree. They've got some vehicles in the back lines, sure, but they have to move. And where do you go? Where do you go? It might just have to be a crazy wide sweep up to the north, but Tianba are going to light you up. The Arena are going to light you up. You need a pick. You need an opening. I just don't see GOAT team moving forwards.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach for them. For Furia, they've been trying to build
right,
nice
all right,
points on
bro,
this game,
all
taking
right.
the heat to teams when they think there's a chance to get a drop
All
on them.
right.
Lukowski trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway
All
for Scarface to
right,
get
no
him back on his
problem.
feet.
बाकी सब्सक्राइब वगैरह
This
जोड़
could
दो
be
भाई.
another chance for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even further with 2 elims going their way if they do it cleanly.
Yeah, GOAT team, you really can't be doing anything here. Killer Joe just looking for some angles, but there's nothing to do. Fair enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down last. Scarface now under pressure as Tianba actually take the elim over on towards Kelsey, and Scarface still kicking.
Hello.
Takes a knee. Arena in the meantime. Hello. South side. A nade will finish off Scarface, but Ayala now needs to be secured, and this is beautiful sweep across from Arena. Furia have committed to that north side, and there is now nothing stopping Arena taking the entirety of this ridgeline in a 3-way engagement.
Yeah,
मुझे देखना है ये टॉप 3 में ग्राइंड कौन करेगा.
Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a moment to get the drop on them.
टॉप 3 में ग्राइंड कौन
Fury
करेगा.
down to 3 players of Ayala.
मुझे ज़्यादा उम्मीद लग रहा है
head-to-head
ये के
versus Scarface.
लिए.
That puts so much more pressure on this team. They've got to get him back up. They'll have a few seconds here to top his HP up. Thankfully, he's done so. But they've crunched so much space, so much map control away.
So much.
Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nades they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well. And the Arena actually going to regress on their hold, not wanting to stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways.
Bye. Bolo, bye.
Like giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it. Still waiting for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved.
Clocking होने
has
वाला
to leave his little ridge.
अभी जो होने वाला है ना बैंकर होने वाला है भाई, बहुत बैंकर.
That's where he's
देखते रहो बस.
pacing himself towards. Ayala cannot find an angle.
बहुत बैंकर होने वाला है.
For love nor money right now. No chance to get a raw free peek onto them. Just looking to cast that first stone, open it up with an advantage. The first domino falling for either of these squads will be very detrimental for the arena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got one extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but they still need a clean fight. Pin from either side, it wouldn't really change much.
Next stage closes dead central on this.
भाई ये spam call बहुत आते हैं
really
अपने
has
पास.
the full inside track, but Arena have the most ability to move around.
इतना अच्छा भी
If
मेरा
Furia
कुछ
go
काम
down,
नहीं करता
Tiamba
जितना
can
call
start to
करते.
move up the hill. That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards the arena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems for Mormon. The Molotov's there as well, but he has the smoke to cover his vision and hits the deck. Looks to get some healing. No knock found.
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades got out either side. It felt like one bullet away from him falling.
सिर्फ 4 बंदे बाकी सबके 2-2 बंदे बहुत बेहतरीन मैच होने वाला है. ईवे के सिर्फ 4 बंदे, चारों
need to
हील.
engage on this. Is it easier to try and wrap around onto Tiamba's side? Do they just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them? They're going to go in the direction of Tiamba. Ayala.
Yamba,
A little bit
Yamba.
closer than they are. Had the DPS
Yamba,
primed.
bro,
Scouting
Yamba,
play as well.
Yamba करेगा कुछ Yamba.
Losing a lot of space from this peak up from here.
Yamba तो hope लगा कि बहुत लोग बैठे मैं देख रहा हूँ.
out there.
Final zone closing as well now, Jackie. It's straight into the middle. Can't hang about now. No elims for E-Arena. So they would love to try and sweep a couple of these up. Over the top of the hill, they're looking to put a pressure onto Furia, but they fight back. Eco goes 1-for-1 on the trade, which is not great news for them. But where are Tiamba?
E-Arena जीतेगी भाई. E-Arena जीतेगी फिक्स से भाई. E-Arena जीतने वाली है भाई. ये श्योर है. पहले से मैं लिख के देता भाई. E-Arena जीतेगी. एक बंदा नॉक है, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, इनके 2 बंदे नॉक है. E-Arena नेटबाजी बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से हो रही है. E-Arena को इस समय आके यहाँ पे भाई हाथ साफ कर लेना चाहिए अगर चाहे तो. अगर हाथ साफ करना चाहती है तो बहुत आराम से कर सकती है. इसके बाद में हाथ साफ करने नहीं मिलेगा.
Getting hit from all sides as well. They're going slightly too far deep. That one looks good. Great chip damage onto Furia. Chief with a reply. Mormon's drop. Joker hits the headshot back onto him. It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tiamba.
E-Arena के 2 बंदे. Oh my God.
Finally, a
Tight
second
10
knock,
लेके
and now
जाएगी.
Furia on 1. Tiamba have read this nicely. Ego the last to go, and they wrap around. They roll it down.
गया.
Juicy wants to
गया.
shut out and E-Arena
गया.
now. The last hurdle,
गया.
Tiamba's back to back.
गया. Eliminate. 2 versus 3. 2 versus 3 versus 3. 3 versus 2 versus 1. 2 versus 1. Titan second round जीतते हुए. Titan second round जीतते हुए.
3. Can he make it work? Mormon now bleeding out to the zone. E-Arena will fall.
सेकंड राउंड जीते हुए ब्रो. बहुत ही एक्सट्रीम लेवल का खेला है बंदे. बहुत एक्सट्रीम लेवल खेला है. बहुत बेहतरीन खेला है ब्रो. चिचा बहुत बेहतरीन खेला है. तारीफें कायम है ब्रो. तारीफें करने लायक खेला है भाई. तारीफें लायक खेला है ब्रो. तारीफें लायक.
The lobby and turn up massively with not only one chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back to back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
Really brilliant opener coming through for a team that, as we were saying, there were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style. They only just about managed to get into the survival stage with a late in the day chicken dinner. But they did look much better during that chicken dinner, during those group stages. And this is exactly the sort of development you want to see. Able to go, I think it was 11 eliminations as well there, Jackie. It is a monumental start for them. Easier.
Yeah, dream start, man. That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get 1 chicken dinner, but 2 already locked in. Playing it smart. I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups.
बहुत ही बेहतरीन मैच था ब्रो.
Yeah, I mean, the instance right at the end there, where they saw 1 knock on either side, they said, you know what, now's as good as any. The zone's closing, we've got to go. They had the nades, a little bit off target with the nades. I think it's safe to say they didn't have a full read on the position of Furia, so overexpending a little bit of utility there. So still improvements to be made, but I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards E-Arena, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game for a team that plays second place.
Yeah, it is surprising. It is surprising. I think for it's scary as well, because obviously, we historically had that one massive game in the group stage where we were thinking, damn, okay, they're looking absolutely sick. They're really playing confidently in the head-to-heads as well. The longer it's gone on, there's moments where you're thinking, when are they going to get that second wind again? Not necessarily from the tactical side, but more from just the willingness to actually show how good they are as individuals in terms of the gun skill. We know it's there, John. It's just got to rear its head once again. But today, so far, it's all about Tianba.
Yeah, I mean, for the players on side, they do need to start to step up, be a little bit more like Tianba. I think it's safe to say we're going to head down to the stage and we're going to catch up with some of the players.
Yes, we are. And who are we going to talk to other than Tianba and QZZ here? Back-to-back wins to start off the survival stage. What a result. And let's ask about that, right? Back-to-back wins. Obviously, in the group stage, you didn't have the easiest of time. So what was the focus for the team between the group stage coming into now the survival stage?
QZ 首先恭喜你们已经2连世纪了，非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛的时候可能打得不算那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态调整过来了。能不能跟我们说你们当时调整的时候主要注重哪些方面呢？
其实我们没有做太多的调整。其实前2天其实大致上没什么问题，但是每个人的状态可能不是很好，然后。昨天调整了一些东西，然后大家状态都变好了一些。然后我的调整就是我加了个手机壳，因为我用那个手机老断触，但加了手机壳之后断触会变少很多。
Outside that, we didn't really make a lot of adjustments. I think that we were, in terms of strategy, I think we were absolutely fine. It's just that in the group stages, I think everyone's form was just a little lackluster. And then coming to the survival stage, I think we are now performing a lot better. I think everyone's form is just peaking right now. And in terms of adjustments, for me personally, what I adjusted was I added a case to my phone. And I think that really helped to reduce some of the kind of like not registering some of my key inputs, my touches. So I think that really helped as well.
More accurate at all. That makes a lot of sense. And going to the Rondo game, you guys came in from the south side of the river and played alongside the river for almost the whole game. What were the biggest threats to you guys for that first win?
当时你们第一张图的时候，你们相当于就是从那条河的南边，就是进圈的，然后而且你们相当于是我唯一之最站在那边，然后你们就一直沿着那条河的南边在那边打了一整场。当时一整场下来，你能不能跟我说一下最主要的一些威胁会是什么呢？
其实最主要的威胁是我们准备反清山上的一波，然后我们差点被右边的 KR 叉给溜了，然后但是我们当时顶住那一波，然后那波可能是最具威胁的一波。
Well, I'll say the most dangerous point was when we were trying to clear a hill, and then I think KRX actually had the slip on us, and it was a very tough battle. I think it was a really dangerous moment for us, but we managed to hold on and we managed to fight back, and we managed to win that battle. And I think that was the single most we almost got eliminated point.
All right, QZZ, amazing once again. Thank you very much. Thank you for the translations. That does it for us down here on the stage. Will Tianba get another win on the day? Looking like it. It's crazy.
Tianba doing their best impressions of Drake with that back-to-back, because this team is definitely showing up here at Survival Stage of PMWC at EWC 26. But don't forget, it is PMWC. There is a PMWC lucky spin currently going on within the game. Make sure you log in, do the spins, do all the fun stuff before he goes away, because we do have the Electron energy set, the Proton power set, and the stunning Alien Fusion Grossa, which Max was telling me it ends up glowing on the dark. This was co-created with PvP creator Nana, and I want the Grossa.
Same.
I want that Grossa, Neptura. But talking about the game, this last game, Tianba, oh my, especially that ending too. The way that they ended up pushing to Furia and then just demolish E-Arena is what we want to see out of Tiamba, Max.
By the way, before we do get into the nitty-gritty analysis of the finishing of that game, the Rondo win, Tinlong Garden drop, they go to a Northern finish, they win that game. Here, they drop Yasnaya Poliana, they win a Western Coast finish. I don't know how they keep doing it, man. Their rotations are on a separate level here at PMWC 2026 as we check out the player stats here. And QZZ, Milu, oh my goodness, 4.5 average eliminations per game so far today, putting up the numbers. And I didn't predict them to make it because I was actually quite disappointed by them in their groups. And it's clearly working out for them, Niptro. Well done, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we still got a long couple of days ahead of us, but based on the last two games, I think we can really start to change our minds about them. They're being very, very consistent. What I really love is that they bided their time. They waited, right? Well, there go my notes.
What?
Because...
She's attacking me.
Yeah, I'm attacking him. No, because they were just sitting underneath this hill, right?
Yes.
Waiting for these two to get together, start fighting, and then push. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that push on Furia, of course, the timing of that is great because Furia is at their absolute weakest. And also, E-Arena are trying to get a revive back on their fallen comrade. But I wanted to focus very clearly on this replay on Milu and QZZ. The focus, the sheer determination at that moment, putting the focus on the same player at the same time. What an absolutely amazing fragging duo. And clearly they're the main reason so far they've been successful on this opening day of survival stage. Loving the synergy of those two guys in particular.
Loving that synergy, loving the action that they're currently putting on. 12 eliminations there for Tiamba, being able to come off with the win. Furia, this is a team that we've been wondering where have they been. They finally ended up showing up here in this game, Max, with those 7 eliminations, 12 points total.
Happy to see it, really. What a hold on Primorsk in particular. They were holding off Nongshim Red Force. I know Blank was very excited about their hold on to GOAT in particular, making a massive statement that hilltop is their hilltop for the rest of that game. So Furia, you know, a little bit topsy-turvy back in the group stage, but Niptro this time around, strong podium finish, which is what we love to see from that Brazilian squad.
No, I do like it. I like it a lot. The only thing I want to say, if I could just really nitpick here, is that they they had a very strong mid game, right? Very strong, very proactive. I really enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, Furia, they're coming in strong. We also saw them move on to the RRQ and A7 fight really quickly with so much force. There was no backing. There was no coming back from that for RRQ. So very, very well done. But they kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive with EA. I know that they were, you know, intimidated by Tiamba there, that other third team rather being there, but I would have liked just a little bit more momentum coming through from them. Side note onto Tiamba, actually, speaking of momentum, Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that? When they realized that fight was finally happening, they went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good, but I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Furia in particular, slowing down a bit at the end. I don't want to criticize that too much. I think it was actually a good play for them to slow it down. The reason why, we knew that whichever team fights last, chances are they're going to get the win at the very end. Furia fighting E-Arena, they're like, we want to try and get rid of E-Arena, but if we fully commit to the fight and take even more knocks, eventually Tiamba's going to rock up on us, which is actually what happened, right? So I do get your point, but at that moment when all the 3 teams are just ready to go at a moment's notice, Furia, I think, made the most out of it, and this is a team that I did not expect to make on the podium, but you know what? A strong podium finish from Furia on a very hard circle for that squad, by the way. I think that's still a win.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for the Brazilian squads, you have Alpha 7 still not being able to do that well. Only putting up points via placement in this last one because the eliminations just weren't there.
Yeah, elimination. I think it's a hard zone, though. It's a hard circle to really get eliminations. You've got so many.
Tiamba was able to do it.
Tiamba was able to do it. I think it's
and they don't land even close to that.
True. I think it's probably one of those things where it's like you get in there early, you're able to do something. If you avoid teams, then you know that eastern side was very, very busy. So yeah, you can get a lot of elims if you're there. But I think there's just so many angles. What it's actually doing is intimidating teams into not taking those fights because there's so many angles. Those angles are completely covered, and so you're like, I can't make a move in this.
EWC वाले यार मुझे भी बुला लो, मुझे दीदी से मिलना है.
Tiamba, which really enabled them in the first place to be a contender for that chicken dinner, is they had all these teams over to the eastern side in the swamp. They're like, just let's get away from that position. It's not worth it. So I love seeing that they understand when a fight is just not worth taking. But you know what? Chicken dinners are definitely worth taking. 2 chicken dinners, 35 points. Tiamba making it happen on Rondo. And the first angle. And you know what? With only 12 games to play here, if they don't pull an E-Arena, Neptura, top 6 is
Rate my new style, guys.
I mean,
Rate
top
my
6 is
new
looking
style.
very, very nice. The thing
10
that
out
we have
of.
to watch out for is it's a
Who
group B
hi,
all over again.
who
It
you
really is,
supporting?
because you've got that
I'm
plus
always
bunch at the
supporting
top. You've
Godlike.
got 45
I'm only
points
supporting
versus that
Godlike, but
19
for
we
the
saw there.
survival,
Everybody
I
could
am
still get into
supporting.
top 6. Probably gonna still go that way by the end
I
of
can't
today.
tell.
We're probably gonna see
I
the
can't
same
tell, bro.
sort of-
I will not tell you.
gaps being in that
विवाद हो
leaderboard.
जाएगा.
And
I will
so,
not
yeah,
tell
we're
you.
looking at a very spicy
This
survival
will
stage
become
at this point
controversy. I will
for
not tell you.
Beginning of the day,
I am
we're talking
sorry.
about Sony story of the day. No sponge points against what?
I don't
Now,
want anything
Tiamba's
in
like,
a
we are here. We're
controversial
gonna be
thing.
sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up. But before we go into the next game, we're gonna be sending it over to Kalaris.
I can't tell here, brother.
Yeah, you know, I'd
Just
really
I am supporting
like
my
to talk about
favorite
all
team.
the other
That's it.
teams here in the survival stage. I'd really not
I'm
like to
supporting one
overlap
of
with
the
what
my
you guys are
favorite
saying.
team.
But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do? I think, though, if we really kind of step back and look at those two
I'm
victories,
supporting
they
my
got earlier,
favorite team.
Blank,
That's it.
winning
That's
in the
it.
face of adversity is what has made Tiamba a world-class team. On Rondo, on the Riverside, being able to hold that down as long as they did, and then on Erangel, sending it from the swamp location, and the perfect timing, very, very important as well.
You are a stage heavy hitter, aren't you?
To whom you are supporting, bro? Let me know. To
Some
whom
hard
you are
facts, some
supporting.
hard knowledge. I like it. But it is correct. The adversity
Caroli.
has been a big thing for them. but they've been
Caroli.
decisive, clean on a lot of their pushes. I think
I
even
like
just not
that
last
girl
game
who is
alone,
anchoring.
it's nice to see
I like
QZ
that
with a bit
girl.
of teamwork going on. Milu was bouncing off him so well.
I
It's also
like
crazy.
that
I think
anchoring
one of the things
girl.
I like about PL teams is they will use the DBS at mega distance.
Yes.
And it works.
I will say as well, I can pull the
भाई ये कोरियन बंदा भी sexy है एकदम sexy. Guys, to whom you guys are supporting, please let me know. To whom you are supporting. आप लोग किसको support कर रहे हो? Please मुझे बताओ भाई. To whom you are supporting, I want to know.
He hurt his hand from the high five alone. So, yes, they were very, very happy.
It's a strong high five right there.
To whom you guys are supporting, please let me know in comment, bro. To whom you are supporting. I'm totally supporting Godlike. मेरा totally support Godlike के लिए भाई.
FMVP there as well with 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage. Crazy result from him.
मेरा totally support Godlike के लिए full support, 100% support.
And how good he is as a player.
I am YG fan, bro, but
it's easy enough to be that front man, but you have to have people who are
they are
pulling
not
you into
even
that.
on world class level. Okay. That's called true fan, bro. That's called true fan. You are true fan for them. That's called true fan for them. आप loyal हो, बात खत्म भाई. You are loyal for them. You are loyal to your team. आप टीम को support कर रहे हो. That is the biggest thing. वो एक दिन बड़े level पे आएगी. That team will become like international level. Don't worry. Your favorite team will play next year EWC. Don't worry. That is my 100% support to your team.
I am super impressed by what we've just seen in these first two games.
It's definitely astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit of a other side of the card.
The thing is only matter to whom you are supporting, why you are supporting, and the reason you are supporting. That things are totally matter.
Dominated just by LOS control, keeping themselves on the left-hand side towards the coast.
Nothing else, भाई. जो आप कर रहे हो वो बढ़िया होता है. अपने टीम को. Thank you, bro. Cheers. Cheers, bro. Cheers. For your favorite team, bro. For your favorite team. YG fans. For your favorite team.
We had another weird one though with E-Arena. They had a 4-man.
Also, thanks for subscribing me if you have subscribed. Also, thanks in advance if you have subscribed my channel.
Came down to Fury and Tiamba to really close it out.
Yamba.
So do I.
Because the thing is you were
Brother, will you tell me in EWC 2 which
actually okay from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 elims, but then kind of flub it in some of these moments. Yes,
that are also top class teams, yaar. That are also top class teams, buddy. Don't worry.
Not looks fantastic, so they need to really kind of change.
That's our top class teams
throughout the survival stage. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. It is time to head over to the casters once again for another game on the grass pastures of Erangel.
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's head on in. Are we going to get another hot drop in Pachinki? Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least 60% of its area?
भाई सारी टीम आ गई है, बहुत ही बेहतरीन होने वाला है.
Time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to.
I always think like सारी टीम बढ़िया हो, सारी टीम अपने लेवल पे बेस्ट खेले, प्लेयर जीते, जो भी जीते फेयर हो. डिसीजन ऑलवेज फेयर आए क्योंकि हम जो जनता है, हम जिसको सपोर्ट करते हैं, हम चाहते हैं वो जीते। मैं जैसे गॉड लाइक को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, आई एम ट्रूली फैन ऑफ गॉड लाइक, तो आई वांट कि लाइक हर कोई जो भी अपने टीम के लिए सपोर्ट कर रहा है उसकी टीम जीते, फेयर हो, जो भी जीते फेयर हो, फेयर चांस हो, बाद में रिग्रेशन ना हो, सिंपल एज सिंपल, फेयर डिसीजन आए भाई, खत्म कहानी, नथिंग एल्स। अल्फा 7 yo bro, yo clocking, डिसीजन फेयर आना चाहिए और कुछ नहीं है भाई, टीम बढ़िया है। डिसीजन बेटर हो, कुछ भी हो, बहुत से ओरिजिनल डिसीजन आना चाहिए, फेयर डिसीजन आना चाहिए, कैसा भी हो भाई, आई नो दैट ओनली।
Around, playing on that spawn island, waiting for the plane.
Timing is clocking started. Timer has started, bro.
As the lights start to change, the music gains some tempo, and we are gunning for another game here on Erangel. The plane path last time was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out. A lot of area accessible. No real impetus to go for vehicle hot drop.
Chalo, started. Finally, match has started. Let's go. Let's go, guys.
West leaning. So maybe there is some more.
Plane is flying.
But are we going to see the hot drop in Pachinki? It's. I mean, I just really don't like hot drops in general. I'm generally kind of against them. Maybe you can excuse it for the
just I want कि भाई फेयर डिसीजन आए, जो भी टीम जीते, जो भी टीम के हिट में जाए, वो टीम फेयर हो, वो टीम भाई डिजर्विंग हो, डिजर्विंग टीम जीते। ओवरऑल आई जस्ट वांट दैट, आई जस्ट वांट डिजर्विंग टीम शुड बी विन दिस मैच। डिजर्विंग जो परफॉर्मेंस कर रही है, मेहनत कर रही है, एफर्ट डाल रही है, वो टीम जीतनी चाहिए। बाकी सारी टीम बढ़िया कर रही है, मैं किसी टीम के अगेंस्ट नहीं हूँ, मेरा सपोर्ट गॉड लाइक को है, जो कि मैं फर्स्ट पेज पे आके बोल सकता हूँ, बट विनिंग टीम वही होनी चाहिए जो फेयर खेल रही है। ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम। मिलिट्री बेस जाएंगे शायद, जो मिलिट्री बेस जाएगा उसके लिए बेटर हो जाएगा भाई, मिलिट्री बेस जाओ, सरवाइव करने मिलेगा, लूट करने मिलेगा, लूट करके मार सकते हो। देखा गोट आ रही है, गोट आ रही है भाई, गोट। गोट लोग को उनको पता है भाई कि कहाँ से कैसे निकालना है। गोट ऑलवेज नो। Where else do you stream only YT? I do only stream on YT, bro, and I am just doing PUBG mobile stream first time because of WEC. I am the official co-streamer partner, watch party partner for EWC. So that's the reason I have started the streaming, because when I get approved for EWC co-partner streaming, so then only I have started streaming on YouTube. You can check my channel, there is only 2 stream related to the EWC. Unless I can't do stream, I only put video of Valorant, Free Fire, BGMI, that's it. I'm truly fan of Valorant, and I know like more about BGMI and PUBG mobile, so that's the reason I am streaming this. But from background, I am totally from the background of Free Fire.
Imagine trying to get across the bridge as fast as possible. The question is, what sort of ammunition does
I am die-hard fan, but die-hard fan.
Someone on the cross looks for the iron sight, spray down with the AKM. There is still.
By the way, where are you from? What is your complete good name and where are you from, bro? What is your complete good name? From where are you? Let me know, bro. Oh my God, EA has started fighting.
I think AGAL just make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max
precision. He has already started fighting, bro. That is really supreme.
Spray from far away, John.
Where are you from?
From AGAL, hitting the DCK. It's not even how you spell deck at this point. It's one of those days, John.
Hi. Bro, just मैं YT पे stream करता हूँ, मैं और कहीं नहीं करता हूँ। मैं कहीं stream नहीं करता हूँ, just YT. I do stream only on YT, nothing else. I just do stream on YT. There is a many platform where I could also want, but for now I am streaming on YT only. I don't have access for any other platform because my all fan base has available on YT only.
Towards Yasnaya, given the circle, smart. I like it. No notes. Furia out on the west side.
Titan Eagle
contested, and we're firmly into the looting phase now.
Titan Milu. Eagle. Time bar, team time bar, time bar.
Versus fans and
Time
Alpha
bar,
7 and Unison
time bar.
have been stationed in a similar area of the stage.
Circle closing zone 16.
Fired up. The drums being
I'm
played.
from.
Any good at the drums, John?
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification in the United Kingdom for our international viewers.
Oh no, you are the from tier 1 city, bro. Don't
You
worry.
know, Kalaris
I
is a
love that.
phenomenal drummer.
Is he?
Love
He's
you.
really good.
Love you.
Okay,
That's not even a joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely.
Love you, bro. Full support. Full
We'll
support
patch
to
that
you
one through.
for your
We'll get
favorite
James on
team
the
too.
move during the game, don't worry.
I love that you are watching from the that place.
Alola looking to drum themselves up.
Love you, bro.
chance
No
in
problem. Love
towards
you. Love you.
Those finals. In second place, they've been doing a fine job of it so far, with the points they've been able to accrue. Obviously a deep run into that first match. Really notable performance coming through from
It's
them.
nearby Thailand, right?
Maybe
It's
a little
nearby
bit too
Thailand.
slow in terms of dealing with Tianba down on that south side of them, but they're still up on 19 points. They're still in the top
nearby
6 for
Thailand.
the time being, as close as it is.
I love that, bro.
However, in Primorsk
Brother,
right
will
now,
you
there's
let
a
me know
long road ahead
for
of them
which
to
team
try
you are
and make their way
supporting in EWC? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, quicker early moves.
Thank
for
you, bro.
some.
Thank you.
Others using
Lot
the
of love, lot
availability
of love
a
to
longer,
you.
Safer rotate. Obviously, this is more the consistent sort of play that we prefer to see from squads like Goat and Yangon with how they want to approach it. Something you'll all want to see, though, of course, are the amazing weapon skins that we've got going on here with the event that's currently occurring.
OP, bro. OP teams are playing and surviving here. That's I really like. And draw for the narrator team set.
A powerful beast, and you want to lock it inside you.
Oh
you
my
want to keep
god.
it and elevate yourselves to find those various levels of different tails. Moving on into your games on PUBG Mobile.
PUBG Mobile. PUBG Mobile.
Looking to add another tale to their story in these survival stages. 5 teams. Well,
Survival
fifth place
stage
rather,
is
on the
like
tables
something
right now.
that कि भाई
16
यहाँ
points,
पे
very
सबको
much
मजा
in the
मिलता है,
thicket, as we said,
सबको
with the points being
अपॉर्चुनिटी
fairly
मिलती है
level
भाई
when you exclude
ग्रो करने का,
Tianba
खेलने का,
from the top side.
तो बढ़िया चीज़ है भाई,
Furia looked fairly
बहुत बढ़िया
dynamic in
चीज़
that
है.
last
I like
match.
that. बहुत ही बढ़िया चीज़ है.
And they took agency into their own hands, which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through, play towards this mansion open area west of prison, with shelter positions as well. A lot of open ground, a lot of rolling hills in this zone. So you need to make sure you get your little patch under control.
Furia roaming. RRQ potentially going to be in front of their path as well, so could be a chance for a couple pot shots. There's an overextend on the scout, pulls back quickly enough to get behind them.
Bro, don't have a favorite team, but
They're being fairly civil right now, Jackkeeper. Getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open to each other, but
really, I like that your choice. Really, you really said well, bro. You really said well. I like that thing.
Spray down.
Correct.
I mean, fair enough. You follow them a little bit. Try and get some information. In the meantime, Geeky run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest
YG
side.
and that top.
Aaron on the upstairs.
Top.
Looks for more swaps to the weapon. Does a lot of work around the door frame, but the shotgun still.
YG is really doing
not quite enough, but Ulf have lost one on the flip side.
Oh my god, fight is going
Across the
top
way.
1 level.
Scarface has taken a tumble, and Geeky are giving
Me
it
too,
at
bro,
least
me
as good as
too.
they get, if not better.
Yeah, it would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game 1, at least keeping themselves in an elevated position in the points and the placements going into game 2, nowhere near as clean. If they had an uncomfortable start here, lost their players, limped away, would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf, as it will only be a duo that remains.
play कर रही क्या?
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot
I don't know
more
भाई कौन सी
firepower
टीम
to
बताया
hold
इसने,
down
ठीक
those
है,
open
but
areas,
ठीक है, YG तो समझ में आता है,
the dips
YG
around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area. So you have
YG
to
supporter
try
YG
and find something, keep this one going as the
map.
zone
Oh,
coming on through. for the next
It's look
for our
amazing.
Stage 2 zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very
Okay.
firmly on the south edge there.
Zone is
Jackie,
running faster,
but
I
it
think.
keeps a lot
Zone
of
is running
land in.
faster.
We're moving
जितना मैं वो
away
कर रहा
from
हूँ,
the
zone
Yasnaya
बहुत
fields.
ज़्यादा
We're
फास्ट
moving
भाग रहा है
down
भाई.
towards the farm
Zone
area.
कुछ ज़्यादा
The
फास्ट
positions
भाग रहा है अभी.
east of
पहले
Potato
से ज़्यादा
Hill
फास्ट
and
भाग
those
रहा.
shelter positions out on the east side, I think are going to cause a lot of problems here. Because
Zone
we've
is
got
running
so
faster,
many
bro.
teams on the northeast edge. RRQ are already posted up around that area. It looks like they are retreating a bit though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to get messy. It's going to.
That's a John Allen guarantee.
I don't joke about mess.
You can trust those. Man, it's been a bit bumpy as well for a squad like 721 GS, right? See a POV here. That a few games.
Zone is running faster than acceptable. भाई जो acceptable भी नहीं है उससे ज़्यादा zone फास्ट भाग रहा है मेरे हिसाब से. अभी मैच स्टार्ट हुआ था और जोन गाइस यहाँ पर इतना छोटा हो गया. लेट्स सी, लेकिन बहुत ही बेहतरीन मैच हो रहा है भाई. मेरा सपोर्ट पूरी की पूरी तरीके से गॉड लाइक के लिए ब्रो. दिल से गॉड लाइक, दिल से गॉड लाइक. आई एम टोटली सपोर्टिंग गॉड लाइक फ्रॉम द फ्रंट पेज बिकॉज वी आर फ्रॉम इंडिया. दिल से गॉड लाइक, EWC दिल से गॉड लाइक भाई. हम दिल से गॉड लाइक को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. बट हियर आई वांट भाई फॉर सर्वाइवल. मैं अभी तक जितना देख रहा हूँ ये बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है. ये ने बहुत बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स लाके दिए एंड साथ में गुड ये एंड गुड. 2 एलिमिनेट कर दिया भाई बंदों ने. 2 एलिमिनेट कर दिया और वो भी 2 अभी तक किल ही हुए. 2-3 टोटल.
Like you said, in the position, I thought it was going to be the northeast side. That was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, the positions players moving out the wolves from Milta past Kiwoom DRX, who did actually rotate over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and force the teams in the area out wide. AGAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that Milta Power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now slung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwoom DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
I think for KRX as well, right? This is sort of the middle portion of the day where you're thinking, okay, guys, got to lock in a little bit here, get a bit more energy, some wind back under the sails. They want to push for more. Locked in last place right now in the overall standings. Not the dream whatsoever. We'll see as the zone comes in as well if there's going to be any benefit here, if it pulls up more so towards that north side. No.
Okay.
All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central
squads.
Guys,
to whom you guys are supporting, let me know in chat. Chat, let me know to whom you are supporting. Chat.
Tiamba pushing down as well.
Around that Ulf position, Dopeness just about 2 players, so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight. In the meantime, on the southeast edge, it looks like Kiwoom DRX having a tough time of things against Alpha 7, as 2 of them have already gone down. And there's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn.
I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They've effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over Aria, pushing over as well with AGAL in their line. Back up. Distance, so if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation, see if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation. And indeed, they do head further and further west, getting out of dozens. And the Wolves actually managed to get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but a player from Dopeness as well. To try and make your way into the center of the zone. I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie. We're a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
It could be a good reposition for Alpha 7 as well. Last time we saw them, of course, they had that great injection back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound. Then they were briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that one. Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players. They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center setup right now from Nonshin. Red Force haven't had to move or fight for anything in quite some time.
And they got all 4 of their players alive as well. This is pretty decent news for Tiamba, although that less so. They have taken a knock onto QZZ on that eastern side with RRQ bearing down upon them. In the meantime, Furia and AGAL starting to come to the forefront of the fighting. As there's 1, there's 2 knocks as well. A flush coming through from Igors. And the nades can't quite repel them, can't quite rebuff them in time. And Maple trying to stand against an onslaught from Furia. This is tough stuff. XCZ also feeling the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yangon Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Not enough to punish him with. Chief going to set back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad. AGAL going down swiftly as they will lose out. Removed from the equation here as Furia are still standing.
On that south side, lining the roadside now. Well, more of a path, really, if we're honest, but we'll be able to use that ridge line that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to launch themselves forwards, but I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take on the other Brazilian side. They're not quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie. They're calming things down. And hit the deck, belt buckles, meeting dirt.
A lot of noise in the arena right now. Here at the Kadir City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery with the energy coming out in support of Alpha 7. Meanwhile, GOAT team taking some shots. That's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner, and rightly so. First elim on the board there for Smile.
They want to hunt for more. There are goats out to the west, and they want to find them. E-Arena and Al-Ula now coming into conflict. Remember, E-Arena losing a player on the drop, so they are as 3, and 3 players from Al-Ula bearing down upon them. A 4th to join them pretty swiftly too. Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hold, but 2 immediate knocks come through, and the flushes are brutal and coordinated. 2 now players for Al-Ula on the back side of this fight, but there is a 3rd party from Go Up the Hill, R3B, now the last to stand for Al-Ula, and E-Arena hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Turney K for the final elim there. There was no way to get into that compound.
No, not for love nor money. Couldn't brute force their way through, but talking of which, look who's in the back line. GOAT team's representative, the solo, a force arcs the nade through the doorway to try and deal damage. That's going to be the spread from the molly, making it uncomfortable. Another one bounces just off the periphery.
problem aa gaya tha.
A further Molotov goes in,
keeping them guessing. Wi-Fi का चल रहा है, अभी भी चल रहा है, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, बट ठीक हो जाएगा. No problem, भाई ठीक है. हम देखते हैं. 12 टीम अलाइव है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. 12 टीम अलाइव है भाई, मजा आएगा.
In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this
fight
because the circle's gone southeast, and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade, and in he goes. The DBS in hand, looks for one, but he can't even connect on the first. And E-Arena stay alive as 3. They have to get a move on though, Jackie. They've got 30 seconds, or well, a little bit less now, to move before this zone is going to shut them out.
12 teams
decent
still alive.
to try and conquer as well to get over there, so it's not an easy pathway for them.
देखना पड़ेगा मुझे.
The solo representative of GO team there having it all blow up in his face. Ironic after how many nades
Something
he
new
throws.
problem is facing by me.
But it is what it is. In the arena, if you thought you'd finally have a safe exit path, no chance to egress yet as DK come back in for even more. 5 nades in the back pocket. Let's see if he can do better than GOAT on these. Chuck in one straight through the doorway.
ऐसा हो सकता है आप भी जो होगा आप भी देख रहा हो कि 5 10 वो नंबर नहीं बढ़ सकता है खुद हो सकता है.
They're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cycloud up on top as well for Yangon with potential chance on the periphery. Are they even going to get out here, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They got a lot of distance already. 2 players from E-Arena
कोई बात नहीं ना भाई, कोई बात नहीं.
Maybe the sacrificial lamb.
No problem bro, no problem. हम तो फिर भी कर लेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
Geeky are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Geeky are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this one happen. The fact that they've let two players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into a vehicle and get into this one, depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage. But yeah, for Arena, I feel like Geeky may have overcommitted for it, and instead they're losing more than they gained by quite a long way.
Network fluctuating.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the knock-on effect, right? Smile just being able to third party onto this with the backup of SayCloud further ahead. So for Arena, been trapped for so long. Every time they get past one squad, another one comes over to punish them once again. So they're farming points off the back of this with Mormon going down to the play zone.
Hi guys.
Schweppes barely pushed out. But there's a timeline where he's the only
I'm totally
survivor
hoping
left.
for good for like
fragmented off the back of their engagement. Results in the last
no
man
team alive and
falling to
29 players, no team. 29 players, no team. Let's see who will win.
Toe to toe, and right now
29 players, no team.
Anything in the back pocket because they've only got one player now left standing all the way on the outside. And could our top team finally take a tumble? With 3 elims, they'd be going down with just the one placement point. He's trapped out in the blue.
29 players, 9 team. बहुत ही बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया.
Might be able to dart forwards, but he's already taking a lot of damage in the blue zone.
8 टीम बची है, एक टीम और वाइप आउट हो गई है भाई. ये तो बहुत ही भयंकर सीन हुआ.
He's able to take it down.
And जो भी चाहे स्ट्रीम देख रहा है, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो, चैनल को ठोक दो. मेरे 7000 सब्सक्राइबर होने वाले हैं, 7000 हो जाएंगे. 12 बंदे चाहिए, तो कर दो भाई.
Cut short the storyline of a triple from Tianba, but does open the door for other squads to raise themselves higher up in the standings now. Potentially a game where Furia could keep some of this good trend we've seen going. Non-Shin Red Force, they've been pretty blessed by the circle crunches we've had over the course of this one. Haven't realistically had to vie too much for control. Still got good compound setup as well.
I feel like this north side could potentially be quite leverageable for a deep run into the game. It may not be a winning position, but it would have been
चलो फटाफट guys, जितने भी लोगों ने चैनल सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया, चैनल सब्सक्राइब करो. ठीक है, फटाफट.
And I feel like that was kind of the major changing point, that inflection point
फटाफट.
for
ठीक
the
है,
squad.
तब तक गाइस हम यहाँ पे देख लेते हैं. 17 लोग देख रहे हो, 12 लोगों को ठोकना है. 12 लोग मिलजुल के ठोक दो, खत्म कहानी.
That came through from 721GS.
ठीक है.
And if they'd had 4 players, I think that would have been a
चलो
different story.
जोन स्टार्ट होने वाला है, कुछ ही देर में.
On this north side, looking to line everyone up as they roll forward.
जोन स्टार्ट हो रहा है भाई, जोन स्टार्ट हो रहा है. वोट करते जाओ, वोट करते रहो जितने लोगों ने नहीं किया. ठीक है भाई, मेरे को पता चला ना, मेरी स्ट्रीम अंग्रेजी में मेरे को करनी पड़ेगी. जनता जनार्दन जो मेरी है, वो भैया इंडिया की है ही नहीं, इंडिया से देख ही नहीं रही. जो देख रहे सब बाहर के लोग देख रहे, विदेशी लोग देख रहे, तो विदेशी लोगों के हिसाब से करना पड़ेगा. That is really going.
Gone, and one more member of Yangon Galacticos taking them down to a triple threat with a backdoor assault as well from Furia onto the sightline. Getting a bit more scary.
Landing not quite on top, goes a little bit too far there. Igors wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7, and Yangon Galacticos are trapped.
भाई बंदा भाग गया. इसको नेट डाल के कोई मतलब नहीं, बंदा भाग गया.
There is no easy way to move forwards. I think that might be E-Arena out as well in the meantime. Up in second place.
इसको नेट डाल के कोई मतलब नहीं है, बंदा भाग चुका है वैसे.
I think now guaranteed to be
जब डालना चाहिए था तब नहीं डाला, अब नेट डाल रहा है जब बंदा निकल चुका है भाई, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है. The player has already gone from there. Oh my god, that is super clutch, bro. Team wipe out. Team eliminated by. Team eliminated. Last 5 top 5 team is still alive. 19 players, top 5 team. 19 players, top 5 team, bro. 19 players.
Here's the push up though. Oh, the nade over.
19 players, top 5 team. Let's see who will win this round.
And there goes
OG, OP.
There is a knock over on
Ned.
Oh, sorry, the flush coming through.
17 players.
Does go down as well. Silence trying to make a break for it. Out wide.
ये नहीं पड़ गए. ओके, सारी इस बार न्यू टीम्स है. सारी टीम्स नहीं है भाई. जितनी भी टीम जब इस बार खेल रही है इस समय सारी नहीं है. अभी तक इन्होंने एक भी राउंड जीता नहीं है, टॉप 5 में भी नहीं है।
Massive flex out coming through from Nongshim Red Force, really timely as well.
टाइटन के 49 पॉइंट्स हो गए भाई।
Get involved, get stuck in, and
चलो
will
टॉप
be able to clip
40
the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least
RRG,
one.
NS,
There is a
A7.
response. However, Obscure also takes that tumble, and Tizzy could potentially find this res if Revo and Carrillo can't get a position. And La Paz could stop them doing just that.
They've got the hillside peak onto it. Ravo exposed from the backside. Looking good. Oh, it's an easy takedown as well onto Obscure that was knocked prior. Such little HP left to play with.
Top 14. Top 14. There is the announcement of top 14, guys. You can have a look. Top 14.
Oh, barely missing on the driver. Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle. Firing off warning shots.
Okay.
4v3v3
versus 4.
Out in fourth place on
NS,
leaving our top 3 squads remaining.
PQ,
Timing on that
NS, RRQ
as well. That flex out down to the south, really instrumental.
Let's see who will win. Let's see who will win. Let's see who will win. Guys, chat please comment. Chat please comment who will win. Chat please comment who will win. Whom you are supporting and do you think who will win? Chat please comment. Chat बताओ कौन जीतेगा, आपको क्या लगता है भाई? Chat बताओ.
Nongshim licking their lips right now with how they played this one.
Chat please comment down who will win this match.
Wasn't really contested too much. RRQ getting hit by the zone as well, so it's just getting messy out there.
I think they're just going to leave him. For RRQ, they're playing as two. They're already sprayed out in the open. Another knock sent their way. And 721 GS want to take down the player on the south side. Rayan should have angles on this. But there are shots being fired back.
No problem. Top 2 teams.
Do have the toe sight.
3v4. 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 NS will win. My prediction is for NS. Chat please comment down who will win. My prediction is for NS. My prediction is for NS. NS will win.
For the longest time.
Comment down below who will win. NS versus
moments of greatness in the group stage. It feels like if they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they can go further, fight for an opportunity
NS versus Red
this
Force.
is a game
Who
they
will
need to
win?
win to get themselves in that headspace. For Nongshim, it's more of that consistent force.
Comment down, let me
we
check.
know can go
NS
above
versus
and
Red
beyond
Force.
in a position to do just that with the advantage of not only their position but the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their
अरे
side.
भाई
John.
सिर्फ कमेंट पे वो मत करो भाई. सब्सक्राइब भी पे लो, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता.
For 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join closer towards the top 6. Early doors on the tournament does mean there is incredible amounts of volatility on the tables.
Red Force.
And Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly what they're looking to do here. TC with the flex out, even though the monster truck's gone up in smoke.
NS versus Red Force, who will win? Let's see.
Players who have to crest this ridge, who have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
There's been some great reactions out of them as well. So if it comes to a fair fight,
4v3, 4v3. 4v3 match. NS versus Red Force. Comment down who will win. NS versus Red Force.
Coaching staff watching on as well. Fingers crossed and hoping for the best result for the squad. Seems like there's still a decent
NS
amount of
versus Red
utility
Force.
left in
Who
the
will
back
win?
pocket,
Comment down.
for
Comment
721.
down below.
It's going to be the smoke
Comment
zone,
down
the
below
create
who
a
will win
pathway,
this
small
round.
Wall up on the roadside. Vehicle to play with for the rotate.
Do they have the cover though? Can they get there safely? The cannons start to fire. The nades are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position for Nongshim Red Force. So if they can get into nade range of him, that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie, because Nongshim Red Force also do need to move forwards. They haven't managed to deal a blow to strike a player down on that crossing. So now they need to go a little bit more bread and butter.
Thing is, if they're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability, I think in reality he might be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second, that off angle, he's so damn crisp with it, he's going to be punishing you towards the side. These nades as well, every time just eating away at them, draining out some of that
NS versus Red Force. Who will win? Comment down. Who will win? NS versus Red Force.
Really going down to the wire on this one.
Nongshim do have the more central
Let me know to whom you guys are supporting,
forward
NSS or Red Force.
spots here. Not too sure how
4v3
many
round.
pocket for 721 GS,
And
but
Ned has
see why he
already
launches
started
one
putting.
forward. Doesn't quite go the distance. TZ also
नेट बाजी
lobbing
शुरू हो
on
गई
in
है,
the volley.
ये आएगा
Starts
यहाँ
to come
तक
on
नहीं.
through. Remember the numbers are still in the advantage of Nongshim Red Force. Oh, that
Red
was quite good.
Red Force पे नेट बाजी एंड यहाँ पर 3v I think 1v4 होगा. यहाँ पर एक डाउन ओवर 3v3 करेक्ट मैच 2v3 एंड यहाँ पे बैग अपने ऊपर ही डाल दिया नेट भाई.
But no one's looking. No one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik.
बहुत ही बेहतरीन हुआ भाई, बहुत ही बेहतरीन. भयंकर था ये.
Off the back of that panic
It's
station.
not easy bro, not easy.
Fumbles
Literally
with
not
an
easy.
8. Looking for the reset on the follow-up. That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage.
2v3.
Being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well.
Grenade.
Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Rahan falls. This isn't looking
Almost
great now. Down to a solo, trapped in an
1v4
awkward angle.
1v4 round. एंड यहाँ पर NS जीती है भाई. रेड फोर्स हैज एलिमिनेटेड. NS जीती है.
The aggression pays off. Taking the chicken dinner and game free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the
NS
duel
Red Force
had
अच्छा
an
ये
impact on
जीतती
the
है.
fight with Alpha 7 was so important.
भाई मैं क्या कमेंट्री कर रहा हूँ जब मुझे पता ही नहीं पूरा मैच का इनसाइड कौन टीम का नाम क्या है. टीम का नाम ही श्योर नहीं है मुझे. टीम का नाम श्योर करता पहले. NS और रेड फोर्स एक ही थी भाई और मैं दोनों को अलग-अलग सोच के बैठा हूँ.
Perfectly, and every single step it felt like they were in control, it felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there. A team that again, you know, we know
दोनों
can
टीम
rise
एक
to
ही
the
है भाई.
occasion. Inside of that game, they
दोनों टीम
rolled
एक
the
ही
dice
है and I
perfectly
thought
with
कि
what they
दोनों
were
अलग-अलग
given.
है.
Really
दोनों
loved
एक
that
ही
one
टीम है
split
भाई.
where they pushed out as well, right? That was kind of a pivotal play where you saw not only are they happy to just play with their cards close to their chest, but if they need to split off, take
दोनों
aggression
एक ही टीम
to a
है.
team that if got
हम
far into
सोच
that
रहे
game like
अलग-अलग
Alpha
है.
7, we know they're very volatile. They can make big plays. You've silenced that early.
And
Not
those
left
who
it in
have
their
not
hands, John, which
subscribed,
makes a big
subscribe
difference.
our channel.
Absolutely. I mean, you
For
take away
connecting us
away
with long
agency
time.
from other teams, you're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find those paths to victory much easier, even if you have a little bit more of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
It was on point, on brand.
जो भी यहाँ काम करेगा
Third game, third
पकड़
chicken dinner, 3
के
thumbs.
ऐसे
It's basic maths, John.
The numbers agree. They have been crunched, just like every other team under the boot of Nongshim Red Force during that last game. Really nice stuff. They were obviously in that compound for a very long time. They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid-game, which was really quite safe for them. It was very homely, I'm sure. So good news on that front. But it does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with a flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful bit of kit. An amazing trophy, obviously the pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your emblem inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a previous champion doing it again. But come the end of tomorrow, John, that chance could end for not one of our previous champions, but both of them. They're both here, they're both fighting in the survival stage. Will they make it out? Time will tell. We'll find out later.
मेरा भी डिस है 1 HP
Çok güzel arkadan bir tane var. Arkadan Emir kaldı. Araba sür. Burada kaldı. Araba sür. Bana vermesin. Ben sürüyorum. Gel beraber devam edelim gel. Sür. Araba sür. Nice oğlum. Nice oğlum. Çak! Backshot.
Let's keep rush.
Tiene. Boa, caralho! Porra! Gue kiri dia. Nomor gak? Aneh bener anjing. Yubi. La, ya pelita kira la. Dia. Lei ventata. Nice yalla. Yalla barra. Finish. Ev Ali. Alan dışı kaldık. Sağda kimde kaldı? Nice sağ kaldı. Önünde kaldı. Aynen o da. Helal lan.
好的，欢迎来到 Aramco 的实力排行榜。我们今天也是邀请到了 AGL 的选手来给我们现在桌子上的这些战队，然后做一个评级。来，你们现在看上哪个 logo 了？先来一个 Godlike，
跟颜色，
就意思是 C 是吗？OK。Alpha
Seven 吧。
Alpha
Seven。评个 B 吧，毕竟没进决赛嘛。我没说话，刚才说的。今年是今年，刚才说的。那我跟谁？
好，下一位 IDA Esports。
D。这个往上点，这个
YG
给个 S 吧，
上届冠军
给个 S 吧。
GK
C。
下一个
F， 这个 F 很配啊，这个。
好 UF
给个 B 吧。
好，接下来 Aurora 老熟人，
给 S 吧，这个 S 啊。
好 S 已经有2位了。
40，这个不是很猛吗？
对啊。
那直接给到 A 跟 S 中间呗。我觉得这个应该给到 S 吧，都这么。还有这么多呢？没事啊，下面也很就凭人家是冠军，行。
RQ
给到 B。
OK， 这个放哪儿
？F， 这个放到一把高那个 S 突击1等就行了，压他一头够了啊。
只需要压他一头。接下来
这个给到康吧，康。
哇，这 S 有点太多了。
这个来排个这个 A 吧，这个小蜜蜂。那 B 跟 A 的中间呗 ，B 加
B 跟 A 的中间，我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵啊！现在
马上就来了 ，EA 来了
，A
必须得 A 啊，
因为它对比你在 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
？S 加，必须是压那个Aurora跟黑豹一坨，稍微挪一下，挪到一边。
哦，懂你意思。
这个更别说了。
这个呢，龙息。
刚 S 刚有一个空位啊。
NGX
给个 A 吧。
接下来 Hora
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有。
对，我觉得贴很完美，
没有要变的了。
没有。是的。
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
Where am I? Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan Expo for PUBG Mobile in Naruto. There's a lot of awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th. Come check out the awesome collaborations between them, PUBG Mobile, Naruto, and a bunch more as we have just a random man flying by. You didn't even get a chance to see that one. Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about Nanshin Ram Force. We're joined by Barney, Maxman, and another, the Neptura. Nanshin Red Force with an amazing gameplay in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nanshin Red Force dropping Razen Shurikens all over the place here on Orango. Very excited to see a win, but despite that being a win, it was not a very impressive win because they dropped farm. They literally played there the entire game. It was kind of a gifted game for them, but you know what? I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
You know what? You heard it here first, folks. But oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
Speedy. Who is that?
Who was that, bud?
He doesn't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
Just a fun segment. Welcome to PMWC at EWC 26. What were you going to say, Natura?
No, I was just going to say, yes, they were heavily gifted this win. Heavily. However, Tizzy, being that anchor point, is what won them the game. And I will say that you are looking at a team that knows how to play this game. That's all I gotta say, right? Because Tizzy moving up to that rock, making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his teammates to push forward into nade range onto 721, so that even when Tizzy did get knocked, it didn't matter. The game was already won. So that kind of synergies, that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see. And it made it more of a win than just being gifted that win. They made that win happen.
They did make that win happen. TC with the off angles, and then 721 helping them out by just absolutely fumbling a nade. If you do all that kind of stuff, you'll definitely be able to get a win. But you were asking, what is this segment? Let me just give a quick reminder of what's going on. This is the Fan Zone experience for PUBG Mobile lovers. So make sure you guys come check it out. As I said earlier, open August 11th through the 16th. You can come here, maybe get some cool Naruto bandanas, maybe get some extra swag, check out some of the other collaborations currently going on, and with some prizes. But oh, what, you got that one from here?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this man is swagged out.
It's mine, don't touch it.
But Barney, while we have you here, when you come into survival stage, we usually have to talk about the mentality of some of these players, right? Because there is no second chance after this one. It is make it to top 6 or go home. And some of those squads are currently making sure they put them that performance here on survival stage.
It's true, yeah, as your hat comes flying off your head. I think that one of the things to take note of the most is the mentality coming into the survival stage is very different. Now, we're seeing teams like Tiamba who only managed to get 49 points in the group stage. However, coming off the back of that, like, they've already managed to conquer those 49 points in the space of 3 games out of the 12. So it's really impressive to see the adjustments made coming into the survival stage. And I think Al managed to put their best foot forward, but they kind of tapered off a little bit. But the team to focus on right now is kind of Alpha 7. They're moving with hesitation. They're not moving with confidence, so the synergy is slightly off. It seems like they keep getting themselves in a pinch, and this is what was causing them issues in the group stage as well. So Neptura, I think that Alpha 7 need to step it up a gear, or at least move with some sort of confidence.
I agree, and I also want to point out Fury as well as another team that I want to see step up a little bit. They're doing better, but it's just not the same. That it was a very weird push around from Silence to be coming over into that vehicle, moving away from his team just as they're getting pushed, and trying to come back for a distraction thing. But really, the better option would have been an off angle. We should have seen Silence able to have an off angle play and then try and help his teammates. In the way, he kind of abandoned them. That's what it felt like. And so I want to see that sort of tactic being shaped up a little bit to actually help them, not hinder them.
I gotta say though, looking at the end of this game, especially with the replay, it's 721 sure don't get themselves the chicken dinner, but the smokes to deny vision from all of Nongshim Red Force as they tried to leave their own compound. Again, that they've had pretty much the entirety of this game was very impressive. So 721, despite not getting a win, very excited to see if they can do more in the next coming games.
Yes, we're looking at the overall ranking right now. You can see Tiamba with the performance that they had earlier, continuing on at the top there. Nongshim Red Force with that win, they do end up jumping up, but a team that I'm happy to see here, 2 teams actually, Max, that I'm happy to see here is none other than Furia and RRQ.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. RRQ in particular, a team that can be very topsy-turvy. Here, the entry point to the eastern side, it was very easy for them to hold it because no one even tried to contest it away from them the entire time. But their third party on the likes of Furia, Yangon Galacticos, Alpha 7 was absolutely beautiful. Then the Circle had a different plan in mind, which is forcing them downhill, which, as we saw there, it's really hard for them to make it work out. So overall, very happy with them. And Miramar in particular, I need to see some RRQ presence.
Yeah, we need to see some. RRQ actually, they ended up doing a cool rotation a little bit towards the end of the game where they ended up going south. It seemed like they were going to be a bit too passive, but then we saw the aggressiveness out of them. And I'm loving that we're getting more people, more stuff from PUBG Mobile just joining us here. Got a cool how's your day going? Okay, cool. Hey, that's what's up, man.
I tell you what, though, I've got to say, a team to look out for today is GOAT Team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep putting up numbers, though.
But they've only got 3 placement points, which is very interesting. So more eliminations are good, but I want to see more like top 5 finishes. If they do that, Barney, agreed, they are a very scary team.
Aggressiveness. That's what it is with that team. They're going to be able to see it. Barney, I think you have something to do after this one, so Oh, and he's gone. Well, thanks for joining us, Barney. Hopefully you have fun at this stage. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you there shortly. He could have just done the, what's the name of that jutsu, Max? Where you just end up appearing?
Shadow clone jutsu, you want to do? Like, you create yourself a clone of yourself and you disappear?
Hey, we did that
works.
for the PUBG Mobile guide, and we're able to kind of show up here.
Play
So
unknown
that's
jutsu
perfect.
right now. Look at that. Yeah.
Any teams that have surprised you today, Natura, besides the obvious ones?
For me, Yangon. The Yangon are back to their day one of the group stage that we saw. I was saying they have a lot more presence, and so far over the last few games, we have seen that return after their second day where they just were non-existent again. Really liked how they played the southeast side there, Seven. They were really heavy on those splits. SayCloud moving over to, who was it? Who was going over there? The EA GOAT fight off onto the western side. He was monitoring that fight, regrouping, trying to make a push happen. So very sort of aggressive in that mentality, aggressive in that gameplay, even if it's not super aggressive onto actual players.
Yangon, honestly, it's a defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since last PMWC when we talk about PUBG Mobile Esports Global event. And one team that's actually surprising us in a bad way here, Max, and we have to talk about them.
No.
It's Ulf.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. But genuinely, look at their rotations. They get not terrible positions, but the main issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments, they're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on your entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf the best, and that's what we saw from him back in PMGC last year, even PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. They were getting so many points because of that edge playstyle. Center here, if it's not a solid position, like I'm talking, it's not a compound, they're just going to get decimated right away. And Ulf, in a lobby of this caliber 7, we know you're going to struggle if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive. They're able to, especially with what you're saying, when they're able to play edge, they are going to be able to take full advantage of that. But right now, them not being able to play how we've seen them in the past is not working for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's the same with Furia when you're talking about that edge play, that edge rotation, that spread coming on through. They're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here, is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up, or you're going to go out.
Yeah, and that's hopefully what's going to be happening as we have hit the halfway mark of day one survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. But I'm wanting to watch the game, so we're just going to send it over to Barney and Luty. I'm out of here.
Luty. Back we are. Barney. Back we are. The survival stage. What does survival mean to you?
I mean, just survive with the minimum you can have, you know?
Surviving with the minimum. That's interesting. Okay. Luty, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
I mean, like, 4 days. I just need a little bit of food, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, you got food. You get one other thing. What else
Only
did you
one?
have? Yeah, one.
I mean, just a bottle of waters.
A bottle of water. Oh, it appears like your dreams have come true.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is cool, isn't it? Right, I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy.
But Barney, it was like it was just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm not gonna stay on stage. It's a small bottle. Okay, I will figure out. Back to you, casters. I need another one. Barney!
Let's get it going as we're getting ready for the final 3 matches of day 1 of the survival stage. I'm on Jukes here with my man Blake, and we are ready to go here.
There we are. It's been a good time so far. Tiamba currently.
Yes.
They are.
Hitting everybody with that forbidden jutsu. You know what I'm talking about?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Because they are dominating the lobby. It's about time, man. I mean, Tiamba was a team I had going into this one. Automatic lock to the finals. To even see them here in the survival stage has been pretty wild to me. But it's about time we see them make it happen here.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I think for Tiamba, this is already a fantastic start. They just need to keep on working, keep on grinding. I think right now QZ's kind of feeling it. So is Milu. Milu's doing wonderful work. I think Maxim was rightly highlighting him earlier on in the day. We are getting in towards our 4th match though, hitting up Erangel. We are over from that eastern side down towards the south and over up Noya. It's a little bit of an awkward one to work with here, Hot Jukes, but we have had pretty much disgusting plane paths followed by disgusting circles the entirety of EWC 2026 here at PMWC. So I didn't expect anything less.
Yeah, these zones have just been relentless. It's unbelievable. You know what? But it's all about being able to adapt, able to make those plays and make it happen. So we're looking right now at the overall ranking. We're only looking at top 6. It's top 6 that move on. Everybody else is going home here. So right now that cutoff is going to be GOAT with 22 points. It's going to be really up to these teams down below to start turning things up right now. I think they've kind of already burned through the bad games that they can have.
If there's anything to go by our previous groups, though, we're kind of looking at 85 points, roughly.
Sure.
Don't quote me on that in future, but I think for what we saw going into top 5 in what was a pretty tough group, we were looking at 95. There was that point sponge over the top side in Vitality, though, so maybe 85 to 90 points overall for 6th, and it goes up from there. Right now, Tiamba, they're pretty close to hitting that. They need like 40 more points in the day, which is ridiculous. Next 3 games. But they could lock themselves in fairly easily at the end of the day, and that really does take a lot of the stress off. So any more points they can get right now, he's fantastic. They're starting off wonderfully over towards Yaz. It's an early dropout as well, so they get very looted very quickly. Then it's a case of just figuring your way out over towards that western edge. But there are a couple more teams we do need to talk about. RQ, for instance, goodness me, good job to them. I think that although they haven't been massively loud in these games,
energy saving mode, charging की मैया बहने हो जाती है ये charging ने ढंग से नहीं हो सकता भाई 3 घंटा मैंने स्ट्रीम किया है 200 व्यू आया है 200 व्यू भी नहीं आया भाई 150 भी नहीं आया 145 it's not make sense then.
Let's just keep that happening. Let's stay on the smooth roads.
Yeah, speaking of, you know what? Where we're going, we don't need roads. You can see Yasser already getting in the glider off the rip here. He's going to keep an eye over Severny. But you know what? You guys need to make sure you keep an eye in game and get that Uzumaki Naruto event going. Get that 9 kills Fury on. You definitely want to get your hands on that before it is gone. And you can see Yasser, he said, okay, I got the glider, I got my Murado, we are ready to go here.
Yeah, no reason to stick around much longer. I mean, they made a quick approach over towards Severny, get yourself the loot truck if you can. It's going to be a little bit late for it, but they should be alright. Severny, a lot of options towards the future, but we're likely moving down towards Fields, Gakko way, Pachinki, so they do have to shove through quite a few teams that have layered themselves.
गोट का एक जो प्लेयर है उसके ऊपर होगा रश बैंकर वाला रश मैं होप करता हूँ गोट के प्लेयर के ऊपर सब लोग गेड़ देंगे भाई एक साथ गेड़ तो मजा आ जाएगा गोट का अकेला एक प्लेयर है भाई अकेला एक प्लेयर बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे सारे घुस जाओ एक साथ गेड़ दो बंदे के ऊपर सीधा बंदा कंफ्यूज आ जाएगा पकड़ा जाएगा
Here, about time.
Well, actually,
you know?
Yeah,
it's about time we actually see one here. So I think these teams are kind of breathing a sigh of
बहुत
relief.
बेहतरीन मजा आ जाएगा भाई फिर
Now it's time for to kind of get rid of any excuses, especially for these teams down in that bottom.
Amazing. Really, it's amazing, bro. Really, it's amazing.
Rondo has just been proving that map.
My dashboard is getting fluctuate. I don't know why.
Squads. We saw a 39-point game.
Hi. Hello guys. कैसे हो? So 147 hello कैसे हो guys कैसे हो बाकी जिसने भी लाइक नहीं किया है स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो चैनल सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया गाइस चैनल सब्सक्राइब कर दो
like a normal circle here you got to take advantage
for joining us a long time.
Right now is an easy time to go for something a little bit more casual, a little bit more chilled out. For Wolves, hey, you're not their biggest fan at the moment, which is totally understandable. It's understandable. It's totally understandable. There has been some.
If you really enjoy our stream, then you have to subscribe.
But this is a good start for them.
I think it always has been difficult
as time goes on with those kind of circles. If you're not experienced, you don't have that idea of how to play that lobby this level, you are going to get caught out. But this is a big chance. Now for Wolves, if they got pretty early here, I think we can safely say to ourselves, it's not likely happening. This is a big chance.
Yeah, it really is. And you have to utilize these opportunities here. You're not giving them very often. And if you can't even capitalize on something like this, it's just a terrible, terrible sign. I mean, yeah, we have seen some miracles happen.
From where are you watching? From where are you watching? Those who are watching, from where are you watching? कहाँ से देख रहे हो भाई?
That was the problem when I saw the list for the survival stage. I was looking at some of these team names and I was like, this is a problem, right?
कहाँ से देख रहे हो?
Our previous champions here, right? We've got our PMGC champions here. We have our PMMI champions here, right? It's like, and then it's like Champ City. you got Tianba, who almost won PMMI, and so many other great names as well. So yeah, you just can't afford to slip here.
Yes.
And
tell me.
That Wolves play
Yes, tell me.
in the group stage of accidentally
भाई
winning the
साहब
rock.
क्या भयंकर सिस्टम है.
Broke my heart.
Hi,
I mean, thank
hi.
goodness
0
Baton
0
hit the
0
most
0 0
ridiculous,
0
like,
0.
head pan shot out of a vehicle I have ever seen. To
It's
kind of
like minus 1,000 aura and then plus 1,00001.
literally,
Yeah.
like it's evened out. But if they don't make it to
अपना
finals, it's going right back
अपना
down.
बनाया.
Yeah, I think definitely. I will say honestly, Elementrix has been impressing me. There's been some good moments. I think if Wolves take anything away from this event, it's definitely team cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually all these players are like fairly decent, but we don't see these crazy team plays coming out.
लड़ाई उड़ाई नहीं हो रही.
Together, like
6 मिनट हो गए लड़ाई उड़ाई नहीं हो रही. सब जिंदा जिंदा खेल रहे. अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. सब बिंदास बिंदास खेल रहे. अच्छा नहीं लग रहा. लड़ाई उड़ाई होए, फाइट होए मजा आएगा. 2-3 टीम बिट रही है. क्लच हो रहा है, झगड़ा हो रहा है. वो सब नहीं हो रहा.
But yeah, I do think because the circles were so insane over towards groups,
लड़ाई नहीं होती तो अच्छा नहीं लगता भाई. लड़ाई उड़ाई हो, 2-3 टीम भिड़े, आपस में मार झगड़ा करे, तब ज्यादा बेस्ट लगेगा. क्या बोलते हो? लड़ाई होगा तो ज्यादा बढ़िया हो जाएगा. थोड़ा ज्यादा बेस्ट हो जाएगा.
Just calling the necessary amount of teams. It's like we're going to say goodbye to some real heavy hitters here. Some teams that honestly I would have liked to have seen through to the finals. We still got one more day left though. Okay, I don't have to shed any tears just yet.
Yeah, one more day is definitely a good opportunity for these teams to get it done. And it's so crazy, right? And I think the big reason on top of it why we see so many squads in this lobby is because in the group stage, good games were okay. You know, we saw just something special that just made things so wild.
I'm coming, guys.
Team Vitality on day one.
Yo, just wait, I'm coming.
Vitality was just absolutely insane. I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance? And the answer was always, what the? And then you just fill in the blank, you know?
Yeah, bro. 100%.
It was just shock and awe. Like, I don't even know what to even say to it. And I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of those things where there isn't much to say. It's like, it is shock and awe. That's essentially what it is. I think there's not much to be said in terms of like what they did wrong or what they did right. It's just a case of you guys play out your minds. When we see you winning, we're just happy.
ये रेशियो 100% हो जाए तो कितना मजा आएगा ना. 99% तक चला जाए. समझ रहे 99% मतलब 2-3 हो जाए ऐसा कि 99% तक ये रेशियो चला जाए. ये क्या आ रहा है? ड्रॉप आ रहा है, कुछ बेहतरीन निकलेगा क्या इसमें से?
90-point border.
सारी टीम अलाइव है भाई, स्टिल अलाइव. अब भिड़म होगा, अब फाइट होने वाला है. अब असली फाइट होगा. अब जब सब एक साथ एक पास में आएंगे ना तब असली फाइट होगी. अभी तक फाइट तो हो ही नहीं. फाइट तो हो ही नहीं एग्जैक्ट वाली. जो लोगों को देखना है वो फाइट तो हो ही नहीं. अब एग्जैक्ट फाइट होगी तब पता चलेगा. Let's see. Exact fight होने दो.
39-point game one. How do you break a
देखते
record
हैं.
like that and just still
मचैंड कर देंगे,
not make it to the
मचैंड.
finals? I'm glad I wasn't on the desk there because I would have gone absolutely crazy. But oh, here we go. We're getting to the action. It's Tianba once again catching out Arula quick. Ooh, Yasser getting punished as well. Tianba not messing around here on rotation.
Team wipe out.
Also,
Team
the
wipe out.
PMWC 721 GS
अगर वो बंदा
getting
भाग
into
गया तो
the
ठीक है, वरना
Wolves.
टीम wipe out है.
That's bringing out back and
Team
forth. It's
finish
like
है
one of
bro.
those players
ULA
does get
team
thirsty,
finish.
so they're gonna be stuck with 3.
भाई भगले.
Man, there's a crazy fight going
भाई
on here.
भगले,
Now
नहीं तो
it's a
finish
721
है भाई
getting
तू.
with RQ. There's a battle going on all back
भाग
and
सकता तो
forth.
भाग ले.
Well, it totally makes sense. When you get the circle come down towards the south side, there's a lot of fielded over towards the northwest and down
अगर ये
towards
भाग
the
गया तो
south.
बच
There's some
जाएगा,
very
वरना
key
टीम को
compounds,
इसकी
some very
wipe
key
out
areas
है.
of the map you want to take control of around these trees. And we already
Oh,
know from
ULA
watching
का एक
groups,
बंदा वो
these
तो बच
players,
गया और
these
कोई
teams are not
DNE.
afraid to get stuck in
DNE,
four strong
ये
areas of the
wipe
map.
out हो गए
It
भाई.
does cut out a lot of players quite
बंदे लोगों ने
quickly.
kill तो किया था भाई.
721 GS,
Point तो
they
9 निकाले
went
थे.
down, they struggled off the back
Kill
of
नहीं
it.
कर पाए.
Right now, Ulf is trying to rotate on through. Geek is finding shots over
इसने
towards
किया है
Tiamba.
भाई. इस
They
बंदे
do
ने
lose
किया
one
है.
player because of that.
3
But
kill
yeah,
eliminate
everyone
किया
wants a
है.
strong spot
Kill में
inside the
सबसे
circle.
best
It's
but
just-
points नहीं
It
है.
gives me that Tiamba's taking a lot of damage. They're currently playing around Pachinki.
3 eliminate किया है
I
भाई
don't
इन्होंने.
think they expected players to be up towards Church right now, taking shots off of this one.
मेरा क्या होगा पता है, अगर मैं खेलता तो मैं क्या करता, सबसे पहले तो मैं चले जाता भाई रिवाइव पॉइंट पे, एक बंदे को बिठाता रिवाइव पॉइंट पे और 3 बंदे गेड़ के घुस जाते भाई फाइट करने के लिए। 3 बंदों को भेज दो बिंदास फाइट करने के लिए, वो ज्यादा बेटर होता है, वो ज्यादा बेटर होता है भाई थोड़ा।
By all these teams that are just desperately hunting eliminations. So sometimes it is a little bit better to try to avoid those fights, unless you know for sure we could finish it out like really quick. But it just goes to show you, these rotations are not simple, especially when teams see finally a like normal zone, right? And it's like, well, I want the best spot. Yeah, I want the best spot right now. Best spot. Yeah, not second best.
बड़ी तगड़ी आजकल निपटाए जा रहे हैं।
You sort of know how to play these circles. They're not awkward. They're not like split-second decisions. These teams have.
मुझे लगा थोड़ा देख लेना चाहिए तो देख लेते हैं।
Yeah, heading down towards the south side, it does feel a bit rough.
क्योंकि भाई साहब का ग्रेड ब्रेड कुल एकदम चाप के है।
Eastern side of Quarry. They have since left. Obscure still left behind, quite far away.
Last 30 days का ही देख लो।
Where does it head up here, Jukes?
Oh, I think we just go dead center. Oh, okay, we go a little bit
last
up on the
30 days
northern
का ही ले
side.
लेता हूँ ना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
Pachinki field finish, right to the right side of Chopsticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing in immediately. You got Alpha 7 there on that left edge, most likely
7-5
all the way to that north side towards Ruins. But man, that Ruins
Unit
position,
10,000, 10,000 lakh, 10 lakh crore, 2-2.5 करोड़ रुपया हर महीने।
You know what it reminds me of, Blank?
What?
It reminds
भाई
me
इससे
of
बढ़िया क्या
like,
चीज हो
like those
सकती है?
days when you were doing your homework, preparing for a test.
इससे बढ़िया क्या चीज हो
and
सकती है
then all
bro?
of a sudden the test happens and it's like
इससे बढ़िया क्या चीज हो सकती है?
Switched out the papers. Yeah, that's the worst.
You're like,
That is the
what?
worst.
I spent hours studying these certain maps, these little areas, and then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a
अभी
little
एक
bit of the
किया
core
तो था भाई साहब ने,
material.
उसका
The
देखते
zone
हैं।
is bouncing back and forth a little bit, you know, but
Recent में।
finally it's something that seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, these were in the footnotes.
Yeah.
We had these. I was able to revise. I'm good to go. So a lot of teams are ready to send in them towards here. A lot of teams trying to avoid Pachinki though, which is making a little bit of a vacuum on that northeastern side. Just because no one really wants to send towards Pachinki too early on. You get trapped out there. Very bad time trying to leave. You could play the rooftops potentially and have a little bit of presence. But I think most squads are realizing that this is not the play to go for. KRX down towards the south side. Not a terrible spot. They're out on the cusp of the fields. This is a decent area to work with.
Total
It does sit
1
underneath the high ground that a lot of teams are
ठीक है
already
तो
heading
1
over
M का
towards
मैं देख
just
लेता हूँ।
yet. They'd rather try and locate a little bit of a safer position to play. You don't want to be in the open.
Unit 10, 100,000, 10,000 lakh, 10 lakh crore.
At that point in time, GOAT team also will find a little bit of a tricky rotation from that south side because they need to move up full through the fields. The biggest thing I'm most interested in right now is this
कुछ
split
होता है
from
बे?
RQ. They are trying to control the majority of that western
कुछ
side.
amount होता है भाई ये?
Yeah, that's a crazy split to be honest. Like, I think
क्या
they're
बोलते
just
हो
trying to
बच्ची?
find some intel, waiting for this next circle to
amount
decide
होता है?
where things are going to get end up.
बोलने के लिए
I'm
बड़ा
finally
easy
seeing
है,
a little
but
bit more
that is
traditional kind of
something.
circle rotations from Alpha 7. Once they saw that northern shift, they hugged that circle all the way up to the top. So they're going to be taking the blues up here, as we can see. And
yeah.
Very, very OG from them. But man, what's going on with them in their end games right now? They've just been struggling. They can get into some decent fights, but even in the last game or this game before, we saw, you know, Carrillo, Revel driving, hitting these crazy shots out of the car. I feel like if they just kind of go back to the basics, you'll see them really perform to their maximum level.
It sort of used to feel like teams would avoid Alpha 7. Like, that's a team you didn't really want to bump into. And I think for especially Miramar, a lot of times they kind of suffocated teams out. We do get a northern shift on this one, which means that Alpha 7's not in a terrible spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one, trying to hold out teams, trying to swing around. But yeah, I don't think we've seen much times in the past like Revo and Carrillo just dry pushing, no smokes, no nothing over towards a location. Felt like a bit of a desperation move, so we'll wait and see. Again, as we know, they are trying to work some new tactics in right now to make it work.
That's pretty wild to me. I mean, I think right now you're in the survival stage. Do with what you know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you're ahead by 100 points, then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now, it's just making sure you make it into that top 6. With this circle, though, the crowd is starting to get hyped because they know that this is a beautiful zone for them. And meanwhile, we got some teams that are going to have to be pushing from the south side. You got GOAT trying to find their way in. You got Fudia, Nongshim Red Force as well, looking for a spot in this next circle. And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out Claws. And that actually is going to be eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
Alpha 7 do find shots over towards Yangon Galacticos. Again, good setup from them. They were trying to cut off a Eastern rotate over towards the position. I think for them right now, they understand that they were likely one of the teams that is only on that northern side. Not a lot of other teams had to make that approach. They didn't have much choice in the matter. So for them, they're like, okay, there's going to be some teams probably rotating out from Pachinki here, or at least trying to wrap around on that eastern edge. We sort of know that a team will be holding the compound over towards our southwest side, which is currently RRQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to pop off, but that's not going to endanger Alpha 7. Right now, though, Foosman does walk around the corner. Killer Joe also with the JS9 do some good work. Go is just cleaning RRQ out. Now, this is the man to be worried about, though. It is Lepar. He's on his own. Might go terribly. We'll see what he's got.
Chops out the vehicle and hits the shot. No way he jumps through that window and makes it happen. And now you got Force from GOAT. Gonna go ahead and get this res. But a crazy there from the park. And now here comes E-Arena, quick on the third party, trying to soak up some of these eliminations. Perfect timing as well. GOAT is hurt. They are not looking too hot here. And Turney K up close and personal, looking to catch one of these knocks. Oh, they're instantly thirsting this. They're getting it done. E-Arena making it happen against GOAT. Perfectly timed, and that is GOAT pretty much done and dusted here.
Great read from E-Arena, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They do not want to have to go out. Good nade as well around the corner. Tries to make this as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this. There's nobody
I can
nearby.
see why this
now,
is
for
real.
E-Arena, you do have to think clearly for a second here. They just cleared out 2 teams to the western side. They have so much space to work with. Really good third party off the back of that one. So many teams over towards the eastern side. We had a very eastern plane path to start this off. So they just have a lovely amount of room at the moment. This is beautiful stuff for them.
Beautiful indeed. Yeah, so that west side is clear for E-Arena. They're looking to get some of their aura back after losing it in the group stage. Wolves, though, there we go, starting to make some noise. Next zone does pop on up. This is the blessing that Alpha 7 have been waiting for. Honestly, this is no excuse at this point. A7 need to hunt down a double-digit elimination win here. Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Fudia, though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to finish this fight fast. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are hurt really bad, and they got to get it done quickly.
Great scatter, though, coming through from XZZ as well as Flower H. Both went either side on the back of that one, ensured they wouldn't immediately get taken down by a secondary grenade. And they're just going to back this off.
Amazing. That's really going good. That's really going good.
Not bothering to deal with Furia just yet. I mean, AGL is like, why are you chasing
Amazing, I like that.
Go fight that team.
Adios. See ya. We don't want none of this right now. But we'll fight you guys later once we get into this circle. So they set up a nice little car wall here, and they get away. So beautifully played for them. Honestly, that was the right play. They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game, this is not the place to do it. So now Fudia are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on in. KRX was waiting for him, though. Oh, this is a really, really rough push from the Wolves. There's really nowhere to go here, and they are barely making it out alive for now.
Yeah, for the Wolves, it's a mad send, right? I mean, there's definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the fight to Fury in the first place, clear out that south side, and then play it slow in from the southern edge, then even look over towards Ulf. So for Wolves, I can see that they're trying to reach
That's really
for
not
something.
easy, bro. That's really not easy.
They have a wonderful spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side. They
That's
control
really not
half
easy.
the circle here, Dukes. They have to do something big with this. Last game, they were given a ton amount of space. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They're very hesitant in their approach there. Again,
Hi, bro.
They seem to be
Hi,
only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a Western rollout here from one of their players, get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with
Team
going
are
into
really
the future.
grinding and
As long as they
doing
have
well.
information, they should be good, because info at this point is
Putting
king.
their 100%. I like that.
Carrillo's gonna go ahead
Each and every team is
really
putting
trying
their
to put his
100%.
king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're gonna go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive, right? They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Furia on the drive, full squad in the vehicle, moving up little by little. KRX is badly hurt here, and she's gonna start throwing a lot of util, but Tian, but Eagle with the very, very slim peaks, punishing Furia.
Each and every team is doing well, by each and every team.
Know the position they're
That's
in. They
really
clear as much as
noticeable.
possible. They caused some casualties right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks like a fairly decently
Top
placed
7
grenade.
teams.
Goes long. Ooh, the damage it did there over towards Hoxie. That's rough. Getting another knock there would have been very useful. But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job.
Top
Guizhou,
7
extremely long shot here. But this is the thing, Alpha 7, they have this northern side. They should absolutely just win this game. It's like one of the freest games I've seen in a while. But it's annoying
Top
because right, you give
7
Alpha 7 a game like this,
teams. Oh my
you know
God.
they should win. And you know they probably will win as well, Jude.
They have to win. It's not even just they will, right? They have to win this. If they lose this, this is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team. We saw
Exactly that I also mean.
They're
Exactly
dancing
that
already.
also
They're
I mean.
jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game
my
to lose.
God.
Let's see how it all ends up, though. As we look over
Still
here
it's
towards
going better.
Slaughterhouse.
Still it's going better. Not bad.
PK going to be holding it down with 4 eliminations
Not much
so
bad,
far.
but they have to
Not
increase
a
it.
game here from Geek. They started off well. Little trap laid over towards Church. Able to quickly get some shots off. Alpha 7 though, continuing to try and wrap round. They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in
Team
from that
almost
northern
in
edge.
top
They
5
don't want
here.
anyone wrapping on their north side. They'd rather keep everyone on the southern edge towards them, and they can just play full 180 broadside, which is so much easier than trying to deal with snakes in the grass in the late game.
All out A7 has to do is just play old school PUBG Mobile.
Pretty much,
Literally,
yeah.
just
Very, very old
school, tried and true. Nothing needed to be done here special. No crazy drives, trying to shoot people out the vehicle. No kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's where Alpha 7 has
Okay,
been so strong.
now perfect.
They've been
Now
a
it's
squad
perfect.
where,
I
like,
think
if
now
you
it's
knock a
perfect, and
player,
I like.
they
I
feel
also like
almost
that.
impossible to take out. It's like they get 10 times
Even I like
angrier.
this.
And we haven't seen that so much in a
All
while,
set proper done.
actually. So
All
let's
right,
see if they
all
can get
right.
to form here. They're playing it very close together. Revel going up a little bit here, trying to find some angles on the Morbin on the tractor.
Okay,
And
okay.
Morbin hits the deck immediately.
Moments underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations in this game. This should get them back into the running quite quickly.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Revel, I think I saw him with about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for Ace. It's honestly, this is a dream game for anybody in their position. And they're doing very solid here. We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only Zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tamba though, another fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
4 elims. I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give him another 20 on today, and then we can lock them in. But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow, or at least some devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards a player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps come through, because you're waiting for Geek as well as Yangon Galacticos to be pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked right there.
Top 5
because
teams,
they were getting a little
15
antsy and
players.
starting to
Top
push
5
up a
teams,
little bit
15
too
players.
much.
Let's see
Yeah,
who
that
will
knock was
win.
perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But the next zone does center on up a little bit to the south here. So A7 are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all open field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. They're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious at the moment. It's Tianba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think that Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down E-Arena's approach, which I think is smart. And Revo, definitely the guy you want on
if
the
you guys
swivel,
are
right?
not
He
subscribed,
is
please
locked in
subscribe
when
it.
it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Revel's the perfect pick because he has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ, and he knows the most important thing right now is just me not getting knocked.
Yeah.
I just got to stay here, apply some pressure, ensure that I do not get taken out. Because if Revel gets knocked here, the chances of him getting thirsted and Alpha 7, really being at a disadvantage is massive.
Well, when you leave out those buildings as well, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right? Around that rocky outcrops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as GK, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from way, way earlier. Now Tiamba's even getting involved.
Guasao getting a little antsy here with that vehicle. He's got to be careful not to get knocked. As the next zone is starting to close. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E-Arena have already, because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit the laydown. He's going to be throwing some smokes, pushing up little by little by little. Oh, Turdy K, he's got a whole bunch of ammunition, so E-Arena are set up for this one.
He's got a bag, but if Tony K goes down first, that's a lot of util just out the window. QZZ not opting to send these nades close. I like this from Tony K, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back. Good shot over towards immediately refrag. QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these nades a little bit closer.
Those vehicles really protecting this arena. That one hurt, though, and that is going to be Schweppes done and dusted. Mormon done. Turney K is the one. Up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ. QZZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Turney K with the laydown finally stands up here, and that short nade hurt him big time!
What are we doing?
QZZ that shuts him down!
Come on, man. Still got the nade out. You've got the tree cover. Just pull out a shotgun, something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side. QZZ. Real play from him there. GK, though, took advantage of that. Will swing around the side. And now Alpha 7, they have full control. What was that?
And just like that, GK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Revo goes down, and now they're gone. GK said,
it's done.
Yeah, see you later, Alpha 7. This is our game to win.
But again, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that fight with E-Arena a lot sooner. A little bit of hesitation almost. For GK, dude, GK played that game pretty crazily, honestly, towards that end game. Respected the aggression.
What happened?
बहुत बढ़िया खेला भाई, बहुत बढ़िया खेला. Don't worry bro. Do not demotivate. अगर मेरी stream देख रहे हो तो demotivate मत होना.
It was in the bag. It was handed on a silver platter. There's no excuses, guys. Come on. These are our previous PMGC champions. At a certain point, we gotta hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
For Tianba there, it's an awkward one, right? I think they assume most of the players are further behind the tree line. They get the first couple of knocks here. It's a bit awkward. I think if they started throwing some nades a little bit closer.
सारी चीजें मैंने देख लिया भाई, लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया गेम था, बहुत बढ़िया, अमेजिंग. I like it. कोई भी प्लेयर बस डिमोटिवेट मत हो, सारी टीम में से सारी टीम ने अच्छा खेला भाई. मेरा वही कहना है, जीते कोई भी, we don't care, but जो जीते वो फेयर हो भाई, विनर फेयर हो, that's it. विनर कोई भी हो जावे, फेयर विनर हो, बात खत्म.
You can't afford to be sitting back here.
I घंटा भी don't care.
They needed to get angry, but instead they're driving around in vehicles looking for intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild to see.
Go. I'm nading. I don't have car. I'm nading them. I will go them.
Yeah, कोई भी जीते, we don't care, बस विनर भाई लॉयल हो, जो जीते वो सही हो.
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks.
Oh my god, इनकी खुशी देखो भाई, इनकी खुशी देखो. इनकी खुशी तो देखो. इनकी खुशी देखने लायक है भाई. Celebration हो तो ऐसा हो गया, वरना हो ही ना.
We know how to get it done.
खुशी में celebration तो दबा के कर रहे हैं भाई.
Saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7 you got Creo as well as Revel, like they're pulling off, they're pulling off from the angle at that point in time. But the difference between them and Geeke there is Geeke's taking control of the game, whereas realistically Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against Geeke, they were already living on massive high. Flew around the side and just hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team. Deserves all the love he gets, honestly. But there's no one in survival stage right now. There's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on them because
they got a second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating if they're the 7th place team by just a few points. And we've seen it happen so many times.
No, I agree.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. You know, like, oh, this is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalarisk ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listen in with them when we can. But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly far into it. I think there's maybe a top 4 that they got there. They're just churning out points still churning out those points. Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalarisk to hear a little bit more from Fury.
Thank you, boys. Hogging all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to, as you say, Blank, here for all of this. So let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for survival stage. A lot of people expecting good things from Furia. What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No primeiro dia do survival stage. Estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente está muito tranquilo e viemos para amassar hoje.
We are very relaxed and we came just to demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then. When you were rotating along the beach below Primorsk, eventually you came back and dealt with Nongshim Red Force for some more eliminations, and then continued to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
Sobre a queda de Erangel ali, a rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk, depois voltando para pegar Nongshim. Esse jogo foi bem difícil. O que vocês acham que faltou um pouco, né, para a vitória de vocês nesse jogo em específico?
A Cal foi travar as costas e nós brigamos com a NS e depois, para ter uma progressão para frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo um. Acho que dificultou isso a play.
So the call out was just like to hold our backline. So Nongshim arrived and we got them. But when we managed to like lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why it kind of ended our
run, yeah, as a whole. All right, thank you very much, Chief, for joining us here. As now we head on over to Barney, who's ready with Nongshim Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot. So coming into the survival stage, what elements were you guys focusing on in order to just make sure that you could most definitely come out of the survival stage and into the finals?
이제 엑시 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로 아쉽게 이제 파이널 직행을 좀 놓치셨는데 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에 와서는 좀 어떤 거를 중점으로 좀 개선을 하려고 노력하셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 사실 뭐 연초부터 WC 직전까지 연습했던 게 결국 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내거나 대회전을 통해서 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내는 걸 연습했었는데 저희가 그룹 스테이지에서는 교전보다는 생존하려는 게임을 하지 않았나 생각을 했었고 그게 피드백이 돼서 이제 이거 서바이벌 스테이지에서는 교전 중심적으로 풀어나가려고 하고 있습니다.
From the start of the year, I think what we have prepared for WC coming here, it was just to take their spots from the gunfights, or we have a grand scale of turnaround, and then maybe we can take their spots as well with the gunfights. However, in the group stage, we didn't do that play. We mostly focused on surviving and inside a circle. So this stage in survival, there's no second chances. So we try to focus on our gunfight, what we have practiced, and we try to show our plays, what we have prepared for.
Well, map 3 has been particularly good for you guys, but let's talk a little bit about map 2 and map 4, both on Erangel, of course, but you've been on both occasions rotating through the south side of the circle, and on both occasions tried to kind of clear out the teams that are in that south side, like Furia being that team both times, and you kind of failed to capitalize on that and then push forward. Were you just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you, and what could you have done differently to be able to come out of that, with a potential win?
사실 2매치, 4매치 에란겔에서 사실 좀 교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가진 않았습니다. 특히나 이제 자기장 바깥쪽에서의 교전이 그렇게 좋게 흘러가진 않았는데요. 특히나 이제 퓨리아와의 교전에서 좀 지는 모습이 나왔었는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐다고 생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명을 해주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
저희가 교전 시도를 그룹 스테이지처럼 안 하고 파이널에 올라갔을 때 좋은 성적을 기대할 수 없다고 생각해서 최대한 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에서 교전에서 지더라도 교전 감을 찾으려고 계속 교전을 시도하는 모습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after this, in the group stage, we avoided gunfights as much as possible. However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up. But Nongshim Red Force, Quizzy, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate your time. Now go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
Chicken dinner.
Congratulations, Geeky. You got the win. But right now, Alpha 7's back, baby. This team, I've been wondering where you have been. We haven't seen you in such a long time. In this game, we actually got a chance to see the Alpha 7 that I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Welcome back, everybody, to PMWC at EWC 26. I'm joined by Lace, the amazing dress. Damn, Jackie, you're looking good, my boy. Oh, looking fresh. Neptura and the 7WG, but Neptura.
Yes.
It was supposed to win an Alpha 7 win.
It was supposed to be. We'll get to that in a second. But first of all, Alpha 7 doing a fantastic job on those early game rotations. That's what got them that second place win, because the zone was centering up. They made a full rotation down to the south side. Zone moves up to Pachinki, and they go, ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side. So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position, not only in the zone, but in comparison to where the other teams were, right? Because all the other teams are on the southeast side, all battling each other. And for the longest time, A7 just were having a picnic up there.
Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto GK. But then Alpha 7 were a little slow, heading on and up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain, a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through. But I think the mistake may have came from Revo not telling them that GK is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message, which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with EWC and Tiamat.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way, Alpha 7, to third party this, because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with GK, and you were going to have to do something at some point, especially with the way that the circle was going. That delay for Alpha 7 lost them the game.
Yeah, man, you got to bring it 7. Look, I'll be honest with you, when I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek as like an insult. Obviously, it's very different these days. You've got GK right now, honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the server. And that's kind of what you need. But I think Alpha 7, as much as they're pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like, something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom, because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
And from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And this, I don't know what's happened. This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket, of placement. But they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting on their left-hand side there. But they kind of just played there. They played there nice and safe. And then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle. This is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like some more sort of information to it, but this is not what we saw in the group stages. This is not what we've saw from international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say shout out because GK did win that match. Kevin won that match for them. I'm going to say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba were having that fight. He was the one to push forward, get that info, and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day one. They ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency, because usually we see a bit of a slip-off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like, later rotates, they perform better on that battleground, for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, you know, GK, Tiamba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage, and now we're more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for GOAT, we're going to have to point out those placement points, because, my goodness, 3 placement points points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations. But the beautiful thing is, if you find yourself later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim, Red Force, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually, all three teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early games. So all three of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points, but Nongshim 16 and 16, E-Arena 13 and 18. They're able to be very consistent on both fronts, and yeah, GOAT definitely need to take a page out of their book.
They just need a top 5. Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them in that top 6. So greatest of all time. Let's go.
Please, I think they can do it. Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second page of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is the squad once again. This is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGAL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case because we are past the halfway mark here at PMWC at EWC 26 for survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris and Maxman. Went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys have already talked ad nauseum about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Because here in the survival stage, there are previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just, they could go a little bit further. What do you think?
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7, right? 2026 been a bit rough. PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time, but here going into the survival stage, they had some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first Durango, only 2 points on those 2 maps combined, so definitely not what you're expecting to see from a roster like this. But I was just talking to Revo, actually just a few minutes ago, and we did see at the start today, right, Kalaris, he brought in Nuth on the lineup because he told me that he really wants to play rondo, right? Nuth is like a rondo player, and also he's fairly young, so let's just try and get him involved a little bit, get some experience, but unfortunately, by doing so, I think that they did have a bit of a slower start, but now the main lineup is back on board. So Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage, you try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gunpowder, the play, the potential to get big elim games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above kind of that Nongshim Red Force compound, when I say above, I mean verticality-wise.
Upside,
it was south, it was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? The Nongshim Red Force did win. But yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see it more going into Miramar.
Need the defending champions. So for all of these, like the Yangon Galacticos and a previous PMWC champion here to do well here in the survival stage. For now, though, it is time to head on over to another game here for PMWC.
Let's get it going here. We are now headed into the sunny, sandy deserts of Miramar. Erangel is done. Rondo is done. Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams, especially the squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a big win here to at least put them in a good spot for running a top 6. We see Tianba already with a massive point gap, right? So they are looking very, very comfortable to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tiamba is looking really, really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by, because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before. It was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that potentially, if changes were made, they could have met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tiamba, it is roughly another 20 points here, 19 realistically over the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tiamba. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, exactly. Make it very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For Geeke, they launch themselves up towards 2nd place. What I will say for Tiamba, what they're doing right now, is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between a lot of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just 7 points behind Geeke in 2nd place. That's 7th right now at RQ. So there's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have 2 more matches right now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think Tiamba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, we'll see them in the top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very, very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Water circle in Miramar.
Give me the island. Give me the island.
Yeah.
5th match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they need to get a move on down towards Impala, to Puerto Paraiso. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But honestly, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala and the high ground that sits over towards that northern side. La Bandita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming on through. I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head far over towards that eastern side. Might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these sick weapon skins in the game. You can see right there, we got that Nine Tails Fury Og. The Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on, guys. The best PUBG Mobile collaboration I have seen and witnessed in my career of playing PUBG Mobile, which has been since this game has started. So I love it. I hope you guys can get your hands on it before it is gone. And some of these teams and players need to get gone pretty quickly here. With this playing path, you're going to finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their Oposo hot drop. So they're going to get that loot. They're going to get set up. With this circle shift, though, they are going to have to get moving through quite a few different teams. And hopefully we can see them get into a good space. Again, personally, I'm extra harsh at this point here because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy of Alpha 7, winning PMGC, not making it to a final just yet. And losing that last game had me really just scratching my head here. And I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good, decent game to really get you going. And it could happen here and now.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think there needs to be something that launches them into action. We were having talk beforehand. It's we're banging on them out a little bit right now because literally everyone else has talked about. Max has just talked about them. Kale's just talked about the Deaths just talked about them. But yeah, I think it boiled down to us saying, just be Alpha 7 guys. You guys are aggressive. You're a strong team. Great teamwork overall. Let's just see that. Let's go back to what we've seen in the past, what we know they can do. It feels like a loss of confidence almost coming through at the moment. However, that confidence will be needed by much more teams on our map right now as they do slip on through. We've got QZ with some parkour over down towards Los Leones, likely going to be eking their way over to the eastern side shortly.
It should be easy for them.
One thing looking at the leaderboards right here is our top 6 are some serious names, right, already, so they're looking really good. You got Otto right below them, Young Galacticos, our previous right? World Cup champs from last year. All these teams below them, though, this is kind of already starting to get crunch time. You're trying to hunt down top 6. Tomorrow is going to be wild, especially in those final games, because it's no longer the bottom 3. It's pretty much almost the whole lobby's going home after this. So the desperation is going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on. So you really don't want to wait till those last couple matches to be that last hope to get into that top 6. You want to get those points
I want complete viewership from...
Because you do not want to see your keys heading over towards that Crusher, because we are going to be getting rid of quite a few of them tomorrow. 10 teams will be tossed in there. And again, for 6 squads, they will be moving onwards to meet the other 10 that made it through from groups. But 2 days to do it.
That's right.
Still quite a bit of time to make it work, but it definitely feels like a very big sprint for some squads. Doesn't help when Tiamba slices out so far towards the front of the pack at the moment. That is really, really tough for you, because you don't want point sponges this early on. You'd like to differentiate yourself, and that differentiation has only come through from Tiamba, which is exactly why off one big win, Geeke can be into 2nd place as we head in towards the 5th match. Nongshim Red Force, been fairly pleased with how these guys are playing. Got to speak to some of those guys before. They're very self-critical, though, this squad. Very, very self-critical. So it feels like every single game they've played, they've come off from it, and basically are thinking to themselves, what can we change? What can we do different? So I feel like Nongshim should make it into the top 6 here. They seem to be a very, very dedicated team when it comes to let's change this, let's change that, let's make sure that coming into these next 2 days we have everything we need to make this work. They're also coming off the back of some momentum on that Group B. So yeah, I do have some hope for Nongshim.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw them be the first team to smash an international event at PMMI. Okay. It was Fudia that ended up with the most points, but ended up getting 2nd place because Nongshim Red Force won the last game there. Oh, nice shot there from Genfos, taking out Aking from Tianba. Now, Tianba have had a great day so far.
Guys, so if you have not subscribed, please subscribe.
Not crazy amount of a worry, but they are going to lose that player early on.
You know, I like that. I actually like that. I think that's a smart move from Tianba. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but the right move there for Tianba was to move, right? It sounds obvious, but still, they instantly send over towards that northeast side. They can't wait around. It's a really awkward hit and a good pickup from RRQ. They're waiting for that team to exit from the warehouse. But for Tianba, they know that we can't stick around. We have to get further ahead here so we can set up for the late game. Yes, we go down to 3. Yes, it sucks, but this is the only way we can really play in.
A lot of these players want to continue to be playing here in the PUBG Mobile World Cup live here in Paris, France. You can see Genfos, RQ. Okay, they're hunting him down, right? They say, hey, you know what? We got that elimination. We have the numbers. We're in a 4-3 split here. We know it's Tianba. We want to slow them down. And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Milu with the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! It's the squad wipe! 1v4 from Milu!
What did we just witness? In a blink of an eye, RRQ is just gone. They just wandered in and Tianba was having absolutely none of it. I'd say Tianba, it's just Milu. This guy went 1.5 miles for the rest of his squad.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about here. Said, you're gonna take out my teammate? Goodbye. Oh, man.
QZZ wasn't even phased, dude. He was already taking shots at other teams.
What happened? All right. I guess, good job, Milu. All right, good job. Let's get back to business here. Oh, man. Devastation on the side of RQ, but Tianba finally.
Looks happy. He looks happy.
Yeah, he's smiling there.
Be.
He's like, oh, let me go ahead and make sure we're all good. Okay, now it's time to get back to business. Now we gotta let that heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the quickest 1v4s I have ever seen. Let's take a first-person replay on this one because, goodness me, insane nade. RRQ, honestly, no smokes, no nothing. To be honest, walking into the building like that was mega disrespectful. We have to say that. As a two-man, very easy nade. You could see it a mile off. But yeah, wonderful stuff from Milu. I think the craziest thing about that is the jump past the doorway into the S12K shots that came through, and then just the pure aggression. My guy was rapid going through that doorway.
And Milu, the man on fire, literally, right? Just putting in that work. He's been doing it all day long for Tianba, you know, and it's plays like that that breed so much confidence in you, your team. There's a lot. I mean, I am that way. I'm a little superstitious, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're gonna win this, dude. Like what else do you want?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba, they're a realistic team that just they've had this momentum. And I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence in that survival stage to make plays, to make those big moments, because you know if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage. So only 3 of us are going out. Everyone's playing very scared at the moment. Now, I do want to go back to Tianba, though.
Okay.
Because when RRQ was chasing them, in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RRQ off, almost goaded them into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And to be fair, in that 3v4, it sort of worked. Like, RRQ showed them no respect walking into Longhouse.
Unreal. Vamos. Let's get it going here. You know what? Speaking of going home, it was crazy. This is a little bit of a background on kind of what's going on here. You know, so many people, I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit, to be here. These teams are so blessed and love it, right? And the thing is, some of these guys, their hotel rooms are literally booked until tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay? So it's, if you make it, you stay here longer. If not, pack your bags, you're going home the next morning, right? So there's no messing around here. You know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages, places I've had the personal pleasure of visiting, and these guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see Furia, with some beautiful nades there onto KRX, waiting for the one to hit. Do they run out and make this play, though? That's the problem, is there's so many shots coming from all over the place. These nades looking deadly, though. Hoxie gets caught.
Dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops just a little bit later, Hoxie's down. For good, at least.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's CRE down as well. So, Furia, they're hopping in the vehicle. They're going. They want to finish this fight out. And that is Lufa actually stealing that elimination with the SKS. But here comes Furia. They actually make the drive. They're popping it down. Igor gets one and gets another. And that is KRX eliminated.
Igor's been on fire today, honestly. He's going to back up a little bit. Liu moves up from AGAL, sending some nades on through. Will find the shot as well. This man is on a tear. He is an absolute tear. Igor has not stopped for a moment today.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower. And he was so stoked there. The love was in the air. And I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
He's taking all the way. Revo.
No way. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's baiting out the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See? Here's him back off the angle. Oh, he's still confusing him, dude. This is crazy stuff. Finally makes it into the building. Good push in. Lost Carrillo a little bit earlier on.
Got him.
There it is. There's the Revo we know and love. No matter what the shotgun is, he's a master of it.
Risky play, though, by the way.
Dude,
that's a straight 1v1, dude. Like, he gets knocked, he's thirsted immediately. But sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes making those risks.
Couldn't wait. He couldn't wait, though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window. He listens for the sound cue, hears him back it off. Doesn't want to wait for him to reset up in those rooms.
Oh, man. The plays are ringing out here. You can see Furia with a good, solid position in this next zone. A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though?
Amazing.
Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Furia locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Young Galacticos, on the south side, going to have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push for them.
If they try and isolate over towards Geek, because that's a full-on drop-off down towards the warehouses where they're playing, Yangon and Galacticos could find some good shots their way, and then maybe swing around over towards 721 GS. Be far easier just to wrap him past Goat, though. Goat's currently moving. Tiamba were able to find themselves a decent building. These guys have they're just expanding in the lobby right now. This is very much a lot of pressure coming through from the squad. Furia took some risks. Egos cancelled all those risks out fairly swiftly. Now they got Alpha 7 over towards their northern edge. I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dopeness taking a bit of a gamble on the compound that sits in the middle of the fields.
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out here. Didn't have a lot of ammunition in fourth. I think I only saw like 38 rounds. Just got to be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You got to have that util towards the end game. And sometimes the only way to get that is by looting some boxes.
There we get Skewin and looting. The MK, it hurts. Shoot it as fast as you can click it. But I think for these moments where it's just pure situations where you want to get up in people's face, like when the shotgun would be very, very nice here. Schweppes dodging the vehicles, moves out the way, will duck back down again. Look to take some shots over the top side though, but Claus will shut him down. The rest of the arena floundering a little bit. Schweppes immediately on those front lines, not able to stick up, and 10K next to fall here. The arena is getting brushed aside basically right now by Alula.
Quick with the quick thirst as well. The Thai squad in some trouble here. It's up to Joker. All by himself, 0 eliminations. Tries to put something on the points, on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade. That bounce does hit him up a little bit. Another piece of util. And Joker barely surviving that. And no, that's burn, baby, burn. That is E-Arena out. Al-Ula with 3 eliminations, controlling the north side.
Al-Ula now looking to force their way down from the north. I mean, E-Arena just crumbled there. A real unfortunate scenario for them. Was hoping they could go further in this game. For E-Arena, they're sat in 5th place. They would love to add some more points to their tally. Not meant to be, though. Yangon Galacticos, they did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for those teams moving out from behind. Smile does take a knock on the back lines, though. There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the 2 of them. QZ, I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right from the center of the map. He is sending letters off to the very corners of Miramar.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it. It looks like Milu, though, is really performing so well. You know, that's hyping him up, saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tiamba are going to be in this next circle, so is Furia. Ooh, catch a break here, and they honestly need it. They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one, though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see. But looking on the south side, not in zone. Goat gonna have to push on up. Yangon Galacticos right next to them. Looks like this fight is imminent.
Yangon Galacticos, they did go for that reset at the moment. Go start to move up on through. Cloud is completely out here. They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but as I said before, no one really wanted this one to head over towards that northwest side. Sadly, it does. We'll see just how much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable final couple of zones. Smile, ducking, dodging as much as he can, gets behind the vehicle at least. We'll see if he does get flushed off the back of that one. Romeo, swing up towards that top side now.
Oh,
trying to get a little bit of information, but Minus down. He's going to think twice about taking that engagement. Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down Romeo afterwards.
Killer Joe said, let's go. Let's get out of here right now. And oh, Foops, man, with the M249. Making it happen, putting down that suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. And it's time for him to start using it. Switching weapons over here. Very, very interesting as he's popping off some shots. 7-2-1 GS, you can see the look on their faces. These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another good game for them. They are climbing up those leaderboards little by little. They're in 8th place right now, but they know now's the time to close the gap and win this game. They're on the edge of the circle, but they are just trying to hunt a spot in this next zone. Foopsman, ooh, got that 8 times. Hitting them lean peaks, looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the M249 with the red dot. I mean, he is really mixing and matching. What kind of range is he's working with? Gets a bit more ammo online. Force does need to get picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force. Don't know if Goat's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim definitely looking for some more points. Will re-knock him.
Foopsman putting in that work here. And we see Revel get a knock on a 7-2-1 GS. They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. Heads up to Rian all by himself. Revel is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util. Bang! Oh, but they do end up getting one player down. Gotta be careful here. Another nade! Will barely survive it. Alpha 7 cannot afford to go down here.
Graham looking to move from side. Great shot. Revo walks directly into it. And now Alpha 7 in a spot above her. Good shot, though, coming out from Guizhou. Keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game. Good tag, but no flush, no knock. Here's the first aid. We'll keep putting the pressure on. And good stuff from Guizhou. An incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha 7.
Ooh, and there is Nongshim Red Force eliminated as Goat survived here. Fights happening all over the place. That was a huge break for the side of Alpha 7 and Goat as they are going to get a full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players here as we are in the second to last match of day 1. Only one more left to go, but this is a critical one.
Tiamba went down to 3 players much earlier in the game, and they're still kicking around down towards that southeast side. Furia also playing from Showhouse were able to get some good work done. Igor, mate, Igor is just unreal today. I do not know what's gone into him.
I know.
Yep.
He had that. He had that twinkle in his eye yesterday. I'll tell you that right now. He said, "You know what, baby? I'm gonna pop off tomorrow." And it looks like he is doing it. Silence has got that P90 as well. Furia looking rock solid here in the end game. Let's see how they're going to be able to finish it out. They're currently in 3rd place. Trying to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian Brotherhood here. It's A7 versus Furia. Revel getting pieced up, but he's driving that Murado up close and personal. But Igor says, no, sir, not today.
Igor skates on the bonnet of a vehicle, now looks to send down another. Will be finally taken down, but Fury is putting in the work. Revo sent sky high by a nade, essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nade's planted inside the smoke. Obscure's gonna send wide. Knows he can't do it now because he's getting shot at by so many separate squads.
My God.
Woo. Sets up behind the trailer, but it's Aaron. But well-placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them, but 8th place is not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to start soaking up some points and make a big gap going into the last game.
I don't know, man. PUBG Mobile team seems to have blessed Ulf right now. They've just got 2 loot crates dropped on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need it, honestly. I see Ketch walking in here with a Band-Aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I take all the breaks I can get, you know?
MG3 as well. I mean, drop some smokes on the other one. Get out of there, honestly.
They got a nice setup right here. They got a blown-up car, buggy on the other side, hay bales on either side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. But with Dopeness so far, not making too much noise. They have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop, and it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time. It may actually be Tiamba time. As a two-man, we'll see how Ulf can hold off these other squads, but it's the spot, right? It is the spot. People see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big crashes coming in soon. And the first one is going to be gold.
They want it. Can Ulf hold it? Scarface with the MG3. They got the weapons, but Killer Joe is up close and personal. But it is Ulf that is able to take him down. The duo putting in work.
Wolves also looking over towards this location. Milu's going to swing wide down towards that southern edge. Aaron goes down. Teams aren't capitalizing off the back of this one. Finally, Furia makes the move. They're going to be next to face. Can Scarface make this one work? We'll stop short, actually. The vehicle smoking, flames pouring out the front.
They get in the zone. That's all that matters, right? They got some coverage with their vehicles. Ulf now barely holding the spot, but Aaron! Are you kidding me? Ulf from the central position being so dangerous. Silence, you gotta move, bro. You gotta move. Ooh, barely escaping those nades. That hay bale coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire here. Oh, and he gets the knock on a Scarface.
That's the MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved them before, but it's not in play anymore. Molotov over the top. See if he can sink this one just about right. It's a little far. Might spread. Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into Alula on the western side. Dopeness finally waking up, realizing that, guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Our points, our sweet, sweet points getting taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done finally. They are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more are they going to try to get? Let's see. We got Tiamba as well. They have been waiting, and now starting to get into the action. Furia again, just throwing them long nades. That is going to get Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulf, though. We expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points. The placement points alone will be very, very good, depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now in a 2-2. They're going to try and regroup and take the task over towards Furia on the eastern side. Milu, though, trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process, though.
Woo. Tight looks here on the side of Milu. Milu has been on fire today. One of the craziest 1v4s of the tournament. Already in the bag. Be nice to continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot. The finals.
We said 20 points. 20 points is realistically what they were looking at for the last 2 matches of the day. Get up towards 80, and then it's super difficult to drop out.
मैंने नहीं ध्यान दिया, सॉरी ब्रो, मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया और मैं स्लो बोल भी रहा हूँ भाई, मैं बहुत स्लो बोल रहा हूँ। गेम की आवाज का कोई दिक्कत नहीं, मैं बहुत स्लो बोल रहा हूँ ब्रो।
UMP to work with, but there's absolutely no way he's making it happen. Milu's been watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tiamba
मैं बहुत स्लो बोल रहा हूँ भाई, इससे मेरी आवाज
स्लो आ रही है। This way, clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
क्या है, मैं बहुत स्लो बोल भी रहा था।
Now starting to loot up. Looks like they're really low on meds here. They would have been using them already if they had them, but now Eagle, he's got that nade. Furia got to be careful here. All it takes is that one. It's looking pretty good. Oh, just a little overcooked there. Buggy now blown up. Silence getting caught by Milu. Milu is just making it happen here from this angle and just tearing Furia apart.
The Milu QZZ show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tiamba time today. And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath. Milu tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not a possibility. Speaker will find them. That off angle was absolutely deadly, and now Dopeness from that northern edge. They're going to start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Plenty of little bits of hard cover to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams now.
Eagle trying to pop up, make something happen with that M4. Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor. And yeah, he has his car right behind him. So he goes and pops into it. Going to be pushing up little by little. Dopeness had the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot and just avoiding these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them. And QZZ forced to inch up little by little and getting punished there by Kenji.
भाई कैसा है बहुत बढ़िया भाई फ्री फायर नहीं छोड़ा है खेलता हूँ उसकी भी स्ट्रीम करता हूँ दो चैनल है एक पे कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा नहीं है भाई खेलता हूँ कल करूँगा स्ट्रीम फ्री फायर की
Has been a man on a mission to impress today. Now looking to do it again here, but there's only 2 players left. Dopeness on 9 eliminations. Nade goes long, will knock. He finds the first. We'll go for the flush on this one. Every single point counts, and Egos will find at least one more at the end of the game. But it's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
Oh man, and did they need it. You can see the sigh of relief. These guys popping off, they deserve that chicken dinner, and this could be the start of their run towards the finals. Let's get it going. Dopeness, man, did they need that one? Yeah, you can see Furia dapping him up. Igor looking good, that is how you get it done.
Yeah, honestly, Furia is looking good today. This is the Furia we expected and wanted whilst watching inside the groups. It's a tough game. That's a tough game to play there. I think they worked it out well. They had some of the zone towards the early on portions of the game. Going on Tiamba, they kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool there. I like that Egos honestly had the courage to play out on the outside edge. Like, that's a hard angle to work with, but he has to play there to fend off versus the likes of Milu when he starts popping up from inside that row. We also have to talk about this team.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me. What a set of just bold play after bold play that worked out. And it's great to see. I think Milu is feeling it.
Oh, Milu is on one right now. I'll tell you that right now. This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tiamba that you know, Max and I saw during the PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and then come group stage, we're like, what is going on? We were talking to each other being like, this is not something that we have seen from them. They're playing it so passive, not looking confident at all. And then finally, in the survival stage, this is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been waiting for. And they are performing as expected.
For Dopeness, there's not been a whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean, over in the group, it was a cool finish for them to make their way into survival stage. But this is kind of the major moment for them, right? And they should be happy about that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness. But again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the, like, just dead zone where you have a compound where you can sit and wait out the matches, only to slowly come in from the north side, completely kitted, completely looted, and then just finish the game from there. We need to see a little bit more from Dopeness going forward, but this is the first step on their journey to get in towards that top 6.
Yes, it is indeed. So, I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are, you know, in the top 6, minus, you know, Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch, still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You got to be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
Now, one of the cool things that popped up here in week 6 is this new PUBG Mobile booth in collaboration with Naruto. We just did a live segment here, so we've got everybody still hanging out, but you guys need to come check this out if you are hanging out at our venue, because it's kind of one big game. The more that you interact with this booth, the more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there. We've got a chicken hanging out, ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion, and you want to come by, take